Like a pillar of fire. Other versions have a pillar of thick cloud so that no one can get across the river even on Shabbat. But on Shabbat, there's a period of complete rest. There are no weapons among the Bnei Moshe except for the knives they use to slaughter their animals, according to kosher laws, which we'll get to in a second. And the people there are so fortunate that, as it says in a beautiful passage, no, how does it go? No child dies before its parent. And that every generation sees at least grandchildren, really an amazing, beautiful description of it. And the Jews are familiar with the Bnei Moshe, and they can communicate with them, but only from the other side of the river Sambatyon, as it were, yelling across the rumble of rocks. Fantastic, amazing kinds of stories that he tells. So, in the context of this, I mentioned the Shechita knives, and this becomes where it really enters mainstream Jewish tradition, is that Eldad quotes certain halachot, certain Jewish laws that pertain to the laws of slaughtering animals, which are not entirely in keeping with Talmudic sources. So this caused a huge hue and cry among the commentaries of the day, because essentially what Eldad was claiming is that these Jews living, the 10 lost tribes living in these far-off regions, were representing the true Judaism, unadulterated by any other forms of belief or practice. Again, like they spoke a pure Hebrew, so too were their teachings pure, and never mixed with other things. Like, for example, if we take the Talmud, which is really, as some historians have called it, the constitution of Judaism. You can't understand the way you practice Judaism unless you have some familiarity with how the Talmud works and its contents. But the Talmud is a tremendous amalgamation of a phenomenal amount of information from outside Jewish sources. It's constantly quoting folk tales from the Sasanian period, non-Jewish sayings, Aramaic sayings of all kinds of types, teachings from the world of business, weights and measures from Greek and Roman norms, mathematics, you name it. It's got a tremendous amount of non-Jewish material that goes into it simply because it's about daily life. And Jews live among non-Jews, so it stands to reason that Talmud would have things beyond mere, narrow commentary on text. It's really a applied document. How do you live as a Jew in a multicultural society? So when Eldad was saying he's coming from this place where there are only Jews living in it with a pure Talmudic approach, with no references whatsoever to other religious practices, beliefs, and so on, then that's already asserting that his Judaism is purer than everyone else's. It's very difficult. Like, for example, the Talmud was written, the form we have it, between the 3rd and the 5th century, basically. And the 10 lost tribes had disappeared from the Jewish scene between 11 and 1500 years beforehand. So if they were practicing Talmudic Judaism using the Talmud, where did they get the Talmud? Because it wasn't written for another 1,000 odd years. So they went. So the answer is, as Eldad says it, we have the Talmud. It has no references to any particular speakers, no references to rabbis who lived, like Rabbi Akiva, for example. He's not in their Talmud. They just have the pure teachings from God, as it were, without the human intervention. So it's a very bold statement. I'll pause for a question in a second, but let me just give you the example with Shechita. So if Eldad came with a number of traditions about how kosher slaughter should be done, and in other ways he seems like a really legitimate Jew with an amazing story, then how should rabbinic Jews appreciate and approach his traditions? Are they more legitimate than the ones that were practiced in the 9th century, or less so because he was a charlatan and a liar? That was the question that was put to the rabbis of that day, and they had their say on it. But let me pause for a question or so. Judith, you're giving me all kinds of body language, and you're thinking about this, so you must have some reaction. Excellent question. There's no discussion of Goyim, because in traditional Orthodox theology, the first 5 books of Moses, really have the ultimate authority of being, absolutely correct as they stand and given to Moses. Right? That's one of the 13 principles of faith as articulated by Maimonides and so on. But what they do discuss are the book of Esther and the book of Lamentations, because the book of Esther describes actually both books are later. Lamentations, Taik, refers to the destruction of the first temple in the 6th century, and the 10 tribes were already lost 100 years before, 150 odd years before. So why would they have the book of Taik? The book of Esther, Megillah Esther, that happened even later than that, so they didn't have that. According to one version of the story, they have those books. Don't worry, we have them, but we don't read them. First of all, because Esther, we weren't included in the miracle, and Lamentations, because it's so depressing. They just don't want to read it, so they actually omit it. Again, it's logically implausible, but a lot of this story is logically implausible. Nevertheless, as I like to say to my undergraduate students, history is not so much about, yes, I get the gewesen war, the way Van Ranke said, the way it actually happened. That's useful and important, but it's not nearly as important as what people believed happened. Because people can build entire civilizations out of what they think happened, even if it's not necessarily the reality. Okay, wow, sophisticated question. So let's go back to the story. Now, so he brings up these halachos, and the rabbis are saying, oh my God, if what he's saying is true, fantastic as it is, it means that we have to accept these halachos because they are more authoritative than our own. And if he's a charlatan, then what are we wasting time with him? So the question went to Sura. Sura is one of the two major cities in it would be Persia at the time, where the Gaonim existed. If you remember some of the lectures we gave a couple of years ago on the various Gaonim, these are the Talmudic centers in Babylon, which is no longer called Babylon, but on the river Tigris and Euphrates, where you have the major yeshivas of the day. And the question was posed to Rabbi Tzemach ben Chaim, who was the Gaon of Sura, and they said, we got this guy here, Eldad, claims to be a member of the tribe of Dan. He tells us all this stuff about Shechita. He's a kosher, so to speak. And Tzemach wrote back and said, the truth is, you can rely on him, because I don't know him personally, but I know some people who know him. In other words, they played kind of Jewish geography with each other, and they knew friends of a friends, and he said, you know what, he's for real. Now, just because his story is for real doesn't mean that we accept the halachos right away, but at least he's part of the debate. And so the fact that he has kind of an imprimatur from no less a figure than the chief rabbi of the city of Sura, the Shiva there, then his opinions went into debate, and that's how we see them in the writings of Rashi, Maimonides, and so on. Now, we don't agree with them. We don't accept them wholeheartedly, but nevertheless, they do enter into the Talmudic debate over exactly how the Shechita is done, which indicates kind of an interesting, ambiguity in Jewish thought that is quite pervasive. I'm sure you're familiar with the famous story in the Gemara in Bava Metzia, where the rabbis were having a disagreement with one rabbi named Rabbi Eliezer, I think it was Eliezer. And Eliezer insists on his interpretation. He says, look, if I'm right, then, let this river flow backwards. Right, where the river flows backwards. The rabbis say to him, so what? We don't rely on miracles. He says, if I'm right, then let the walls of the study hall collapse. And they start to lean in. The rabbis say, that's not right. You're destroying public property, right? So they stop them halfway leaning. And then he says, okay, if I'm right, let heaven proclaim that I'm right. And a booming voice comes out and says, Rabbi Eliezer is right. And nevertheless, the rabbis say, sorry, we don't rely on heavenly voices. We have a system of how we decide things. Majority rules, and you lose. And so the Talmudic passage ends by saying, Elijah the prophet asked God what he thought about that, and God said, he laughed. He said, they have defeated me, my children, they have defeated me. So in other words, even though he brings this amazing story, and if he's right, then he's really right. Nevertheless, he has to go through the regular rules of debate, the parliamentary rules, and if we don't agree with them, we're not going to accept it. Anyways, another question that comes up at this point is, I should mention, by the way, that even though Rashi, the Rambam, and others do quote Eldad, there are a few important thinkers, most notably Abraham Ibn Ezra, who we'll talk about that little later this semester, who disagreed and said, no, he's a charlatan. Why are you listening to these people? It's not useful whatsoever. The 10 tribes are, in fact, lost. And the Maharan in Rothenburg that we spoke about last year. So there were many rabbis who simply refused to give him any credence whatsoever. One last detail that's relevant to the story is the question of whether or not he was a Karaite Jew. The Karaites are a sort of major breakaway minion of Jews who, in the 9th century, roughly contemporaneous with Eldad, disagreed with the use of the oral Torah as an interpretive tool for the written Torah. In other words, they basically broke away from the entire tradition of rabbinic Judaism and rejected the Talmud, rejected the Mishnah, and tried to create an alternative interpretation of Judaism. They had quite a lot of success. They're very prominent as a minority among the Jewish people throughout, sometimes a very powerful minority, throughout the Middle Ages right up until the 20th century. And in fact, there are some pockets of Karaites active today. But in the intense and quite vocal debate between the Rabbinites and Karaites, the whole story of Eldad was very prominent. Okay, so the story just gets weirder then. The research on Eldad Hadani was very intense in the 19th century. Again, it's related to the engines that drove a lot of Jewish thought at that time. If we jump ahead to think about what it was like for Jews in the 19th century, in Europe in particular, we should recall that the zeitgeist, the spirit of the age, was towards national awakening. Eastern Europe in particular was dominated by massive multinational empires, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, the German Empire, with many different ethnicities and nationalities in them. And throughout the course of the 19th century, influenced heavily by the French Revolution and the success of that experiment, many nationalities who had seen themselves as subject, non-titular nationalities suddenly said, ROTHSCHILD, why can't we have our own country? Why can't we have our own, self-determination and things like that? So a lot of people, the Poles, for example, who successfully resurrected their country after 200 years of having lost their sovereignty, Ukrainians, Latvians, Lithuanians, the Balts, all kinds of peoples began to say we should have our own national identity, our own language, our own borders, our own flag, and so on. So Jews were caught up in this as well, and they were trying to articulate for themselves what does it mean to have a Jewish communal existence. Up until the 19th century, Jews had basically gone along with the traditional theological model that Jews were members of the people that belonged to Israel as one national unit, and they were, as a result of their sins, punished with exile. And so Jews were, second-class citizens theologically in all of the countries, a status quo that Jews accepted as much as the nations in which they lived. Because Jews felt that the reason we are here in Germany or France or whatever is because thousands of years ago we were punished and we're waiting for our eventual return to Israel. But in the 19th century, with the decline of a lot of religious attitudes and the rise of national thinking, Jews began to question this and say, well, maybe we should reevaluate our national identities and we should reestablish some form of national government. Whether it was expressed in Zionistic terms, meaning a return to the land of Israel and the establishment of a sovereign nation there, or whether it was expressed in terms of creating kind of like little enclaves and reservations of Jews. There were some set up here in America, around Buffalo, for example. There was a settlement of Jews who wanted to create a new Zion in this country that was designed just for Jews to live in peace and harmony with Judaism as their defining religion. So in this context, people began to look back over a lot of the old stories and look at Eldad Hadani in particular and try to imagine what it meant. And what they found was a lot of these researchers in the 19th century that there are a lot of forgotten Jewish kingdoms that had existed throughout the entire period of the diaspora. They received very little attention from serious scholars, and so there's just the beginning of a burgeoning research trend towards understanding these brief and sometimes long-lived national experiments. I'm going to tell you about a couple of them right now. Certainly, the historical research that was generated about 150 years ago by modern Jewish scholars, modern in the sense of like in the 1800s. It was definitely motivated by Eldad because they looked to Eldad's story as a model of a possible Jewish national existence after the exile from Israel. And they wanted to know as much as they could about this because they said, what does this mean for us if we're trying to create this? And there were many examples of Jewish sovereign nations. It's really not appropriate to use the term nation, before the 19th century, but, political entities that actually existed. For example, the Beta Yisrael, which is the proper name for the so-called Falashas or the Ethiopian Jews, Falasha as a derogatory term, that has historical records going back to the 4th century and existing in some form or another throughout the Middle Ages. Again, a lot of the data that we have for the permanence and the power and the effect of their national expression is difficult to work with, but we certainly have reliable sources to say they existed as an independent unit with some political power all the way back in the 4th century. A similar example, in Yemen, we have Joseph Uwas, who in the 6th century created a small Jewish enclave in some, I've seen him described in some terms as a warlord, so maybe that term indicates that it's more of like a regional power than a state power, but nevertheless, we have a couple of examples of Jews being in charge of particular regions. And the most famous of them all, and the most controversial, which is I'll spend a little bit more time talking about them, is the great and well-documented state of Khazaria, which was Jewish as of the year 740. And as you can see from this map here, the range of Khazaria was actually quite extensive, going all the way out to Kiev, which according to the great Ukrainianist Taik of Harvard, was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. That's rather an amazing statement. All the way across the eastern part of Ukraine, you see like Donetsk and Kharkiv and places like that, going all the way out here past the Caspian Sea into the Don region. And this was essentially a massive Jewish country at the time. And what is the time? We're talking about 500 years. Imagine a Jewish country existing for 500 years. And it just flies under the radar for most of our consciousnesses. Now, it's a complicated story with Khazaria. Let me tell you a story, and then I'm going to ask you all to do me a favor, and I'm especially going to ask all of you out there on the internet to do me a favor as well, because I have a problem with the whole Khazarian story that it's a personal problem, and I'm not sure what to do about it. But I'll get to that in a second. Anyway, so what is the story with Khazaria? We do have, if you recall, a couple of lectures on this topic specifically, so I won't go into great detail. But Khazaria was a pagan land. They're essentially worshipping trees, rocks, wind, spirits, things like that. And they were concerned about their religious identity and their independence. So you have the Islamic movement moving up from the south. We're talking about the year 740, so that means that Islam had been in existence for about 120 years, and it was sweeping across North Africa. And to the west, you have the Christian world. Christianity is expanding throughout the European continent and slowly but surely converting various pagan groups to Christianity. And so the Khazars, who are based in their capital in Attila, said, if we don't join one of these powerful monotheistic faiths, we're going to be swallowed up by one of them. So they were debating, as we have a whole story about this in Jewish literature, they were debating which one of them should they consider choosing, and they decided to have a three-way debate, and they invited a Jewish representative. And so the rabbi, the priest, and the minister, a rabbi, a priest, and an imam, it sounds like a bad joke, right? The rabbi, the priest, and the imam, they decide to debate, and King Bulan of the Khazars decides that he will accept Judaism over the other two. It's a wonderful story, but on a political level, choosing Judaism meant that he could retain some level of political independence, because both Christianity and Islam had a degree of deference for Judaism, because it was a monotheistic faith, it was a mother faith to the two daughter religions, and as a result, By choosing to convert to Judaism, Khazaria remained politically independent for the next 500 years. Now, there are a lot of questions about the Khazarian story. Um, for example, there's a lot of doubt that the decision taken at the very highest levels of the Khazarian government penetrated into the general population. Maybe this was just a cynical political move that was, affected by the ruling elites, and that's it. Although we do have some interesting evidence of Khazarian Jews who traveled, for example, to Cairo and left behind documents, so we know that there were average Khazarian Jews as well. But nevertheless, they did retain some kind of identity as Jews, and they are known as Jews by their non-Jewish neighbors in many, many documents. Arabic historians, Slavic historians all are aware of the Khazars being Jewish, but in the 12th century, eventually they were overrun by the princes of Kiev and Rus, and they disappeared from the stage. Now, this is where I have to tell you my personal request, and that is I need you, those of you who are here, I certainly appreciate your presence, and if you go online, this is where you can help me on the internet. We must fill the internet with goodness. Why do I say that? Because there is a tremendous amount of hateful anti-Semitic thought surrounding the Khazar story, more than almost anything else I talk about. If you look, for example, at the statistics on my lectures on the web, so most of my lectures, people watch, I've got maybe now 500 hits, 700 hits, people watching this. But really popular ones, like maybe, I think my lecture on the Rabbi has gotten about, 7,000 hits. But my lecture on Khazaria has like about 20,000. Like, it's so crazy popular. And the reason is because the whole story of the Khazars speaks to the identity of modern Jews. There's a theory that has been advanced by Arthur Kessler and others that modern Ashkenazi Jews are not actually the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Sarah, Rachel, Rebecca, and Leah. They are, in fact, the descendants of Khazars, a Turkic tribe living over the Caspian Sea that had nothing whatsoever to do with the ancient biblical history. A lot of modern anti-Semites, in their attempt to delegitimize modern Jews as being either the descendants of the biblical Jews and at the same time delegitimizing their ancestral claims to Israel, they say that the people who claim to be Jews now, specifically the Ashkenazi Jews, they're not even real Jews. They are Khazars. And this theory is incredibly popular. So here's my request. When you have time, go visit some of my lectures on Khazaria, especially on YouTube, not so much on my own website, but on YouTube, and just glance down briefly at the comments and then write something nice. Write something as this is a really informative lecture or something. And because I get so much of people saying, "You're not a real Jew, Rabbi, you don't know what you're talking about, you're a Khazar," and it's just awful. So please help fill the internet with goodness and write something useful. You can disagree with me, but just politely, instead of like nasty anti-Semitic comments. I try, as a matter of course, to leave the comments unedited because I think that's just healthy for debate. But I do delete comments that use profanity or are simply hate speech. I will delete those. But otherwise, you'll see lots of nasty stuff that gets through. And let's fill the internet with goodness. Anyways, this is a real story. This actually happened. A whole country of Jews. We're not exactly sure how deep that conversion reached and exactly what kind of Judaism they practiced, whether it's rabbinic or Karaite. But we have multiple points of data that reinforce the fact that this existed, and then it simply disappeared in the 12th century, and we have nothing else to say about it. So Eldad's story is not so far-fetched. He could easily have borrowed from a lot of these things, and who knows, there may have been some kernels of truth in his otherwise amazing story. So the next stage of this story, however, is once again we're going away from what actually happened to what people believed happened. is that Eldad's story gained a lot of popularity among Jews living sometimes in an oppressed situation as a minority in these countries, thinking, the Messianic era, it could happen anytime. The 10 lost tribes are just waiting for the signal, and the Messianic era will unfold, and exile will end, we'll return to Israel, because we know that they're just over the mountains. They're just on the other side of the river Cush, and they have this amazing river Sambatyon and the Bnei Moshe, and everything there, just waiting for it to happen. So a tremendous amount of hope spread among Jewish populations as a result. However, it was not relegated to Jewish ears. There were many non-Jews who were hearing the story as well, and of course it struck to the core of Christian eschatology. What would the end of days be like for the Christians? If it's true that the 10 lost tribes are out there just waiting to rejoin, the pitiful Jews we have living in our ghettos here in Europe, what does that mean about the whole Christian story? And so by the 12th century, a Christian version of this story began to circulate. It's clearly taken a lot of material straight from Eldad Adani, but it has one major difference, and that is that there is a Christian priest living out in the small area. His name is Prester John, and he is in charge of the 10 Jewish tribes living out there, and he rules them and dominates them, and that when Jesus comes for the second time, then Prester John will bring those 10 tribes out, and the Jews will have the final denouement, which will be in accordance with the Christian teachings of the end of days. So in other words, the whole Eldad story was actually hijacked and just slightly altered in the 12th century to be able to fit within a Christian viewpoint. And at that juncture, the whole story of Eldad Adani became even more popular because of the association.
Loud and clearly. Remember that time I asked you how you live in there? How you live in there? 40 days. Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style? What happened to your microphone? I know you said you're using that headset. What happened to your original? What happened to your original device? What happened to your original device? The phone got busted? Your earphones are busted. Okay. It's very difficult to hear you with your headphones. I'm not saying I don't have talking to you. I'm just making it work. What's on your agenda for today's slide? I don't know if you can make any adjustments that you need. Sounds like a plan, baby. That's Frosty, everybody.
Association with Christian eschatology. At the same time, the fear factor grew as well, and a lot of strange myths about Jews begin to circulate from the 12th century onward in particular that feed off Eldad's story, that are a lot less, let's say, healthy perhaps in thinking. There was this fear that there were all these massive hordes of warrior Jews who were living under mountains in the Caucasus regions. They were called the ROTHSCHILD, the Red Jews. And they were waiting for their signal to be unleashed and to rampage across Europe and to attack all of the peaceful Christians living in various countries. And this was more of a paranoid fear, again, ripping off Eldad's story and ripping off the Prester John story at the same time. This fear that the Jews, especially those who emerged from Hungary, were going to descend on every living room, covering all the couches with plastic. And that was a joke. I thought I could get away with that. Maybe I should do. But anyway, the idea of red Jews were going to come out of these 10 lost tribes, and they were going to actually, destroy Christian civilization as a result. And one final sort of twist that especially becomes prominent from the 13th century onward is the development of the ideology of the so-called Antichrist. One of the significant developments in right after the High Middle Ages is this concept that the devil, who becomes very, very prominent in Christian thought, is going to actively mount a campaign to try and stop the second coming by creating a doppelganger, the reverse image, as it were, of Jesus in the so-called Antichrist. And how would this Antichrist be born? Well, there would, just as Jesus was, according to Christian thought, the product, the union of God and a human woman, a Jewish woman. So the Antichrist would be the product of union between Satan and a Jewish woman, get this, from the tribe of Dan, right? Eldad Hadani, the warrior Danites. And then this child would then brought them to go through a whole series of miracles that were designed to be the mirror image of Jesus' own life. And then he would go back to the Caucasus region, unlock the mountains, and he would directly lead hordes of Jews out into Europe to destroy the world as they know it then. So the whole Eldad story, it has some rather negative repercussions later as it is translated into a kind of paranoid vision of what it must be like for these 10 tribes to exist. So when we take it all together, it's really a complex and bizarre story. We don't know to what degree Eldad's story has any veracity, but there are definitely some points of contact with valid historicity that we can affirm some elements of his story. If not the more fantastic elements, at least the idea of Jewish nationhood is not totally unknown before the 20th century. The fantastic elements, therefore, contain elements of truth. And Eldad, by the way, became the sort of role model for many Jewish travelers of the Middle Ages. Jews were especially known for their wide-ranging commercial activity, and as a result, you have a whole series of Jewish travelers who later published their travel logs, like Batavia of Regensburg and so on, Benjamin of Tudela, and they're like a primary genre created for the reading audience of the time. The story of Eldad provided a lot of hope to Jews living in exile for an eventual redemption, and at the same time, stoked some paranoia among the non-Jewish nations among whom they lived, that perhaps the Jews would make a second coming that would decimate Christian civilization. Just one last little footnote here. Eldad's story has an interesting expression in the person of Israel Eldad, shown here, pointing, very important early Zionist who was associated with some of the more right-wing expressions of Zionism in the pre-state period, and he abandoned his traditional Yiddish language surname, and I think it was Schweib, if I remember correctly, and he adopted the last name Eldad specifically to evoke the whole story of Eldad Hadani and the independent 10 tribes living beyond the river Kush. So the story is bizarre, it is ephemeral, and very difficult to understand the basics of it, but nevertheless, it grips the imagination even to the present day. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance, as always, and I look forward to seeing you next week. All right, welcome everyone. Why don't we get started? We've got a really important topic tonight. We're going to study the life of the Rambam, the Nesher Hagadol, the great eagle, one of the most important and influential figures in Jewish history. Someone who cast such a long shadow that the famous statement was, from Moses until Moses, there was no one like Moses. Meaning from Moses of the Torah until Moses Maimonides, there was nothing like him. And in fact, since Moses until today, there's no one really like Moses as well. Let me begin with a little joke. I apologize for those of you who are at Charles Shittis. You heard this. Mr. Steve, you're probably the only one. But the joke goes like this. A woman gets onto a bus, an elderly woman gets onto a bus, and she gets on, the bus driver is very friendly to her, so she asks him, would you like some peanuts, young man? And he says, well, thank you, I would like some peanuts. And so she gives him a few peanuts. It's nice to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back to Florida. So then she sits down. Then a few minutes later, they're driving along, and she gets up again, and she says, excuse me, young man, would you like some more peanuts? And he says, that would be really nice. I enjoyed those peanuts. So she gives us more peanuts. And this goes on several times until finally he says to her, listen, it's really very kind of you, but why do you keep offering me so many peanuts? And she says, well, I only really like the chocolate. Okay, so I'm hoping that this presentation, I'm going to give you all the chocolate, and I'll hang on to the peanuts, but the truth is there's so much to say about Maimonides, and we actually started a couple minutes late today, so I'm going to try and speak a little faster just to make up the time, but we're just going to touch on the life of this truly incredible man and his impact on Jewish history. This lecture is sponsored by the Young Youth Trio of Bell Harbor Surfside. We're very grateful for the shul to provide us with heat and light, or AC and light, and a place to meet. We are looking for sponsorships for future lectures, so if you're interested, please contact me or contact the shul office. The shul likes $200 to offset the costs, and all the profits, of course, go into producing that wonderful edifice that we are creating just a block away. So let's go straight to the material. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, the acronym of his name in Hebrew is, of course, Rambam, and that's how he is known to many of his students today. Known in Latin as Maimonides, the I-D-E-S suffix means son of Maimon. His first name was Moshe, his father's name was Maimon, hence Maimonides, or Moshe ben Maimon. His years are 1135 to 1204, born in Cordoba, Spain, and died in Fostat, Egypt. There's some debate over where exactly he is buried. His grave is usually associated with a place near Tiberia, Israel, where they have a special tomb, but the Jews of Cairo believe that he is in fact still buried there in Cairo in the courtyard of the yeshiva where he studied in a small suburb of that town. He was a physician, a philosopher, a popular leader with tremendous courage and conviction. His opinions were highly controversial, as we shall see. His books were even consigned to the flames by other Jews. But at the same time, He maintained steadfast in his point of view, and it continues to be studied today, even though there are many, many areas where the rabbinic consensus differs from Maimonides' point of view. Nevertheless, he is the primary interlocutor for the dominant opinion and remains very significant to this day. So what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about his life, and then I would like to talk about his literary works, and specifically the Jewish literary works, divide them into two basic categories, and that'll be it for the night. Okay, any questions or arguments before we begin? No hard questions allowed, just easy ones? Okay, good. We'll save the hard questions for later when we don't have the camera running. So his family was a distinguished rabbinic lineage. His father was a dayan, or a judge, in Cordova. In his commentary to the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides lists 8 successive generations of dayanim that preceded him. And in fact, after his death, he was appointed the Nagid of Egypt, meaning the leading Jewish political figure in Egypt, and that title was held by members of his family for another 200 years after his death. So clearly a very illustrious family with tremendous rabbinic yichus or lineage. One of the exceptional positions that Maimonides held that makes this even more amazing is the fact that he held that dayanim and also rabbis should not be paid for their services. They should have other occupations. He, of course, was originally a merchant and then later became a famous physician. And they should only earn their keep from their regular livelihoods, and whatever they do as judges or as rabbis should be completely pro bono for the benefit of the community as a whole. This is probably one of the reasons why he was so controversial, especially among Ashkenazi rabbis who took a contrary position, believing that, in fact, rabbis should have a decent, livable salary, and that is a controversy that continues to this day. So he came from this long line of rabbis and judges, and he never took a penny for his work as a judge in the Jewish community. He was born here, you can see, in Cordova, in Spain, at the very end of the Spanish Golden Age. We're actually going to go a little bit back in time next week and look at a more central period of the Spanish Golden Age, but for now we're going to concentrate on the 12th century. At the time, the Almohads took over Spain, as you can see, as well as a section of North Africa. The Almohads were known as the monotheists, and they were very strict interpreters of Sharia, meaning they believed that Muslim law should be interpreted with a minimum of divergence for various opinions. In one area that affected the Jews in particular, the Almohads removed their dhimmi status, meaning Jews since the Pact of Omar in at least the 9th century, according to Muslim tradition, perhaps even earlier than that, Jews and Christians were given special protected status or dhimmi status. They had to pay a little extra in tax, but they were allowed to practice their own religion without fear of persecution. They were allowed to maintain their synagogues and so on. The Almohads removed this leniency for Christians and Jews, particularly in the tricultural state of Spain, where the conflict between Jews, Muslims, and Christians was perhaps the fiercest in all of Europe. And this meant that it became increasingly intolerable for the Maimonides family to remain in the Iberian Peninsula. So they departed from Cordova and spent many years first in Fez, Morocco, where Maimonides simultaneously studied Jewish law in the yeshiva there, as well as medicine in the Al-Qayran University. He then spent 9 additional years going from there with his family across the coast of North Africa, ending up in Israel. In fact, I can show you some pictures. I'll show you some pictures. Here's a picture of Cordova, Spain. This is where the Alhambra Mosque, the Alhambra Palace is located. We'll talk a lot more about that next week when we look at Shmud in Nogrela. And then he moved here to Fez, Morocco, the beautiful Moorish architecture. And then he made his way all the way over to the old city of Jerusalem, where he lived briefly. It's not known exactly why he left Israel. He clearly found that it was the high point in his personal career, and he wrote of his time in Israel as a personal, peak in his life. And in fact, he wrote about his ultimately decision or his fate to move back to Egypt with a considerable amount of regret. In some cases, there are letters where he refers to himself as someone who sins every single day, without any specific reference as to which sin it is. Many scholars believe it was the idea of returning to Egypt, which some feel is a transgression in the Torah. But at any rate, he left Israel after a very short sojourn, and he spent the rest of his life in Fustat, Egypt. This is where he made his career and his fame, particularly in first as being a jewel merchant, and then later as a physician. In Fustat, even though he did not have a position of tremendous authority at the time, there was a situation in which the Jews and Christians were in tremendous conflict. There was a huge geopolitical conflict that had gone on since the Crusades at the end of the 11th century. And one of the smaller battles between those two religious groups was that a Christian king had taken captive an entire city in northern Egypt, and that held a significant Jewish population. Maimonides took a leadership role from Fustat, and he arranged for a huge collection of cash from the Jewish communities of Egypt, and was able to secure the release of the Jews who were taken captive. For this, he received tremendous prestige and respect, as well as significant remuneration, because he was called upon to serve in many different capacities as a communal leader. And ultimately, he chose to invest his funds in a gem business that his younger brother David would run. Maimonides had told his brother that he should specifically pick up his merchandise at one particular location. I believe it was somewhere in Arabia. But when David went, so he gave him a huge pile of money to go and make this purchase, which he then would bring back, and of course he would live off that. As it happened, David traveled to this location, the name of which escapes me right now, and he found that the merchandise was not up to par, and so he elected to go on a much longer voyage to India, where rumor had it there was much more fine merchandise to be had. Unfortunately, his boat sank sometime in the year 1169 or 1170, and he never returned, and the family fortune was lost. This was a cause of tremendous grief to Maimonides. He describes how he fell into a deep depression for about a year. He was inconsolable because this younger brother was, he raised him on his knee, and he was his student as well. He left behind a wife and a young daughter, and Maimonides was quite crushed by it, and he describes still mourning for him even 9 years later. But at any rate, the reversal in family fortunes meant that he had to find a new career, and so he had been taking quite a bit of medical training in Fez and also in Cordoba before they even left. So he decided to turn his hand to medicine, and he turned out to be extremely successful at this, eventually becoming the court physician to the Grand Vizier, and ultimately to none other than Sultan Saladin himself. There are even some interesting sources that argue that Richard the Lionheart, the Crusader king, wanted to bring Maimonides into his own employ, but there's no real significant basis for that. There is an interesting citation that's rooted about that Maimonides even converted to Islam in the course of his wanderings before he became Nagid. I'm just walking back a little bit now chronologically. But there's a lot, I should just dispense with it right now. The consensus of scholarly opinion is that likely that it is not at all correct, because the Muslims of the medieval period were a little bit like the Mormons of the 20th century, baptizing dead Jews who were killed in the Holocaust in order that they should get posthumous life in the world to come. And so there was something of a tendency among some Muslim historians to posthumously grant conversion to famous non-Muslims in history, and Maimonides was principal among them. There are some scholars, though, who believe that, in fact, he did go through a pro forma conversion, perhaps in the context of the persecution of that era, but that the conversion was nullified once he was able to reach safety. There's a lot of text in Rambam's own writings, however, that indicates that he had significant sympathy for people who were forced to convert. He has a tremendous amount of space devoted in his writings to urging communities to be tolerant with those Jews who were forced into conversion either to Christianity or to Islam, and saying that they should be accepted back without any kind of probation. He also wrote that Jews should not live in places where forced conversion is likely to occur. So the preponderance of evidence indicates he probably never converted, but at any rate, he did certainly have a great amount of sympathy for those who did. Yes, please. So the question, which I should repeat for our internet audience in the Philippines, the question is, how was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? I don't know. I simply don't know the answer to it. I've never seen anything that Maimonides has written on that topic. As you correctly point out, the Jews were basically peripheral to the Crusades, especially later on in the 12th century. The massacres of Jews during the Crusades occurred primarily in the Rhineland, in Germany. The Jews who are not in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never even seen a crusader. So I don't know exactly. I've never seen anything Rambam wrote on the topic. Certainly, he was part of the larger geopolitical factors involved in the day, it's doubtful that he ever met Richard the Lionheart, but as we read history backwards and we look at famous figures and we try to draw lines between them, that's probably where that came about. There's no question that he was highly sought after as a physician in Cairo, and his service to the Grand Vizier and then to the Sultan was well known. Okay, excellent observation. So, as I mentioned, he had to turn to medicine as a career. I mentioned all these things. Okay, so there's an interesting picture of Maimonides. There's so many pictures of Maimonides I could have spent the entire class just looking at them. But this was, by the way, the head of a statue that was erected near Maimonides' home in Córdoba, in Spain. In terms of his medical studies, now this is an area that is not well studied by Jews, but he produced a phenomenal amount of medical literature written by and large in Arabic. He followed basically the thought of Galen with the idea of the humors, the style and good humor and various things like that. But he also was given over to experimentation as well. He didn't rely simply on a theoretical knowledge of medicine. He was very much into observation. Now, this is well before the scientific method was developed, but nevertheless, it was something important to him. He also contributed to the literature a multilingual guide to pharmaceuticals, which represented various herbs and spices and other medicinal ingredients that were used and listed them in a quadrilingual format. I believe the four languages were Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, and Latin, which was a phenomenal service to the medical community because it meant that the terminology could be standardized and that what people said in Latin text could then be written in Arabic text and so on. He wrote treatises on a wide variety of topics, often it was commissioned. Wealthy Arab would commission him to write essentially a manual of how they were supposed to treat their condition. Asthma, for example, depression. He wrote a medical treatise on depression, which is fascinating for the 12th century. A lot on marital issues, sexuality was something that people wanted to know about, and they would often ask him how to deal with their various sexual problems. Even a treatise on hemorrhoids. And these are all things, right? So Rambam. I looked in all the yeshivas here in Miami. No one could find Maimonides' treatise on hemorrhoids. I was looking for it, but no luck. I'd have to try Wikipedia or something like that to find it. But nevertheless, for the context of the 12th century, tremendous amount of medical writings really at the top of this field. It's especially amazing when you think about the intensity of his day, which I believe is the next slide here, right? His day, which he writes about in many of his letters, was an incredibly busy day. First of all, Hostad was a bedroom community to Cairo, and he would have a daily commute of about an hour by donkey, which is probably about 15 minutes by car, maybe a little less than that, but nevertheless an hour ride on a donkey to get to Cairo, where he would then spend the entire day taking care of the Sultan and his extended family, the children, the whole harem. These were all his patients, and his whole day would be taken up with this kind of thing. Then he would return home, once again stuck on the freeway on his donkey for another hour. There's no Yomi on the donkeys at all, and he makes it all the way back, and then he returns home, and his home is filled with local Fustat individuals, both Jews and Gentiles, who have come to him for medical advice. He would spend his evening writing out prescriptions and diagnoses and so on, and then only late at night would he have a little bit of time to study Torah. And somehow, with that small amount of time at night, his phenomenal works in Jewish thought and philosophy and halakha, really mind-boggling in their complexity, it's really hard to imagine how one person could have accomplished all of this in a single lifetime of only 69 years. On Shabbos, he spent the entire day giving people halakhic instruction in Jewish law. So he lived an incredibly busy life, and yet his work was phenomenally prolific at the same time. Okay, pause for questions or arguments, discussions, debates. Did he ever sleep? Good question. He wrote a lot about how to sleep. So perhaps he wrote that when he was insomniac, but no, the Rambam's concept of Jewish law was so all-encompassing that even sleep was included in it. I'll get to that when we talk about his literary endeavor, very significant. So, look at this right here. This is a little bit. Is anyone upset? Please ask a good question. Not too hard. Yes, he had a wife, and he had one surviving son named Abraham, who left a certain amount of writings as well. I do not believe he had other children. I think he had daughters that did not survive infancy, if I remember correctly, but I'm not positive about that. And of course, he was raising the widow and orphan daughter of his brother as well. So he had, several people in his household that he was responsible for. Okay, so what's perhaps most significant for us in trying to understand Maimonides is his Jewish works, his Jewish written works. This is, by the way, a manuscript copy found in the Geniza in Maimonides' own handwriting. It is Hebrew and Arabic letters, or Arabic and Hebrew letters, excuse me. So it's Judeo-Arabic Israeli. The Ben Sira Geniza, I think it is the one I crossed out. Yes, I think so. Right. Okay, so he wrote two basic kinds of works. He wrote popular halakhic works, and he wrote advanced philosophic works. And this gives you a real sense of the dichotomy of his personality and the sort of trajectory of his thought. So let's deal with the first category. His popular halakhic works were written in very simple Hebrew. Remarkably easy Hebrew, intermediate, really like middle school level Hebrew, and they were designed to give a large swath of the Jewish population access, sophisticated and thorough and comprehensive access to the entire corpus of Jewish law. We should remember that one of the huge lacunae in Jewish thought at this time was that there were very few codes in existence. What do I mean by that? The way that Jewish law is organized is that basically it's all found within the Talmud and in successive responsa literature, which we spoke about a few weeks ago when we were talking about the GUINNESS. The Talmud is not at all organized in a format that we would recognize in the modern world. Basically, the Talmud is like this long stream of consciousness document that has a logical flow to it, but the only way that you can look anything up in the Talmud is if you know the entire Talmud. There is no way to index it appropriately because it's even strange to talk about tangents in the Talmud because all of the Talmud is one long tangent. I'm not exaggerating because you may be studying, for example, the tractate Shabbat, which deals with laws of the Sabbath, but it's very likely some crucial laws will be found in entirely different tractates that are not titled Tractate Shabbat. It's just the nature of the way that the Talmud organizes it itself. So one of the things that was really missing was a code that essentially took all of this information and organized it in a fashion that people could easily look up the halakha that they were supposed to find. Essentially, like modern books would have chapters and would have sections and would have, paragraphs that are all organized in a logical format. We spoke a little bit about Saadia's influence with the Mutazilite philosophy and methodology a few weeks ago. And the Rambam, although he disagreed with Saadia in many areas, he definitely liked that style of argumentation. So basically, what he did was he wrote this amazing document called the Yad HaChazaka, the strong hand. The word hand, Yad in Hebrew means 14 because it has 14 books in it. And this was basically a massive code of Jewish law. It was not the first code to be written, but it was clearly the most comprehensive, the easiest to access, and a runaway popular bestseller on the 12th century, New York Times bestseller list. It was such a phenomenal work because it took the entire Talmud, all of the responsa literature written to that day, and put it together in such a way that anyone with very, very basic Hebrew suddenly had access to information that a rabbi of 80 years of study would have. It was a tremendous device. It was not unlike the kind of information revolution that we have today with, for example, smartphones with access to Wikipedia. That's the kind of colossal achievement that Maimonides did in his Mishnah Torah. Naturally, it was very controversial because if you recall, people were already upset with him because he said rabbis shouldn't take any money for their services. He essentially put them out of business by saying, what do you need a rabbi for? I have the Mishnah Torah. Are you just going to come back on? Sure. What is it? Okay, thank you very much. So that means I'm talking too much. If the screensaver turns on, it means I'm talking too much. I have to definitely go to the next screen. The Mishnah Torah was very, very controversial, as we shall see shortly. He also wrote Sefer HaMitzvot, which was basically addressing the question of what are the mitzvot. I mean, it's kind of you think it's a very basic question, right? Everybody talks about we have 613 mitzvot in the Torah, Taryag mitzvot, but no one ever counts them. No one ever says, well, what are they exactly? So the Rambam set out and combed through the entire Chumash, the 5 books of Moses, and he wrote down exactly what those 613 mitzvot were, and single-handedly created yet another industry of rabbinic scholarship as people disagreed about number 247, saying, no, that's not a mitzvah, that's just a minhag, or number 362. That definitely includes 2 mitzvot. Why did you put it together? There's a whole discussion there. But still, these kinds of works, and I should mention also his first work, the commentary on the Mishnah, they represent an entire trend of his thought, saying that the Torah should not belong just to specialists. The Torah should not belong only to those people who have advanced training in the highly arcane Aramaic idiom of the Talmud. The Torah should be something that everyone with just the very basic literary skills should be able to access, literacy skills, excuse me. So that was a phenomenal achievement in itself, and really he could have rested on his laurels having made this signal contribution to the Jewish people, but in fact that was only when he was starting out. The second major body of his written works, and I am excluding here his letters, of which there are hundreds, and say a lot about his personality and his leadership style and so on. But now we're talking more about his formal treatises written for the Jewish world. Were books that were written for an entirely different audience. Whereas the Mishnah Torah and the Sefer HaMitzvot were written for the common Jew, the books like Guide for the Perplexed, Moreh Nevuchim, were designed specifically for the highly educated, highly sophisticated, but somewhat ambivalent Arabic-speaking Jew of his age. These are Jews who, this is an era where Jews had tremendous access to all the corridors of learning. There was no real barrier set before them, and no numerous clauses to keep them out of colleges and so on. So they were learning everything that they could, and they were learning the greatest works of Arabic philosophy at the time. And they were thinking to themselves, wait a minute, why be Jewish? Think about how Islam is an advance over Judaism. Judaism has all kinds of strange things in it, like anthropomorphisms for God, and certain bizarre commandments that we have no idea why they're there, like the mixing of wool and linen, so on and so forth. So looking at that highly, specialized but at-risk population, Maimonides wrote this phenomenal philosophical work, the Moreh Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which was designed specifically to address their philosophical concerns. And unlike the Mishnah Torah, which showed his skill as an encyclopedist, giving him the ability to span the entire breadth of Jewish thought and put it down in very simple layman's terms, the Guide for the Perplexed was like a mountain climber. He rose to the heights of Jewish thought, engaged in very abstruse and complex philosophical debate to bring across the most sophisticated aspects of Judaism. Guide for the Perplexed was published in Judeo-Arabic, which, among other things, was the vernacular of this segment of the population, but it also allowed him to use the sophisticated philosophical vocabulary of the time that was lacking in Hebrew. In fact, one of the more difficult aspects of the Guide for the Perplexed is that most of its students today do not read Arabic, they read Hebrew, and they have to rely on somewhat problematic Hebrew translations by the Ibn Timmith family that they themselves were somewhat challenged by the abstruse Arabic philosophical terminology that's used in the book. Nevertheless, it's a huge classic, and since in this book he really brought together a lot of Aristotelian thought with traditional Jewish theology, it had a huge influence later on Christian scholastic thought. St. Thomas Aquinas in particular quotes Maimonides at length with tremendous respect, just as Maimonides would quote Aristotle before him, calling him, for example, ha-philosophe, the philosopher. So there's a chain of transmission of ideas from Aristotle through Maimonides through Thomas Aquinas that makes Maimonides one of the very, very few Jews in our history that ever achieved fame for his Jewish works outside of the Jewish world. There are only a handful of people who really reached that level of world fame for their Jewish works, not for something else that they may have done. Like, for example, Albert Einstein, tremendously famous for his theories of relativity and so on, but he's not famous for his commentary on the Mishnah. Maimonides is one of those people who was able to take his Jewish learning and expand it far beyond the limitations of his ethnicity. Okay. Questions, arguments about these massive works? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Yes. All right. Right. So I think you're quite prescient in your question, and you're anticipating a little bit of the lecture. The question that's asked for my friends from the Philippines is, did Maimonides, really cross-reference his Mishnah Torah with the Talmud? And in fact, that's one of the main reasons he was criticized, because he specifically omitted all footnotes. There's no question that he is clearly aware of all the debates in the Talmud, and his language is incredibly precise. Even though he uses very simple Hebrew, it's incredibly precise and demanding Hebrew, like a single vav or a hey can change the entire meaning, and you see why he chose certain phrases. He was criticized because no one could essentially verify his citations. Nobody could say, well, how do we know we should rely on you? The only way we'll know it is if we go and look at the Talmud and verify the trust but verify kind of approach to it. His argument was that since this is a popular work, he did not want to overburden it with massive numbers of footnotes. Later, of course, those footnotes would be researched and written by incredible authorities like none other than Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who would write a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Kesef Mishnah that proved the validity of Maimonides' opinions. Oops, I'm losing it again, right? There we go. Let's going back. Well, actually, let's go straight to the criticisms. Yeah, let's go to the criticisms. Because really that's what I'm answering right now. And what's going on here? This is anti-Semitism at work, yes. Okay, here we go. All right, so he was criticized heavily during his lifetime. So why was he criticized? I've already mentioned in response to Aaron's question that he was heavily criticized because he did not include footnotes. He just wrote it down simply in a straightforward manner because he just wanted to say the halacha the way it was with great self-confidence. He asserted, yes, this is what you're supposed to do, not like those other opinions, this is what you're supposed to do. But, if you were a skeptical reader, there was no way for you to verify it unless you really did the same kind of research he did. Some critics, and those critics were very, very sharp, argued that there was a certain amount of intellectual arrogance in doing so, and simply stating it boldly without offering any kind of justification was an arrogance they felt was apparent if not, that his books were unreliable as a result. Adding to that the fact that he clearly was heavily influenced by Aristotle, unashamedly so, felt that Aristotle was a tremendous philosopher, and he was open to the idea of learning from non-Jewish wisdom, which was not necessarily an attitude that was well respected, for example, in the south of France and the Jewish communities there. So his reliance on Aristotle was another element of criticism. Maybe I should just give you like an example of his reliance on Aristotle and a little bit of where he differs. So, for example, in the third chapter of the Nicomachean Ethics, one of Aristotle's greatest philosophical works, he articulates there a definition of virtue, which has come down to us as the golden mean, also known through Maimonides as a Shvir HaZahav, the golden path. And Aristotle describes the golden mean as the midpoint between excess and deficiency. So, for example, if we take and you can look at this any character trait you want. Let's choose, for example, courage. So what is the correct definition of courage? Courage is the midpoint between recklessness, which is having too much courage for your own good, doing stupid, taking risks for no reason. That's excess. And on the other hand, deficiency is cowardice. Not being willing to take reasonable risks for reasonable payoffs, that is cowardice. Courage is exactly the midpoint between excess and deficiency. Maimonides says that's the way it is in the Hilchot Deot, the 6th chapter in particular. He says, 3rd chapter in particular, he says this is the way it is with every single character trait we have. Love, fear, hate, you name it. There's like a midpoint between too much and too little. That's what we have to do. However, where Maimonides differs, he differs specifically in the a few midot. He says that humility does not admit of an excess. You can always have more humility. There's no midpoint when it comes to humility. And that's clearly differing from Aristotle. Similarly, he argues that anger does not have a minimum, that you have to learn to completely remove anger from your heart. He does say, of course, that you are allowed to feign anger for your children, which we do regularly at home, for your students, you have to appear displeased and stern in order to, appropriately teach them the correct way to behave. But he says always it should be just kas al hapanim, or no kas al halev, right? It should be anger just on the face. It's an exterior anger, not anger in the heart. Now you look puzzled, Ms. Abramson. You have some problems with that? I really was angry with you, by the way, on Sunday morning, so don't knock me out of Maimonides that way. That's a very well put question, and I am somewhat proud of her. Yes, I like moderately proud, right? Somewhere between excess and deficiency proud. Right? But he says, in fact, that anger does not admit of a minimum. Anger is something that is so corrosive. It's like saying you're allowed to drink a little poison. It's something that you have. It's an avoda. It is a task of character development that you have to learn to detach yourself from anger. How to do it? Look, we can study Hilchos Deis together, and we can have a look at it and see how he says it. But it's clearly a huge task. All right, so, okay, follow-up question. Better be sure. It's the other way. What you're saying does fit with the author of the Sefer Achino, the anonymous author, some say is Rabbi David of Barcelona, that he says what you do on the outside affects your inside. But the Rambam says the opposite. He says you may, and in fact sometimes you must, pretend to be angry, but don't let it into your heart because it'll just give you an ulcer. It's going to make you unhappy and it's just internally corrosive. Okay, more later. Okay. Do I see another hand? I have to live with her in the same house, Yes. Okay, so God is allowed to do so. Li hakama. Vengeance is mine. Nobody else's, right? Hashem gave lavish. Hashem can dress in gava, in arrogance, but we can't. So just because certain attributes are given to Hashem Yishlo Chama, but that doesn't mean that we can do those things. Very, very astute observation. And in fact, it's quite apropos because one of the other reasons that he was criticized is because of his take on allegory and anthropomorphisms. We are, okay, I give up. You're right. I don't know how to answer that. We are B'Tselem Elohim, but yeah, that's good. I'm not exactly sure how to deal with that one. That's a tough one. I mean, I can give you some sources to back up my point of view, but I don't understand them now that you ask a question like that. No problem. Leave me alone, Lisa. Okay, give me an answer later. Let's get. Yeah, this is supposed to be like an organized lecture where one person talks and everybody listens. Okay, right. So one of the arguments was that he dealt with he dealt with allegory in a very difficult way. Because the Torah does speak extensively in allegorical terms. The hand of God, the finger of God. The Talmud says that God wakes in the middle of the night. God experiences emotions and things like that. But Maimonides was, he tended to discount these allegories as much as possible because he was an incredible rationalist. This is one of the areas where he stands apart from the bulk of the rabbis of his era, the Rishonim. He was very much opposed to mystical readings of the text. This is frustrating me. Yeah, but no, it's not getting me angry though. But he was very opposed to. I'm looking angry. Okay, this is getting out of hand. So he was opposed to any kind of supernatural interpretations of Judaism. He had a lot of problems dealing with all these Talmudic passages in the Talmud speaking about demons and spells and all kinds of sort of magical things. He felt that they were all complex rabbinic allegories, but they didn't actually mean straightforward meaning of reading the text. And in fact, he was in a difficult position to hold, and he was going against the mainstream to be sure. So, for example, in the Bible, there's a lot of these kind of supernatural stories. For example, the story of the witch of Endor, when King Shaul is concerned about what's going to happen in the upcoming battle with the Philistines. And so he goes to a witch, and she performs a seance and brings back the dead prophet Shmuel to tell Shaul what's going to happen. And there's a whole story there where Shmuel wakes up and says, "What are you bothering me for?" And Shaul says, "I want to know what's going to happen in the war tomorrow." He says, "Why ask me now? Tomorrow you can ask me face to face," which is a way of saying that you're going to die in the battle, which is of course what happened. So when you read that biblical passage in a straightforward way, it seems like, yeah, there was a seance and the prophet was brought back to life and so on. So Maimonides has a kind of complex and convoluted way to interpret it, saying that no, it was all smoke and mirrors, and that the witch had an accomplice who was pretending to be Shmuel and so on. Sometimes it's kind of stretched, but you get a sense of Maimonides' feeling that he really wanted to make everything as rational as possible. And so in those areas, he came into conflict with a lot of the other rabbis, Rashi, for example, who, with predeceased Maimonides, but of the same era, who felt that, this mystical world of spirits and demons and things was in fact valid. Yes, please. He wrote a lot on Agudas, but he wanted to say that the Agudas were all, metaphors for complex philosophical truths. Same thing with the Midrashim. Yeah, he was brutal when it came to those kinds of things. Now, for these reasons, the lack of footnoting, which some interpreted as a kind of a scholarly arrogance, his reliance on Aristotle, a non-Jewish philosopher, his disparaging attitude towards the supernatural aspect of Judaism got him into a lot of trouble with the Ashkenazi rabbis of Southern France in particular. And what they ended up doing was, seeing his popularity, the Jews went to the Dominican friars. The Dominicans were a fairly extreme group of monks in France at the time, and they complained that there's these books circulating among the Jews that are heretical in nature, that are portraying God in an inappropriate fashion, and so on. Now, the Dominicans, it's kind of a funny thing. Why are Jews going and complaining to Dominicans? Unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that we have in Jewish history quite often, that when there is an internal Jewish fight, I'm sorry? He's allowed to do what? I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, you can learn from, okay, you want to say Aristotle, fine, sure, but, the citation is, from all my teachers I gained wisdom. But, that's just not the way necessarily the Jewish world works. I mean, if I were to say, if Rabbi Glinstein were to get up and say, I learned Torah from Oprah Winfrey, I just don't know if the community would receive it as well as if he said, I learned it from, Actually, he probably would. He could get away with that because he does special things with Torah. But let me stick to where I am right now anyways, the lecture. So, for these reasons, they went to Dominicans. Why would they go to Dominicans? It is an unfortunate reality that you can see it echoed in the halachic literature that when Jews are dissatisfied with a particular dispute, they will go to non-Jewish authorities hoping to leverage their support in the dispute. And it almost always ends up badly. Once you take it outside of the family and you start having a dispute in the street, it ends up awful. So they went to the Dominicans and I said, you guys are interested in us being good Jews, right? So there are these books by this guy named Moses something or other that are just corrupting our minds and doing things differently, and we really think that they don't belong in our bookshelves. So the Dominicans said, fine, let us help you out with that. And they collected up all the manuscripts of Maimonides they could find, and they burned them publicly in 1232. A very, very sad moment in Jewish history, and ironically, it would be repeated 10 years later, because once once the Dominicans got a bit of a taste of burning heretical Jewish books, they expanded their options a little bit, and they burned about 12 wagonfuls of Talmuds, precious manuscripts. This is well before the era of printing, in the same spot in Paris as they had burned Maimonides. So it's a sad day when we start burning our own books. Eventually it will come back to haunt us. At that point, the dispute about Maimonides and his works reached a kind of a fever pitch, and so the great Rabbi, a very important Jewish rabbi of the time, argued for a compromise in 1305, which was ultimately accepted. This is already a century after Maimonides himself is deceased, and the compromise indicated that nobody could study books right, the more in the booking, until they were at least 25 years old. They set up certain parameters. These books are kosher, these books are definitely valuable, but they should not be studied except by people who had a certain level of training. By 25, you would think the person had sufficient literacy and training and so on. And that ultimately kind of was a flag of truce between the anti-Maimonidean camp and the Maimonidean camp, and preserves Maimonides' writings to this day. Yes, Fred. So that's an excellent question. Are the remaining writings legitimate? So legitimate is a tough word to really evaluate in this case. Authoritative is also another difficult one. I'll put it like this. There's no question that Maimonides' contribution is respected even by his detractors. And in fact, I would say that there are no serious detractors from Maimonides today. However, that does not mean that his opinion is considered the definitive one, especially in practical halakhic matters. For example, he wrote this great code, the Mishnah Torah, in the 12th century. It was 300 years later, 400 years later, that the great Yosef Karo wrote his code, the Shulchan Aruch, which is really the definitive code for today. Now, when Yosef Karo wrote his code, he basically took together three rabbinic opinions, that of Rav Alfas, the Rambam, and the Tur. The three very important codes were written, and if there was dispute between the three of them, he would go with the majority. The majority often did not agree with Maimonides. So that meant that the code of law that is considered definitive for Jews today, in just off the top of my head, I would guess maybe 5 to 10% of issues, it disagrees with Maimonides. In 90 to 95% of issues, it agrees with Maimonides because they're all uniform on the topic. But there's a significant number of things that Maimonides says we should do it this way, and yet the accepted custom is to do it another way. So, because in the Jewish tradition we highly value, sincere, rejected opinions, that's something that's really ingrained right from the Mishnah with Hillel and Shammai all the way through our tradition. Maimonides happens to be the odd man out more than anyone else when it comes to practical halakha. Nevertheless, he also wrote on a far wider scale than the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch that we have today is very modest. It only deals with those laws of daily life that apply when the temple is destroyed. The Mishnah Torah, the Rambam, he wrote about the laws that apply when the temple is in existence. He wrote about the laws that would apply when the Messiah arrives. He wrote about the laws of things that are not even touched in the code of Jewish law, like how to sleep, as I mentioned earlier, how to think, how to believe, how to eat. Incredible scope of activities that the Shulchan Aruch says that's just way too much for us to get involved with. So in those areas, he is the only opinion. The laws of the Messiah, for example, what his life's going to be like at the time of the Messiah, Maimonides is our go-to source because no one else wrote about it. So he's definitely very authoritative in those areas. And that's an excellent question. Okay, yes, last question, and I'll wrap up. Rabbi Shneir Zalman, the first Radocha Rabbi? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. He wrote a Shulchan Aruch called Shulchan Aruch Rav, which definitely relies heavily on the Rambam. But he's a huge opinion. Everybody has to rely heavily on the Rambam today. Doesn't mean that we'll always agree with him, but nevertheless, his opinion is valid in the vast majority of cases. Yeah. The 13 principles. Let me just take a second to report on that. Then we don't want to wrap up because I want to stay on time. Some of the things that Maimonides did, which were also controversial, I didn't really mention them earlier. He was big in codifying things. So one of the things he codified was what exactly do Jews believe? It's kind of funny that here it is, we're in the 12th century. The Jews have been in exile for 1,200 years, and they've been in existence for another, 1,500, 2,000 years before that. And nobody ever sat down and said, what exactly do we believe? Can we just agree on this? So Maimonides said, okay, let's write it down. And he came up with 13 basic principles of what Jews should believe. It says something about our religion, though, that we can go so long without ever having to actually agree on something so basic. But he wrote 13 basic principles that say things like, yeah, God exists, God is one, God is not corporeal, we're waiting for a Jewish Messiah, he hasn't come yet. Don't confuse us with that other religion. There's life after death, things like that, saying that the Torah is valid. These are the basics of Jewish belief that he codified. Of course, once you put it out there, saying these are our 13 core beliefs, then you'll have 1,000 people who disagree with you. And so he was also criticized very heavily for even daring to suggest that these are our beliefs held in common. Okay, so let me wrap it up by talking a little bit about his legacy. This is his grave in Tiberia, although as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, the Cairoese Jews would disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes in the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying we can reorganize the Torah topic. For example, the way he referred to the Mishnah Torah, this was also criticism. He said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chumash, right, the first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well, even though we differ in how to interpret it. He worked as an indefatigable, is that a real word? Indefatigable, thank you for saying that correctly. I should use the microphone. Tireless worker for Jewish causes. We only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also created tremendous philosophical works. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice and a good publication record. So Maimonides is really one of those towering figures in Jewish history, but I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself because they really are quite brilliant. They're available in English translation if you find the Judeo-Arabic or the Hebrew challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention tonight. And I look forward to speaking with you next week. context of the very dramatic state war. Specifically, Israel colonized parts of Jerusalem for one political goal, and conquered particularly the city, which contained the Temple Mount. Something that before and after Israel, before its establishment of the state, was separated when the British Empire was founded in 1847. And the United Nations recognized the conflict over the territory quite involved as it is today. And so the United Nations proposed dividing the land of Israel into 7 distinct sections, 3 of which were allocated to the future Jewish state, 3 of which were to some Arab nation, and Jerusalem, since how the contentious nature was to be international zone shared by both nations. The Jewish state seems to be called Israel, accepted these terms, but the Arab countries surrounding Israel refused, and in the war that ensued in 1948-49, Israel was able to actually gain more territory, but Jerusalem itself remained divided. You see in this map, the gray shaded area is what's called West Jerusalem, and it was owned by Israel before the 1964 line separating West Jerusalem from the Jordanian territory. The green line is the dotted line on the left-hand side of the screen. And on the right-hand side, what was known as East Jerusalem was under Jordanian rule. The crucial central part of the city, Jerusalem's historical core, was the old city of Israel. You see in this image the Temple Mount, off the Temple Mount there, and there's the Western Wall, which is just on the left of the entrance courtyard area where the temple used to stand. And this was entirely under Jordanian control at the time. Tremendous number of atrocities that occurred in the Jewish section at the time of Jerusalem led the growth of the Jewish order to demolish the in 1967, in the context of the war, Israel attacked Jerusalem, and very short order, although they were fighting, which was part of Israel proper. This is one of the iconic photographs of these Israeli soldiers looking upward with deference and awe at the underground scenes, little stones of the Temple Mount in the back of the Western Wall. Ultimately, political euphoria and success to many with the unification of Jerusalem and bringing this country this meant, however, that Jerusalem was demographically divided by the Judean mountains, West Jerusalem, and on the right, East Jerusalem, as the Temple Mount was also very close. East Jerusalem is heavily populated by Arabs, whereas West Jerusalem is the yellow section around the eastern parts are areas that have been added to the and even though many political measures have been put in place to try to accommodate the very different socioeconomic and demographic differences between Western and Eastern Jerusalemites, it nevertheless remains essential. The observances of Yom Yerushalayim vary across the Jewish spectrum. It's hard to disagree with the idea of how Jews access once again to the Western Wall. There are great tensions with Muslim religion. Many religious groups observe this as a holiday with many traditional observances such as the recitation of the Hallel prayer. Other religious Jews feel that the imposition of a new holiday to the Jewish calendar is something that is really appropriate for the pre-Messianic era, and this is an element of some controversy in the Orthodox spectrum. Without a doubt, Yom Yerushalayim represents a huge victory very much for watching.
Welcome. How are you? Yo, what's going on? What's going on? Can you hear me? Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Can you hear me? Yo, dog.
This week in Jewish history, a very important event in Middle Eastern politics.
Cool story, man. How are you? How are you?
In November of 1977, Egyptian President Anwar Sadat flew to Israel to meet with his erstwhile enemy, Menachem Begin, and speak to the Israeli Knesset about the possibility of peace. This initial visit ultimately led to an Israeli-Egyptian accord and the current status quo of a fragile but nevertheless enduring peace as a result of that courageous trip. Anwar Sadat was a very important Egyptian leader.
Look at this medicine.
He was especially important because in November of 1977, he made a very heroic attempt to make peace with his northern neighbor, the state of Israel, and the fact that peace has more or less held despite some tensions since the 1980s. Here he is shaking hands with Menachem Begin, with President Jimmy Carter in the background, this is the David, the U.S. presidential retreat, where details were worked out between these two leaders. His history with Israel is wrapped up with the military conflicts between the countries. In particular, the 1967 war, also known as the Six-Day War, was one that devastated Egypt. The president, Gamal Abdel Nasser, had mounted his troops and prepared his tanks to invade Israel through the Sinai Peninsula, along with invasion from Jordan and Syria at the same time. But Israelis remarkably, like Egypt, not only able to retain their territory, which is shown here in yellow, they actually expanded it, taking over the Golan Heights in the north, the West Bank, which is shown on Yehuda, and the Gaza Strip to the south, and the massive Sinai Peninsula, which was taken from Egypt. You might think huge blow to Egyptians' pride and Arab pride in general, something that Sadat was able to regain by his surprise attack in Israel in 1973, known to Arabs as the War of Ramadan, to Jews as the Yom Kippur War, and to the rest of the world as the October War. Although Sadat was not successful in making more than very marginal gains, just out on the very western portion of the Sinai Peninsula, nevertheless, he did inflict very heavy casualties on the Israeli army, the Jewish population in general, and as a result, many Arabs felt that Israel was not completely invincible, and in fact, Arab armies could make an impact on the country. Sadat's take on all of this, however, was not to prepare for yet another war, but to use that momentum to create a peace, which is something he did in 1977 when he traveled to Israel, an unprecedented state journey, specifically to meet with his enemy Menachem Begin and to speak to the Knesset. Here's a photograph, a rather remarkable photograph of the period, which shows Sadat shaking hands with Menachem Begin, who was one of Israel's more hawkish political leaders, along with Yitzhak Shamir applauding on the right, also a much more hawkish individual in the Israeli Knesset. Together with President Jimmy Carter, they were able to work out a deal which essentially dictated the return of the Sinai Peninsula territory to Egypt, a massive territorial concession, which certainly assuaged the Egyptians. However, they were not willing to take the tiny bit of territory to the north, the Gaza Strip. It remained in Israel, and Israel inherited the very considerable economic and demographic challenges of that part of the world. Israelis took the news of the return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with mixed reviews. On the one hand, Israelis were generally very pleased with the concept that there would be a lasting peace with their neighbors to the south, but many Jews had begun to settle, particularly along the Mediterranean coast in the Sinai Peninsula, and viewed the return of this land as a betrayal of basically Israeli principles. And so it was a very wrenching experience, which would be repeated a quarter century later with the evacuation of the Gaza Strip. What Sadat earned for this was not the undying loyalty of all Egyptians, but rather the burning animosity of the Muslim Brotherhood in particular. Muslim Brotherhood members infiltrated his bodyguard to very high levels, and in fact, in October of 1981, while he and his retinue were watching a military parade, they turned around and opened fire on Sadat, hitting him with 37 bullets, and he died. He stands there of blood loss while the parade went on. So he was unfortunately assassinated for the audacity of making peace. The legacy of his rule, however, says much about the state of Egypt and the state of Israel, and his leadership created a much more lasting peace in the Middle East. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I look forward to seeing you again. Hello. Today we've got a complicated topic to discuss. I've got some useful charts, and so I hope I'll make this topic really easy, but basically talk about the rise of the Jewish mass cult, something that goes around the start of the 20th century and has lasted next to the present day. I'm sure you've heard of the saying, two Jews, two opinions. That's certainly true of the word here, but it's surprising to know that this is really a relatively new phenomenon, at least taken in the context of the diaspora experience. There's a joke that is just forgiveness and watching as much as jokes like so it looks like this, I think that Dwight comes back from Warsaw to basically New York in the 1920s. His parents had sent him back to Warsaw to learn a little bit of traditional Torah and Yeshiva. So they asked him, hey, you were in the old country, you encountered the real full experience of life in the old country, what was it like? And of course, it's all back, it was amazing. I really didn't understand. I met a Jew who was close to that age. Was an Islamic Jew, he was a Levant, he was a communist Jew, he was a communist Jew, he was a Zionist, a Jew who was a diaspora nationalist. It was amazing. Well, what did you expect? Warsaw is a huge town, a large Jewish population. Of course, there's going to be a lot of diversity in the sense that you don't understand. It's all the same Jew. And I'm joking. Let's go straight to it. And let's try and understand a little bit about the rise of mass Jewish cultures. One of the more interesting aspects of the phenomenon of mass Jewish politics is the fact that it occurs, as I mentioned a second ago, very late. Certainly in the ancient period, the time of the destruction of the temple, Second Temple period, there's a lot of Jewish politics, and we discussed this in the earlier research lecture. But really, between that first century experience until you get to the turn of the 20th century, you don't have massive political movements among Jews. That is, you don't have like large organizations of kind of democratically based ideologies that capture a large population of the Jewish world and try to direct the flow of information. Now, sure, there are movements, there are ideologies, and democracy is not unknown in Jewish tradition, but the idea of trying to change a state, trying to change a nation, trying to change a large region that includes a lot of non-Jews, on a political level, that's something fairly new. And there are a lot of reasons why that is so. Perhaps the most significant, though, is the fact that Jews always constitute a minority population within a larger, sometimes hostile majority population. Basically, they just try to get along. The idea is to keep their heads down, try to avoid being singled out by the government for one reason or another. And there are a lot of source texts in the Jewish tradition that really emphasize this. For example, a passage that I used is the title of one of my books, Praying for the Welfare of the Government. And the mission continues, for if it were not for the fear thereof, people would swallow each other alive. Creating a government is an absolutely essential element of a healthy functioning society because the author of this particular passage found that took a fairly pessimistic view towards the ability of humans to live together in a peaceful state of harmony without any kind of coercive influences, keeping them literally swallowing each other alive. And so as a result, Jews have always, or I should say always, Jews have overwhelmingly favored the government that is in control, even if that government is slightly anti-Semitic or is discriminatory to other peoples on occasion, largely because as a minority we were powerless to affect real change. And as a result, they just try to rely on the concept of the state as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a state that is governed by law. We'll talk about this a little bit more, perhaps. No, I guess we should talk about that. One of the big turning points in this movement was in 1881 in Eastern Europe, particularly in the Russian Empire, where you have a large population of Jews. And the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, the entire society just collapsed into a period of anarchy and waves of violence against both populations, primarily Jews. And as a result, Jews began to feel, oh my gosh, we cannot rely on the Russian government to maintain our safety anymore. So therefore, Jews began to look to new political ideologies that were emerging all over Europe at that time as nationalism really gathered a lot of strength, especially with non-titular nationalities, that is, nationalities that did not now a state, so to speak. And so Jews began to think about politics for themselves as well. Now, this is going to be a very brief lecture. I encourage you to look at some of the longer lectures for more discussion, please. But let's look at these two of the major movements very briefly, and then we can fall into context. One of the most important early parties was known as the Bund. That's short for the General Jewish Workers League. And this was an organization that was socialist in nature. That is, it believed in the fundamental equality of all people, regardless of whether they were Jewish, Russian, Red, Lithuanian, whatever it is. And that they should be joined within a Marxist experiment to create a dictatorship of the proletariat following a socialist model towards a brand new future. The Bund was, at least in its origins, which is in the late 1890s, an anti-clerical party that was anti-religious, and in fact its Jewish character initially lay primarily in the fact that a lot of its early members were Jews, particularly in the northeast industrial area like Lithuania, Belarus, places like that. It made sense in those early years to conduct a lot of its propaganda in Yiddish, which was the mother language of many of these urbanized Jews, and it worked well alongside the Russian language propaganda generated by other social democratic parties. This was actually a very large party. It was built until 1905, and nevertheless it garnered tens of thousands of members during this period. However, it was not the most popular Jewish party by far. In the sources that we have to get a real measurement of what Jews actually thought before, let's say, 1921, Jews tend to go predominantly toward Zionist political view. And just as socialism represented a break from traditional religiosity and represented a break from the capitalist viewpoint of the world, the Zionist mentality also represented a break from traditional views on Jewish identity in exile, because it possibly that Jews should leave their homelands in exile and go to the final land of Israel. This challenged the religious status quo because it was felt by many that the idea of imposing a political solution to the Jewish people in Israel, as opposed to merely one of original settlement or even penal settlement, was felt to be challenging God and was an affront really to the unfolding events, the anxious awaiting for Messiah, not being rushed by Jews forcing a political solution in the Middle East. So there was a significant line from traditionalist movements, and as we shall see, the majority of Zionists at the turn of the 20th century were in fact non-religious Jews. This is a great picture, by the way. I'm taking an iconic image of Herzl, the founder of modern political Zionism, with his famous quotation, "If you live it, it is no dream." Meaning, if you want to establish a homeland in Israel, a very audacious and rather amazing move at the turn of the 20th century, that Herzl said, "It would be no dream." And in fact, he was quite correct. So with those two movements in mind, socialist movements and Zionist movements, let's have a look at the overview of all of these parties, and this is going to get really complicated. Okay, so just stay with me for a second. Having a look at this image here, this looks like a very traditional Jewish symbol. It's actually a complex political spectrum, whereas on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism. Right? Familiar with that kind of spectrum, on the left wing you have pro-Marxist, pro-communist movements that argue for a larger, expanded government, and more important, the support system for the average citizens of government tends to be anti-clerical as well. Now, on the right wing, you have our equalist movement, the smaller taxation, of course, that goes along with it, and often is associated with more tolerance of religion. But we shouldn't view this necessarily in the American context. If we were to put American parties on this graph, then the Democrats and the Republicans would be very, very close to the center. In reality, at the turn of the 20th century politics, Jewish and otherwise, was really quite a bit more polarized. There are people who were way off to the left, people who were way off to the right. Unlike American politics, where even though they argue with each other intensely, they're really quite close together on the vast majority of issues. But there's also, besides these x-axis, there's a y-axis. The y-axis is Zionism at the top, meaning the urge to develop the Jewish state in the Middle East. And at the bottom, you have diaspora nationalism, progressive philosophy of Philip using the Yiddish term for clearness, the affirmation of Jewish life in the diaspora as opposed to the Middle East. Okay, so there's your complicated Jewish political spectrum at the turn of the 20th century. Let's see how the parties place themselves on these quadrants. So first you have reform. And as you can see, the one is both socialist and diaspora nationalist. Reform obviously rejects capitalism. They are, after all, a socialist party, but they also rejected Zionism. They felt that Zionism was just a step backwards in the thinking, the evolution of Jewish politics, and really the whole world would move towards a messianic, socialist kind of position, and that they would that would be the true evolution of Judaism. Then if you go to the other quadrant, there's Volkspartei. Volkspartei were very interesting, a small political party. In my lecture, I should have learned more about it. But these were people who felt that the Jews should affirm their existence in the diaspora and reinforce their cultural and communal activity in the diaspora, but it should be within a capitalist and not a socialist realm. A lot more to say about that. I don't have time for it now, but they were the inspiration for example, the Federation. Over here in the top right corner, here you have the so-called Allgemeine Zionistin, or the General Zionists. This is essentially Herzl's party that obviously believed in creating homeland in Israel, and also that this homeland should essentially be like a Western European country, a capitalist country. They are backed up by the revisionists, who are also Zionists and also capitalists, but they were quite a bit more radical. They felt that, unlike Herzl's Herzl's strategy was to, let's get that on my I'm not going to end it, but I'll just say that Herzl's strategy was one of negotiation, accommodation, of shuttle diplomacy with various heads of state, trying to convince the non-Jewish leaders to grant the Jewish state. The revisionist felt that this was a waste of energy. In reality, Israel had been taken by force if necessary. And most likely would be by force, so they tended to perform a much more hawkish interpretation of Zionism. Then finally, on the top left column, top left quadrant, ROTHSCHILD, which is one of many different groups that were both Zionist and socialist, meaning that they felt that Jews should move to Israel, they should move to Russia and the rest of Europe, but when they got to Israel, it would be a shame if they would simply reproduce a Western European economy, which would create a socialist economy in Israel. So that's basically how the major parties lay on this political spectrum. But wait, it's more complicated. There's also a z-axis that you have to kind of use your imagination instead of taking this as reading. The z-axis are, of course, the religious parties. Because up until this point, none of these parties are specifically associated with a religious movement. In fact, the left, towards socialism, they're actually anti-religious. So if you put a z-axis here, you have the so-called Israel, the Buddhist Israel, the Association of Israel. And this is a group that essentially became politically mobilized when they realized that traditional orthodoxy was not being represented in any of these parties. And by the way, there's no group that's especially concerned with the reform at this point. Really, there's only take seriously the mass of Orthodox Jews from Eastern Europe or secularism, which is a much political expression to find somewhere in between those two extremes. So the Agudat Israel basically advanced the traditionalist agenda, promoting the observance of Kashrut, Shabbat, things like that, and just used political tactics to try and mobilize their basic support. And another z-axis goes up this way because the Agudat Israel was in some of its ways anti-Zionist and some of it non-Zionist, feeling that, the traditional position was that although moving to Israel was highly desirable, the idea of conquering Israel, creating a Jewish state before the Messiah was undesirable. But there were Jews, specifically associated with the Mizrahi movement, who felt that no, perhaps this is what God wants. This is the end of the movement of the Messianic period. We have all these secular Jews coming to Israel and creating all the back. So you've got, I know it's hard to picture it now, but you've got a three-dimensional political spectrum that are being Jewish symbol. And all of these parties together make up the kind of vision of what it was like for Jews, let's say in the 1910s, politically. And actually, it pretty much stayed the same to the present day. There are a few significant shifts. For example, Likud is split in half. The left half became Soviet until Joseph Stalin wiped them all out. The right half moved to America, became groups like the Arpet Reagan, and eventually kind of faded in popularity. The Agudat Israel, of course, the sad desolation of the post-Holocaust period, moved to Israel, and even though they had originally an anti-Zionist or a non-Zionist position, they're now very active in Israeli politics, defending still traditionalist Orthodox agenda. But many of the same political issues of the era, for example, the socialist ROTHSCHILD, which became the Agudat or Rabbi movement, fixing on these which is essentially the general Zionist division together. These are the same politics that Jews were arguing about 130 odd years ago. So that's about it for a quick, rapid overview of Jewish mass politics. I hope you found it reasonably helpful. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome everyone. For another lecture in Jewish history. Oh my gosh, we got so many chashuv guests today. We have Mr. Rabbi Aryeh Wunsch of Lions Gallery just joined us. Wow, world-class art. We have one of the master educators of our community, Rabbi Nathan Heshi Rizel. We should give a hand to Rabbi Rizel. He's been educating our youth here for probably 30 years now, I think. Probably. He's a little embarrassed, but it's great to have you here. And tonight we've got an excellent topic. I don't really have a joke. Mr. Rodriguez tried to give me a joke, but it's a really old one, and I'll save it for later on in the season when you're a little tired of the jokes. But this is one. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of an anecdote that somehow relates to what we're talking about. At least it reminded me of this one. Rabbi Grunstein, the Rav of Young Israel, told over the story a couple of weeks ago in Shabbos that there was on Yom Kippur, there was a Jew who went swimming in the Mediterranean. You know, Chiloni, not an observant Jew. He went swimming on Yom Kippur in the Mediterranean off the coast of Tel Aviv, and there was like a huge rip current, and he was being pulled out to sea. And he was screaming and screaming, being pulled out to sea. And so the lifeguards hear him screaming, they rush out to save him. They rush out to swim out there. And as they get closer to him, they think, he's yelling, help, help, something like that. But actually, what he is screaming over and over again is, Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. I am not going to repent. I'm absolutely not going to repent. And so, he's like maniacally screaming this over and over again. So they take him and they drag him out of the water and they put him on the sand and they revive him and so on. And then afterwards they ask him, say, what's this stuff? What was the story with that you're not going to do tshuva? And he said, it's very simple. Many years ago, when we lived in Europe, my father, he saw me going off the derech, going, away from the straight and narrow. And he said, look, I know that you're going to choose your own way in life, and you're going to land in Israel, and you're going to lead your life in a secular way. But before you do, I want you to meet with the Slonim Rebbe. It's very important that you go speak to the Slonim Rebbe. So he takes him into the Slonim Rebbe, and they had a long talk. And when he came out, his father said to him, so what did he say? He said, look, he said basically one thing. He said, I'm not going to die before I do tshuva. I'm not going to die until I repent. So that's why I was screaming in the water, I'm not repenting. I'm not repenting. It's kind of a strange sort of dynamism between, mamim ve'eno mamim, believing and not believing, and trying to find our dynamism between those two extremes. Anyway, it's a fun story. But let's go straight to our topic. Saadia Gaon, a very important figure in early medieval Jewish history, really a pivotal figure and a fascinating individual. His personality was quite fractious and highly individualistic. He had absolutely no fear of any man. So says the various chronicles that speak of him. And in fact, when we chronicle his biography, we see that it got him into trouble on numerous occasions, and nevertheless he was able to lose the screen. Okay, let's go right back to our screen, and we'll log in quickly. Excuse me for this. Mr. Rodriguez, make sure we edit this out when we do the final version, right? Okay, do we have the VGA is going to find it? There we go. Okay. This, by the way, is a very rare picture of Saadia Gaon. It's very hard to find accurate. This is not at all. This is a picture of a Yemenite bride. I tried to get something in the Arabic context, so let's just ignore that. Go straight on. Tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to an anonymous donor who partially sponsored our time here tonight, and the remainder of the costs are borne by the Young Israel. So it's sponsored jointly by the shul and an anonymous donor. Again, I'm always so grateful that you're here. Your presence here is sponsorship enough, but it's nice to give the shul a little bit of support because we are engaged in a massive building campaign, another Jewish edifice complex right here in the Young Israel, Bell Harbor, and whatever you can do to help through this class is certainly appreciated by the congregation. So Saadia Gaon's years are 1882, a little bit of dispute about that early year, and he was born in Egypt, and he died in 942 in Babylon. His His claim to fame is the fact that he was a Gaon, which you'll recall from our discussion last week of Sharira Gaon. That was actually an institutional title. It was given to someone who headed one of the great academies in Babylon. This the areas where the Talmud was formed and debated for literally hundreds of years. And to have the title Gaon essentially meant like a Nobel Prize winner 10 times over. It was a huge title of responsibility and signified a tremendous intellectual achievement. Of the several cities that had academies in the Mesopotamian region between the Euphrates and the Tigris River, leading down into what would be contemporary Kuwait, there were two cities that were famous into Pares, the first among equals, and they were Sura and Pumbedita. The Sadia Gaon was actually the Gaon of both institutions, first Pumbedita and then later, more famously, Sura, which is some indication of his status. While he was there, he distinguished himself not only as an incredible administrator, taking Sura, the yeshiva of Sura, from a point when it was at a bit of decline to a point of great prominence internationally among Jews, and increasing its student body tremendously. But at the same time, he was a major Jewish philosopher, compiling some incredible works on lexicography and on theology, liturgy, and so on. We'll go through some of those, catalog them today. So, and ironically, though, he accomplished most of his great literary achievements when he was fired from his job temporarily at Sura, and that's when he was really his most creative. So we'll see how that works out in his biography. And the context for the Sadia Gaon's rise to power is really a high point in Muslim history. So I'd like to take a little bit of time now just to open up our lens and look at the context of Islam in the Middle East and understand how Judaism fit within that region. We will be returning to this topic again over this year, especially when we get to the modern period and we talk about Zionism in Israel. But for now, let's look at it in the 9th century. So Islam, there's a map that shows the spread of Islam. It begins in the early 7th century when Muhammad proclaims a new religion, which is in many ways highly derivative of both Judaism and Christianity. But he claims that it is really a huge upgrade, an improvement over earlier systems, kind of like Windows 8 is really much better than Windows 7 and XP and so on. And it's more than just a patch on the old systems, to milk that metaphor dry. And he is able to really take this message to the residents of Mecca and Medina, which are here in the Saudi Arabian coast of the Red Sea, and it expands tremendously, both during his lifetime, which you can see the sort of brown areas, and then amazingly, by the year 711, it has expanded all the way across the coast of North Africa and has entered into Spain, going all the way up to the Pyrenees. It's also extended all the way through the Central Asian portion of Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and goes all the way up to modern-day Pakistan. And he also extended it through the Balkans into Europe, right up until the gates of Vienna. It's an incredible story of phenomenal expansion that cannot be explained solely by, for example, the sword. And that's kind of a historiographic conceit that was favored by many Christian historians in the 19th century to explain the rapid rise of Islam, because they forced pagan countries to either convert or die. And of course, many chose, therefore, to convert. But that's only a small part of the story. Although the Muslims were fierce and ferocious warriors, they also presented a religion that was remarkably egalitarian. It's impossible to speak appropriately about race in the ancient world, the medieval world, but they certainly had much less of a color bias than other nations, and it was possible to convert to Islam and to reach literally the heights of their administrative structure. And there was also a lot of really basic, beautiful ideas in the religion that appealed to pagans, appealed to early Christians as well, and possibly even to some Jews. That accounts as well for the tremendous spread of Islam over such a small period of time. These little arrows here, which perhaps don't show up so well, show you, Sadia's own um, journey in life. He was born here in the city known as Pitom, which I believe is associated with the biblical Pitom, like Pitom and Ramses, described in Tanakh. It's now known as Abu Suwair here in the Nile Delta region. He made his way from there to Jerusalem, and he lived in Jerusalem for some time, collected some students there, and eventually made his way across what would today be Jordan and Syria into the Mesopotamian region here, where he eventually ended settling out in Sura, which was where he was the Gaon. So that gives you a sense of kind of like the geographic spread of Islam and why it was so significant. Now, Jews had a very interesting relationship with Islam, which is quite distinct from the relationship that they had with Christianity. And in fact, over the last 2 millennia, we can pretty much divide Jewish history into two roughly equal sections. One that describes the experience of Jews under Muslim rule, and another which describes the experience of Jews under Christian rule. One of the most profitable areas of scholarly enterprise in the last 20 years or so has been, contextual comparisons of what was it like living under these various regimes. And the general consensus of scholars is leaning towards the notion that it was actually much better for Jews under Muslim rule for most of our history there than it was under Christian rule. And for various reasons that hopefully we will explore over the next few weeks, we'll just look at one of them today. That may seem surprising today because over the last, let's say, 100 years, 150 years, there's been a growing escalation of animosity between Jews and Muslims, primarily centered on the conflict over the land of Israel, which is, somewhat a divergence from the general trends of Jewish and Muslim history. Certainly, there were episodes of violence directed against Jews in Muslim lands, and certainly there are passages in Muslim holy texts that are not complimentary of Jews, to say the least. But when you look at the scope of these things and you compare them between Muslim lands and Christian lands, it's very clear that there's a distinct imbalance between them. And the Muslims actually come out fairly good by comparison. It's not surprising in some ways because when you look at Islam, it has many structural similarities to Judaism. And in fact, it makes sense that in many ways Jews should get along with Muslims. For example, Islam is known above all else for its monotheism. The Muslims believe there is, no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet, and they even view with tremendous suspicion the idea of the Trinity, that is a Catholic notion, the idea of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. The idea of somehow, breaking God into parts smacks of polytheism for them, and so they ultimately reject any kind of polytheistic ideology. So in that sense, Jews and Muslims have quite a bit in common, which reminds me of a joke, but you'll have to let me know. Did I already tell you the joke about the guy who buys the car with no gas pedal? Lisa, you've heard it, of course, because you know that. Mr. Rodriguez, you've heard it all the time, but twice. But twice. I don't have to come here for this abuse. I can go home. I don't have to. Right? Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell you the joke. Forgive me. A guy wants to buy a car. He doesn't have very much money. He goes to the used car dealership, and I have to give you a little bit of cultural background. I was talking about monotheism, right? So what's the great statement of Jewish monotheism? The classic verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Great statement of Jewish monotheism. We take that to heart. We say it twice a day. And it's even something that on their deathbed, Jews are supposed to try and proclaim that monotheistic credo, so on. So anyways, and the other part of the cultural background is, of course, the expression that Jews typically use to express their satisfaction with the world. They say, Baruch Hashem, right? Blessed is the name. Blessed is the name of God. How are you today? Baruch Hashem. I'm fine. Things could be terrible. You just say, Baruch Hashem. Blessed is God. So with those two little bits of these, I'm saying this over. I know everyone in this room knows that, but for the people in Thailand who are watching this on the internet, I want to make sure they get it. So it's like this. So he goes to buy a used car, and he's looking at all the cars. None of them are in his price range. None of them will fit his huge family. He has all kinds of things. So finally, the dealer comes in and says, I think I have the perfect car for you. Come on around back. Takes him out back, and there's like one of those station wagons with the faux wooden sides. I forget what they call those. I don't remember those. It looks like wood on the sides. Yeah, anyways, my father drove one of those for a long time. And it's kind of ratty, and the upholstery is falling apart. And he gets in, and he says, it looks nice. I can fit my family. The price is right. But, it doesn't have a gas pedal or a brake pedal. I mean, how are you supposed to drive it? So he says, listen, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, you have to say, Baruch Hashem, and the car will drive. And if you want it to stop, you say, Shema Yisrael, and it'll stop. Many of you already figured out a joke, but I'll quickly rush through the end. So he's driving the car. He's like, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. The car is going so nicely. He's thinking about how he's going to tell his mother, his aunt, his kids. Everyone's going to love it. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. And then suddenly he realizes he forgot the phrase that makes it stop. And the car is speeding up, and he's honking the horn, and he's saying, I don't know what to do. And he's like screaming, and he goes the wrong way on a one-way street, and then he goes through a construction barrier, and he's going up a ramp, and he realizes he's going to the edge of an unfinished bridge. And in a moment, he's going to go off the edge, and he's going to tumble to his death. So what can he do? He realizes he's about to die. He puts his hand over his eyes, and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Right? The car stops right at the edge. He takes his hand off his eyes, and he says, Oh, Baruch Hashem. All right, thank you for laughing. I appreciate that. It's very therapeutic for me. Okay, so Islam and Judaism, they have monotheism. Very major point. The other, perhaps more important point on an anthropological level is that Judaism, traditionally practiced, and Islam are both orthopractic. The term orthodox is a little bit troubling because the word dox comes like...
What did you say? Did you hear?
like from doctrine, and it's not really true that the observant Jews have one doctrine. They have quite a large array of doctrines, but they basically agree on one practice. They basically agree on kashrut, Shabbat, Talat Mishpacha. There's a certain code of conduct as opposed to a code of belief that's not necessarily held so much in such high strictures. So Islam has something similar, Sharia, which also translates as halakha, as the way. And so they have a unified code of behavior, which is at the same time a religious ritual and civil and criminal. It's all one body of law. It's not render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. It is the whole system is guided by the entire religion. It's presided over by a group of scholar judges, just like the rabbis in Judaism. And so there's a lot of congruencies between the systematic thinking of Muslims and Jews in terms of how the whole thing works. And they have a lot more shared vocabulary. Christianity, by contrast, is a creed-based religion, and although, of course, it upholds high ethical standards, nevertheless, there's a lot more emphasis placed on what one believes, what one thinks, as opposed to what one does. So when you compare it to Islam and Judaism. They also have things like the hadith, which are very similar to what we might call midrash, which are kind of like authorized interpretive traditions, and a variety of sometimes conflicting interpretive traditions, which are similar to the differences between Mishnahs, Gemaras, Baraitot, Tosefta, things like that, and these texts are then brought together once again by that intellectual religious elite that rule by force of reason rather than by works of piety and so on. So in many ways, Jews and Arabs can walk side by side because they have similarities in terms of the structure of their religious orientation. The Jews also had favored status in Muslim lands through something known as the Pact of Umar. It's something that in Muslim thought is supposed to go all the way back to, Khalif shortly after the death of Muhammad in the 7th century. Most scholars say it's likely quite a bit later, like the 9th century. But basically, the Pact of Umar is a document that is antedated to a Khalif named Umar, in which it's kind of like a teshuvah that we saw last week, a response. Where the Jews say to Umar, okay, so what's with us? How are we supposed to behave in the Muslim world? What is our status? Do we have to become Muslims? Do we have to flee? What are our rights, privilege, and so on? And Umar lays out a list of conditions that basically says how Jews may live in Muslim lands. And it's very similar to something we'll see later in the Christian lands, the doctrine of witness, but for very different reasons. The Pact of Umar basically recognizes that the Jews did receive a special communication from God in the form of the written Torah. They do recognize the prophetic status of many important Jewish figures, such as Abraham, of course, the father of the Arabs as well as of the Jews, Moses, and so on. And so, therefore, while the Islamic tradition regards the Jews as misguided, as using, old, defective, buggy software rather than making the upgrades to the new operating systems, they nevertheless deserve respect and tolerance because they are adhering to an ancient faith, which was something that God gave them. And so they receive a status known as dhimmi, or protected people, and they live as second-class citizens, which is really quite reasonable for the medieval period. We wouldn't tolerate it in America because, we have a very, very different Weltanschauung. But dhimmi status meant that Jews were a tolerated people that could, for example, practice their religion without fear of forced conversion. They could maintain their synagogues, but they could not, at least theoretically, build new ones. So if a synagogue needed repair, they could repair it. They could celebrate all of their rituals, but not publicly. So public Purim, carnivals, or like the Jews back then, they never had these Hanukkah parades with Hummers, with menorahs on the top. It was just not done in the 9th century. I thought that was funny, but we've got it, so we'll just go on. So the dhimmi status, and they also had to exempt from jizya, they're exempt, from zakat, which is a special tithe tax, a kind of a tax, because that was a religious injunction on Muslims, but they had to pay a double jizya, which is a kind of a poll tax. So they didn't really get ahead financially. So the Jews, by and large, were pretty happy with this status. Ms. Abrams. Well, okay, that's a fascinating question, though, and we probably have to break it out because, the Muslim extremists today, including, 9/11 type extremists, believe that the Pact of Umar should be upheld. They believe that Jews, should be allowed to live in Israel. Israel should be a Muslim country under the Caliphate, but Jews would be a protected minority, as it was, in the 9th, 10th, 11th century. What is different, however, is that, since the French Revolution, the world has moved to this idea that everyone has equal rights, right? Égalité, liberté, fraternité. Everyone, by the way, except the women, because they specifically excluded women in that. All men have equal rights. Some countries, including some of these countries, they have difficulty with women driving and things like that. We'll talk about that a little. I actually have difficulty with my daughter's driving too, but I think for a totally different reason. But thank you, Mr. Black. So you know what I'm talking about. The rest of the world, the Western world in particular, just could not handle this idea of a certain population receiving kind of like a group status that is secondary. It doesn't work in modern times. So, yes, thank you, Rabbi Wunsch. The Christians had dhimmi status for the same reasons as the Jews, because the Muslims recognize Christianity as a valid software, a valid piece of operating system. And some cases, strangely, even Zoroastrians, which don't conform to the rules because they have a distinctly dualistic system. But and also one last example in the Mughal Empire in India, you even have a reasonable amount of tolerance for Hindus, which is certainly not a monotheistic faith at all, with 30,000 known gods. And the reason for those latter two is primarily realpolitik, that the Muslims, when they conquered India, there's way too many Hindus for them to forcibly convert them or expel them. It just can't happen. So they have to have some kind of modus vivendi. So to Zoroastrians, when you come into Iraq and Iran, they have to deal with this population. And it's simply not realistic to try and convince them all to convert to Islam or to persecute them out of existence. But formally, only Jews and Christians have dhimmi status. I believe so. Not positive. Okay. I said no hard questions, okay? So, all right, let's go on. So anyways, that's how Jews are living. We'll see that playing out in Sadia's life. So let's look at Sadia in particular now. His name was Sadia ben Yosef al-Fayoumi. Fayoumi was one of the nations where he came from. He came out from very humble origins. And this is something that came up again and again as he was proposed for high academic posts. A lot of the nobility, the Jewish nobility of these towns, felt that he came from humble origins, and that really they should only be appointing scholars who came from really significant backgrounds with rabbis, with fathers going back, far back, that kind of thing. But there was no question that his intellectual brilliance was so far and above his competition that he inevitably won all of these contests without really trying. He wrote his first book at a remarkably young age. According to tradition, he wrote it at the age of 11, although he probably wrote it a little bit later when he was closer to 20. But at any rate, it was like an extremely complex rhyming dictionary in Hebrew, modeled on Arabic poetry, because at this time the Jews are all reading Arabic, appreciating Arabic culture, appreciating particular Arabic literature, and so he wrote a Hebrew poetry manual based on a fairly similar Arabic manual. And it is a work really of haunting genius to see exactly how he works with the Hebrew grammar to evoke all kinds of interesting meanings. We don't know why he left Egypt. It's simply lost, but he spent some time in Israel. It could be that the reason he left was because he was in an extended conflict with the Karaite sect. And let me take just a minute to mention who the Karaites were, because ironically, much of what we know about Sadia comes from the Karaites. Sadia was locked in a decades-long struggle with the Karaites, writing all kinds of ominous, invective against them, and they responded in kind. So even though a lot of Sadia's own writings have been lost, they are quoted in the Karaite writings which survive. So we're able to mine Karaite text to see what Sadia actually believed in many places. Obviously, that's a difficult kind of source because it comes from a questionable origin, and they represent their own bias. But if we assume that they're quoting it correctly, then we get quite a sense of what. So who are the Karaites, very briefly? The Karaites were followers of one Hanan ben David, who came to the fore not much longer before Sadia, and he essentially argued that the Torah Shebaal Peh, the oral Torah that we spent so much time talking about last week, was in fact an invention of the rabbis and did not have any valid theological origins. The only thing that the Karaites believed was valid was in fact the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, and so they argued for a very strict observance of the written Torah without any layering of additional meaning. As it turns out, that's a very, very hard thing to do because the oral Torah has a tremendous degree of omissions inherent within the text, as we discussed last week. It has some extremely onerous legal impositions, like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, or For example, like one of the classics, the Karaites would never eat cholent. Now, I don't know why they wouldn't eat cholent. Right, because it says in the passage very clearly, "Lo seva l'esh b'kol moshvosecha." You shall not burn fires in all of your inhabitants. So, for the rabbinic Jews, following the oral Torah, they understand it to mean essentially, you shall not light new fires on Shabbos. You can't strike a match. But if you have a fire already going, you may make use of it under certain circumstances with a covering of black and things like that. But you may make use of it, and so therefore the rabbinic Jews were able to enjoy cholent on Shabbos, which contributed tremendously to their survival, not alone cholesterol intake. But the Karaites would eat only cold food on Shabbos. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's some posting who even say it is a mitzvah to eat hot food on Shabbat, specifically to show that we're not Karaites. That's a very hard mitzvah to keep, but I try every week. I really do. So they spread quite dramatically, and they had a major pocket here in Egypt. We know from the GUINNESS findings, the tremendous trove of documents that were discovered in the region that covers several hundred years of Jewish life in the Eastern Mediterranean, that the Karaites were actually a huge population. And surprisingly, especially because if you're looking at these kind of documents, Sadia, they got along fairly well with rabbis, with the rabbinic community. The GUINNESS documents indicates a tremendous degree of intermarriage between rabbinic families and Karaite families. Lots of business organizations were, working between each other. And although most of the accepted historiography shows, two communities that are really fighting tooth and nail over all kinds of theological points, the actual social documentation indicates that Karaites and Rabbinites had all kinds of ways to get along with each other. That was not the case, however, when you get to the level of the rabbinic leadership, people like Sadia, who are constantly assailing the Karaites for their heterodox views. The Karaites still exist today, but only in tiny numbers spread out throughout Turkey and places like that. So that's how we know a lot about Sadia, and probably why he had to leave Egypt. Especially, it makes sense that, if Sadia was constantly getting in trouble with wealthy individuals because he had a mind of his own, and though he would have wealthy patrons who would support him in various positions of authority, that ended whenever Sadia would take a position that was unfavorable to their interests. And that seems to be kind of a trope in his life, that he recognized no man. He would only recognize what the Torah said, no matter whose influence, whose interests it affected. One of those conflicts, one that actually first brought him to sort of international fame, was the calendar controversy of 921 through 924. Yes, Ms. Abramson. It's a good question. I do not know the answer. I would just have to guess. When I say following, it probably means, you have to think of it in terms of the Abramson rule of history, right? When you don't know the answer, what is it probably? Money, right? It's probably about money. So, people, when they're in their midlife and towards as they're working in their careers and their business and things like that, they don't have the same kind of leisure time to be able to dedicate themselves in a discipleship relationship. That's something that really it's reserved for bachelors, or maybe when they just have a very small family. That's when you can really devote yourself to following anyone. When you're older, then you're following your family, trying to just pick up after them and make sure that they're supported. So I would guess it was young people based simply on a kind of economic analysis. I don't really know. Good question. So let's talk about the calendar controversy. Historically, in ancient times, the calendar was set every month by sighting of the moon. And it's described in the Mishnah. People would witness the new moon. They would come to Jerusalem. They would testify before the court, and the court would make a calculation and declare that the month would, begin on such and such a day, and so on. There's always the reason is because the lunar months are not precisely 30 days. They're slightly off. So therefore, as we know, sometimes you have a 30-day month, and the next day is Rosh Chodesh, and or you have a 29-day month, and the next 2 days are Rosh Chodesh, that kind of thing. And it was always set in Jerusalem. Then we went through a period really around the 1st and 2nd centuries where there's a lot of conflict with the Samaritans, and this system became no longer viable. They used to communicate using smoke signals, which is where the American Indians, of course, got it from us, like everything, but they would light these smoke signals, and you would be able to see them from mountain peak. And the Samaritans, Dafka, just to make it more difficult for the Jews, they would light their own smoke signals on the wrong day, just to confuse people who saw the signals and say, it's Rosh Chodesh already, and they would throw things off. So that by the 4th century, the Jewish world, also the Jews are spread out tremendously. By the 4th century, they're living in Iraq, they're living all over the North African coast. So they set a fixed calendar based on mathematical, astronomical tables. They set a calendar, which is the calendar we use today. So in the year 921, a very important rabbi in Jerusalem named Aaron ben Meir declared that he was changing the rules and declared that they were going to announce the sighting of the moon based on a certain time of day when it was visited, was seen. And according to his proposal, it meant that Rosh Hashanah would fall out on a Tuesday instead of on a Thursday, as anticipated by the written calendar. So this threw the Jewish world into quite a bit of tumult because, if you throw off one holiday of the year, all the holidays are off. And what happens if, you get to Passover? If you celebrate Passover early, so all right, it's not such a terrible thing if you eat the Seder early, but that means you're going to start eating chametz before Passover is over, which is a very serious transgression. And so there had to be agreement on the calendar. Sadia Gaon wrote some initially very polite letters to Aaron ben Meir indicating why his calculations could not be upheld. But it was very clear that this was not just a demonstration of, rabbinical prowess. This was a little bit of a power contest because Babylon had for several hundred years, since the close of the Talmud, 5th century, they had demonstrated that Babylon was the new center of the Jewish world. And Jerusalem, even though it was clearly the spiritual and historical center, was not the intellectual center where, the entire Jewish world was being ruled. And so there was a desire on the part of the Jerusalem Jews to try and wrest that authority from the Babylonian academies. So Sadia tried to persuade him. He was unsuccessful. And ultimately, he wrote some very powerful invective challenges against Aaron ben Meir. They did go through at least 1 year where Aaron ben Meir's calculations were observed in Jerusalem, and in the rest of the Jewish world, they followed Babylon. This only lasted for a little while until it was very clear that the Jewish people could not tolerate 2 calendars, and as it was really expensive. Hanukkah time was ridiculous, all the gifts you had to get from people far away. And in that kind of mood, I guess. So what ended up happening is that Sadia won out, and the calendar controversy was resolved in his favor, which clearly demonstrated the authority of Babylon once and for all. And so Sadia emerged victorious, and this had tremendous repercussions for his life. So he was appointed initially the leader of the great yeshiva of Pumbedita in 922, and he signed his name at the time in some of the documents we had with the title Aluf that is associated there. But there were many people who felt that he should be appointed to the neighboring rival city of Sura because it had been going into significant decline, and they looked for someone as strong as Sadia and his personality to bring it back to life. Now, one more thing that we have to explain about the nature of Jews living in Islamic lands, particularly in this region of Iraq. The Iraqis, or the Babylonians, recognized a head of the Jewish community who was called in English the Exilarch, Ark meaning leader, and exile, of course, the exile, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. We even pray for the Reish Galuta's welfare on Shabbat, and when you put pork on places like that, it still survives in the liturgy. But this was kind of like a quasi-political appointee, and there was always this kind of tension between who's really the head of the Jewish community. Is it the political head, the Reish Galuta, who was a descendant of King David that was appointed and recognized by the Babylonian Muslim authorities, or was it the head of the academy? Was that really the head of the community? So in this context, the Reish Galuta named David ben Zakkai, also a very strong-minded person, decided that Sadia should be brought from Pumbedita to restore Surah. And as I mentioned earlier, he had a lot of opponents to his candidacy because many people said, who is this guy from Egypt? He doesn't have any yichus, he doesn't have any family background. Why are we making him the head? But nevertheless, his brilliance, and in particular his performance during the calendar controversy, was undeniable, and his patron, the wealthy and powerful David ben Zakkai, was able to make him the Gaon. The only thing is that when he accepted the position, he did so explicitly on the condition, and we have this from Shirira Gaon and Natan Abavli, who are chroniclers of the period, who said that David ben Zakkai made him swear that he will not disobey me or plot against me or regard anyone but me as the Reish Galuta or associate with any of my opponents, which is kind of like dramatic foreshadowing that these things would not happen. The contemporary authority says, and I quote here, that he was not afraid of any man and does not show favor to anyone because of his great knowledge. And there came a time when Sadia and David ben Zakkai ended up at cross purposes. It was specifically over the issue of probate of a will. He had gone on to do tremendous things for Surah. He immediately communicated with the surrounding communities and asserted the authority of Surah as the greatest of the academies and so on. But what ended up happening is there was a will that was placed in probate, and David and Zakkai, the exilarch, stood to gain a tremendous advantage if the will was adjudicated in his favor. Sadia Gaon, looking at the will, saw that it really would not go in David ben Zakkai's favor, that the law really favored another claimant for the monies in the will, and so therefore he demurred and said he would only sign off on this will if another particular rabbi would sign off on it. The other rabbi signed off on it, giving the money to David ben Zakkai, and so then it went right back to Sadia, and at this point Sadia said he was hoping that the other rabbi would be the first refusal, and therefore Sadia would not take the blame, but Sadia refused to give it him, and he said he would not sign off, and that the will would not go to David ben Zakkai. David ben Zakkai was furious, and he fired Sadia Gaon. Sadia Gaon says, "You can't fire me. I'm going to fire you." And so he fired David ben Zakkai. And you have this really strange situation where both people of great authority disavowed the other, and they were kind of arm wrestling, so to speak, over who was going to be the true head of the people of Surah, and really the Jews of Babylon, and really the Jews of the world. It was quite a long standoff where David ben Zakkai, the Reish Galuta, appointed another Gaon of Surah, and Sadia ben Gaon, reciprocated by appointing a rival exilarch, and they're all kind of like in this strange kind of family dynamic with the four of them there, and no one's recognizing anyone. In the end, the Muslim authorities stepped in, and they said in Arabic, it's enough already, and they demanded an end to the fight. This also was, Sadia's position was weakened when his candidate for the Reish Galuta had passed away, and so ultimately Sadia was forced to resign and to accept the loss of his academy. And so he had to step down, and David ben Zakkai temporarily was ascendant. And this was the time when Sadia actually went into a kind of like his own space, and that's when he began writing a tremendously prolific and powerful amount of literature. So it's really a blessing for the Jewish people as a whole. Should I pause for any questions now? We can lots of history and the Reish Galuta stuff. Is Abramson, you're okay? Okay, good. Still singing about that driving comment. Okay. Yeah. Yes, please. It's yeah, it's a big focus. I appreciate your question. It gives me faith that the Jewish people are going to survive. Because this is, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. I mean, how often do you have, for example, a rabbi in conflict with his board? Right? I think pretty much any time you have a synagogue, you will have a rabbi in conflict with his board, right? And that's exactly what we see with David Ben Zakkai and Sadia Gaon. That David Ben Zakkai represented, so to speak, the board and the sponsorship and things like that. And Sadia Gaon was doing his own thing, and the two of them were in conflict. So it's really part of the Jewish tradition. It's not so bad. We got used to it. Yes, Ms. Aronson, I hear you tell it something. The sources do not give us a really good perspective of that. I would hazard a guess that people favored Sadia because he's kind of like the Lahadya, he's like the cowboy here. He's like the man standing up for his principles, and he's representing the Torah, whereas really David Ben Zakkai is upset because the will didn't go his way. But as many of us know, that the Jews often have tremendous conflicts over wills afterwards. Families break up over these things, so we can understand that too. But that's a tangent. So I'm just guessing, but I would say Sadia probably on the other hand. He certainly comes out better in the end. Who remembers David Ben Zakkai except people who come to a class like this, right? But people know Sadia Gaon. Okay, so let's go on a little further. Now, what was special about his writings? Perhaps the most significant thing was not so much the content, but the style. One of the things that Sadia innovated was he borrowed very heavily from the dominant Muslim style of theological writing of the time, a style of writing which is known to experts as kalam, and specifically the Mutazilite style. I don't really know much about the Muslim styles, but what I can tell you about it in this short period of time is that they are very particular when it comes to essentially creating numbered lists. They're very big on numbering their paragraphs, on starting with general topics and slowly winnowing them down to more and more specific ideas, and putting in their terms to purify silver from dross, right? You have a big hunk of metal, and you have to heat it up, and you have to slowly take the silver away, separate it from the rest of the metals. And so Sadia Gaon really instituted this whole idea of creating treatises on specific halakhic topics, and then breaking it down logically into a sort of a Greek way of thinking that the Arabs had inherited, of the larger point first, and then the sub-point, and then a sub-sub-point, and then the corollary, and so on. Everything numbered 1.2, 1.3, all the way down, and a very, very, very logical sequence that was deeply appealing to the Jewish mind. This is in contrast to the traditional, what was then traditional way of writing, which was essentially to follow the kind of meandering and apparently chaotic trajectory of the Talmud, which is more like a conversation, a stream of consciousness conversation. That it does have its own internal logic, but it's not a simple, straightforward logic. And simply to look up a particular halakha is a very difficult thing in the Talmud because the information is scattered so broadly over a wide amount of material and not easily indexed. So Sadia Gaon taking this Mutazilite style and imposing that kind of rigor of thought and a very communicable level of thinking, just made his writings way more popular, and the style essentially became a Jewish style after that. Anyone who's read, for example, Maimonides' Mishneh Torah, And Maimonides disagreed with Sadhya on a lot of very important points, but he adopted exactly the same kind of style that Sadhya did, with breaking up the whole Torah into sections, and then into books, and then into chapters, and then into individual sentences, and everything's numbered. Everything is organized and easy to find. This was a major innovation of Sadhya. Sadhya was really, microphone. Sadhya was really excellent at adapting to the zeitgeist, or it's a good word for the undergraduates here. Zeitgeist is the spirit of the times, like the way people felt about things, the way people reacted to the world as a whole. That was the zeitgeist, and he found it, and he said, we can do this in Judaism, and he tossed it right in, and it worked. Number one. Absolutely. He is completely fluent in Arabic. He's writing in Arabic. The variety of literature is limited. I'm not an expert enough in Sadhya's writings to know who he cites from, Muslim writers, but there's no question that he is completely at home in the world of Arabic literature. And the world of Arabic literature is overwhelmingly religious literature at this time. So, and that's true of many of the Jews and Muslim lands, which is not the case in Christian lands. Like we started this discussion a little earlier, one of the kind of oversimplified differences between the experience of Jews in Muslim lands and those in Christian lands is, especially after the Crusades, Jews in Christian lands, with a few exceptions, let's say Italy, for example, they tended to become much more insular, much more inward-looking, regarding the outside world as toxic, as dangerous, as something to be avoided, and so on. And that held true really until the Enlightenment, 18th century, let's say. In Muslim lands, that bifurcation really didn't exist. And it was perfectly normal, for example, for Shmuel Ibn Nagrela to, be a high officer in the Spanish government and write Arabic love poetry and write a Pirush on the Gemara at the same time. It was not considered a stira, a contradiction, to be involved in both worlds. Whereas in the Christian world, you don't see Jews really doing that kind of thing. Writing maybe a big exception would be, let's say, the Ramchal, the great Rabbi Moshe Chaim, who did write, Hebrew plays. He wrote dramas in Hebrew based on Italian styles of the 18th century, as well as phenomenal works of Kabbalah and Musa at the same time. But that's already quite a bit later. Excellent question. Okay. Let's look at some of the kinds of books that he wrote. So the earliest ones we discussed a little earlier, the rhyming dictionary in Hebrew. So he wrote quite a bit on Hebrew grammar, which was really significant because it was not that well codified in the 9th century. The Karaites, ironically, were making a lot of progress in this area because, again, they disregarded the oral Torah, and they spent a lot more research on the written Torah and on Hebrew grammar. So in many ways, this is kind of like competing for it. He wrote a very famous biblical commentary, which exists to this day, and it's noted for its very, very strict rational approach. This is one of the areas where the Maimonides comes to some odds, and he avoids all anthropomorphisms, any kind of, the Torah. This is a lot of human imagery to describe God. Sadhya shied away from that very heavily. But for example, even the phrase or Yomer, and God spoke. Speaking, of course, involves some kind of speech and involves, articulation of breath and of your tongue and your teeth and things like that. And that's an anthropomorphism, even a fairly mild one. So he would render that as, and he willed, as God willed, as opposed to as God spoke, because he wanted to avoid even those anthropomorphisms. Yes. No, but will is kind of like a pure intellectual phenomenon. Speech is a physical phenomenon. You have to say something. You have to breathe, and you have to form things with your body. But will can happen, just by some kind of consciousness floating in the ether. God, I think they would fair to say, can have consciousness without being anthropomorphic. Okay, don't argue with me later. Okay. Yes, Rabbi. Absolutely. It's multi-zeolite. Exactly. That's another good proof for your question earlier. The multi-zeolites were very much like this, and he rendered it similarly. Good point. Okay. Third, polemical literature. We've got a lot of things he wrote against the Karaites, and as I mentioned, we have a lot of the Karaite responses to it. Fourth, halachic literature. Of course, as the Gaon of Surah, he's writing Shuvot, he's writing responses all the time, and he's writing treatises on individual halachic topics as well. We saw that, for example, in the calendar controversy. One of his treatises was on defending the traditional method of calculating the calendar that we use to this day. He wrote liturgy, including one of the earliest sidurs that we have in existence today, still in use in some communities. And finally, and perhaps most famously, he wrote philosophy. And perhaps his most important work is the so-called Book of Beliefs and Opinions, in which he really subjects Judaism to a searching and penetrating analysis of what really is it that we believe. Now, I know I started by talking about how Judaism is so orthopractic, but I don't want to overemphasize that point. We do have, books that argue about what is Jewish belief as opposed to Jewish practice. And this is one in a great chain of works that would include, for example, Samson Raphael Hirsch's Chorev, that are kind of overarching philosophical statements of why do we do these things? What are our fundamental beliefs? Among the many innovations that Saadia describes, or his kind of analytical categories, is he describes rational versus revealed commandments. And in commandments that we can derive as being sensible, that you don't really have to be Jewish even to recognize the value of, for example, honor your father and mother, as Abraham said, or, I'm sorry? Yeah. And, but there are also revealed commandments, like, what is the point of not wearing wool and linen in the same garments? That has to be a revealed commandment. And there is logic to it as well, but it's not the same logic as rational. So this is like a huge philosophical work, but the English translation I have is about 4 inches thick, and there's far more for us that we can possibly analyze in this short biographical class. So, in the end, to return to his life story, he did achieve a reconciliation with his nemesis, David ben Zakkai. It happened when this feud had been going on for quite a long time, and you can imagine David ben Zakkai had expended tremendous resources, both financial in terms of his personal and political capital. He ultimately came out victorious, but exhausted. And Saadia is right there in Surah, and he's busily writing all these great works, but everyone recognizes him as the greatest scholar of the world at the time, but he's not holding this position of authority. So eventually, the exilarch, David ben Zakkai's father-in-law, gets involved. His father-in-law was always a big supporter of Saadia, and he says, again in Arabic, "Shoin genug, it's enough already," and he manages to effect a reconciliation between these two. Saadia is returned to his post as the head of the Academy of Surah, and the placeholder Gaon that had been hired during the conflict was allowed to remain and keep his salary, but Saadia was really considered the ultimate authority there. The exilarch, exhausted by the struggle, died soon afterwards, and to indicate how complete the reconciliation was, Saadia adopted his son, the son of his first world enemy, and raised him in his own home out of love for him. It tells you something about his character as well. So the legacy of Saadia Gaon, again, this is not a picture of Saadia Gaon. The legacy of Saadia Gaon is a fascinating one that illustrates a lot about the nature of the Jewish life in Muslim lands, internal Jewish life, the conflict between the so-called secular and the religious powers, and of course describes the life of a phenomenal individual with a very strong character who made tremendous contributions to the Jewish people as a whole. Next week, I have an amazingly bizarre topic to discuss. I hope you'll be able to join me. We're going to talk about the very strange story of the Jews of Khazaria, which is a small territory, actually at the time it was a very large territory, in the Caspian Sea region, where in the 8th century, it was well tested by multiple authorities, the entire kingdom converted to Judaism. So we have to figure out what was all this about. Where did they go? If there's so many Khazarians converted to Judaism, where are they now? What kind of Judaism did they practice? So we'll talk about that, God willing, next week. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence. That's July of 1922, 22 cents, 28 Thomas. Same year, the British formally took as part of the mandate from these nations. Remember, the university was discussing the words Israel in the legislation. So that was stripped over here to the substate. So, first of all, when the Ottoman Empire fell, the context of political war, the entire region to deal with the League of Nations, which was formed in the wake of the one decided to give the entire region of modern Israel and Jordan were now under one control. You can see in this map, it's quite a huge deal. Once, however, it was decided by the British to give a significant jump to the Chinese as a result of the military alliances, and the remaining part, which is on the west side of the Jordan River, that was given to the future Jewish state, as explained in 1970's Balfour Declaration, which promised the Jewish national homeland in the region, so long as it's not prejudiced against or from there. Oh, sorry, I should mention. So you've got Jordan gets the right hand section, Golan gets the rest of these three. Okay, let's jump ahead. Here we go. UI position one. So, during the period of the British men, that is described as the period of Israel was under the control of the British and had a whole pattern waiting to determine the final settlement for the British proved that incapable of containing the various stressors we exist in the national environment, particularly after World War II, when world pressure on Israel increased to allow Jews to immigrate to Israel, and Arab tensions significantly sent a large influx of Jews. So the British handed it back to the United Nations, and they said, "You figure this out." The UN came up with a bizarre plan in 1947, which divided the territory into 7 distinct sections. They are as follows: 3 Jewish zones, you can see here in the north, the west, and the south of the country. 3 Arab zones, which were the Galileo region in what would become the West Bank region and Gaza, Ashkelon region. And a 7th zone, Jerusalem, was to be international, so it was to be held somehow by the entire world of strangers. This plan was rejected by the Arab nations, but it was accepted by the Jews, which led to the 1948-49 War of Independence, which resulted in Israel actually consolidating its territory. It actually increased the size of its waste significantly, and were able to, the Jews were able to try and make their territory a little bit more significant overall. There was a tremendous human losses, huge casualties during this war. But by the time the armistice was determined, that is not a formal peace treaty, but at least a ceasefire. The region in the center here was under Israel's control. The region on the left here, Gaza, was under Egyptian control. And the region on the west was under Jordanian control. West Bank here, so-called because on the west side of the Jordan River was known by its biblical name as well, Yehuda and Shammai. Gaza, known by its biblical name as Gaza, was over here on the coast. Jerusalem was unfortunately divided between Israel and Jordan, with the Jewish border in Old City falling on the Jordanian side of the border. This changed dramatically in 1967, when, after a dramatic preemptive strike in June of that year, Israel was not able to encompassing 6 days of fighting. They recently conquered the Golan Heights, strategically very important in the north because whoever stands in the Golan either looks into the Galilee Basin or looks straight to Syria into the very capital city of Damascus. They conquered the West Bank region from Jordan, and they conquered the Sinai Peninsula. Of these territories, Israel only annexed Jerusalem, which was united under a single Jewish leadership, and the Golan Heights, meaning these regions were made part of Israel proper, and the people who lived there were given citizenship, which is a requirement of annexing territory under international law. The other territories, the larger West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula, were not annexed to Israel, and the people living there, that's what they became known as Palestinians, or actually the 60s, that's when this term is becoming much more use. They were left temporarily stateless. The Sinai Peninsula was actually given back to Egypt after the Camp David Accords in 1979, which meant that Israel had to do something like this. This is basically what Israel looks like today. As we see, the region of the northern and Golan Heights is annexed to Israel as part of Israel proper. Gaza, on the other hand, was abandoned by Israel in 2005 for complicated reasons, primarily demographic in nature. Israel felt it was more advantageous to reduce the military threat cost that it would take to small Jewish populations in Gaza, and they simply retreated to these boundaries. Israel still maintains control over the boundaries of Gaza as a whole, but the interior is left without Israeli rule. This was an issue of great controversy in Israel at the time. It remains controversial as well. But this region here, the West Bank, is home to the so-called Palestinian Authority, which has limited self-rule but not status. They don't have the status of a country or a state right now. But many, many Jews, hundreds of thousands in fact, live just within the green line here that is on the east side of the 1949 armistice line known as the Wall. So these maps give us a sense of the changes of Israeli borders over the 20th century, beginning with the Palestine mandate, Tammuz, in 1922. Thank you for listening. Good. Ready to go? Okay. Thank you for coming. It's a nice turnout for the. Oh, it's my pleasure. So it's nice to have a reasonable turnout in the off season. We'd like to welcome the Mayor of Surfside, Mr. Taik, is here to join us. A big round of applause. And we got a fascinating presentation for us tonight. I really was hoping to be able to use my new clicker thing, but unfortunately the batteries are dead, so we're just going to have to do it without the batteries. But our topic for tonight is Menachem Begin, and the subtitle is A New Israel, because his 1977 revolution, when he came to power, represented a tremendous change in a lot of the thinking about Israel, the thinking within Israel, and as I hope to demonstrate the next 48 minutes or so, really represents a tremendous step forward in terms of the maturation of Israel as a state. Many people feel it was not such a positive degree in direction in which to mature, but nevertheless, we'll explore that in the next hour. I'd like to start with the joke, which I did receive from a member of the audience. I'm just going to adapt it a little bit. And Elia at TorahCafe.com is going to edit it out before we put it on the web, but the joke goes like this. There's this great rabbi who spends a lot of his life studying the Torah, teaching the Torah, counseling people, and offering sermons and things like that. And after a long, well-lived life, he goes up to heaven. And the angels are very happy to see him. They say, "Welcome, Rabbi," and they take him into the anteroom, the vestibule, beautiful decor, and big curtains, things like that. Angels moving back and forth, and they say, "Please have a seat here while we process your admission." And put him down on a nice sofa, give him a little cup of tea. And he's sitting there waiting, very pleased with himself, because this is the culmination of a life well lived. And all of a sudden, he hears in the distance a shofar blowing. And then, angels start flying back and forth with great rapidity. And then they come out with these long trumpets, and they're blowing all kinds of sounds, and everyone's in a tizzy. And he says, "What's going on?" And one of the angels says, Didn't you hear? Shlomi, the Egged bus driver is here. Shlomi, the Egged bus driver." Egged, of course, is the Israeli bus company, which is known for their somewhat chaotic and creative interpretation of the rules of the road. So, anyways, he's saying, "Oh my gosh, it must be some tzaddik. It must be a hidden tzaddik, a tzaddik nistar, something like that." And he waits to see who's this Shlomi. And the angels bring in Shlomi, and he's wearing like a grimy pair of khaki pants and one of those white wife-beater shirts that's stained, and he's smoking, and he's spitting out sunflower seed shells, and he's swearing in Hebrew and things. And the angels just guide him in straight into the pearly gates, so to speak. I don't know if we have pearly gates, but you get the image. So the rabbi is saying, "Wow, that was quite a show," but I'm wondering, who was this? This Shlomi did not look like such a tzaddik that he should be rushed into heaven so much. And me, I really did dedicate my life to Torah and tefillah and to avodah. How come I'm sitting on the sofa? So he goes up to one of the angels and he says, "What's how come he got ahead of me?" And they said to him, "Rabbi, you don't understand. When you get up and you give a sermon, everyone falls asleep. But when Shlomi drives his Egged bus, everyone starts davening." All right, that's it for the joke. It will be cut out of the online version. So tonight's topic, Menachem Begin, 1913 to 1992. This is actually the centennial of his birth. I believe his birthday is right around this time of year as well. I'm sorry, I didn't look up the specific date, but we are at the centennial of his birth. How appropriate we should speak about it tonight. He is, of course, most famous for being the 6th Prime Minister of Israel, the first who did not come from the left-wing Mapai or Labour Party, as we shall see, a very important change in Israel. He is associated with a group called the Irgun, a very important pre-state British resistance movement, a resistance to the British movement, controversial, as we shall discuss. But despite his very right-wing credentials, he definitely was a hawk, very warlike, with a sense of unease with regards to peace treaties and accommodation with the Arabs. He was, ironically, the first Israeli prime minister to sign a peace treaty with any of the neighboring Arab states. So he was quite literally the hawk who made peace, and that peace, although it is not without some tension, nevertheless has maintained stability since 1978 when it first began. So he's an unusual figure, a figure with contradictions, a figure with internal turmoil, great tragedy in his own personal life and great victory at the same time, a man of incredible tenacity and a man of great achievements, as we shall discuss. So he was born in Brest-Litovsk, which was then in Poland. His father came from a long line of rabbis, although he himself was not practicing as a rabbi. He was working in the lumber business. The family was also very Zionistic. In many ways, actually, it's kind of like my grandmother, Shalom, her sort of orientation with pro-Hebraic, pro-Zionist, Eastern European orientation. As a youth, he first enrolled in a group called the Hashomer HaTzair youth group. The Hashomer HaTzair is a very left-wing, really communist Zionist group. But he left after 2 years, and at the age of 14, he joined a much more right-wing group called Beitab. Hashomer HaTzair means the young guard, and that is a really sort of communist-sounding phrase, like Komsomol, the communist youth, things like that. Beitar, on the other hand, is a reference to a place name in Israel, the Great Battle of Beitar, associated with the rebellion against the Romans in ancient times, which was a site of great victory for the Romans, a tragedy for the Jews, but nevertheless the symbol of Jewish resistance to occupation. And that's really the motivating principle of Beitar, was to train youth in Israel, in Poland, for an eventual paramilitary rule in Israel in the forthcoming Zionist state. He went to law school at the University of Warsaw. He gained his law degree, but he never practiced law, although his expertise in language was well noted even as a young man. He was fluent in classic languages, in many European languages. He wrote and spoke in English, of course, in classical Hebrew as well, and he was famous for being a great orator. His critics called him a demagogue, but nevertheless, he was definitely a master of the spoken word, something that he attributed to his training in Warsaw. But his principal influence, without a doubt, was a man that he frequently called Mori Rabbi, my master and teacher, Vladimir Zev Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky is a fascinating, very important character. Perhaps in later classes we'll look at his life in detail. But basically, he swam in the opposite direction of much of the secular Jewish movements of the day. Communism, socialism, the idea of Druzhba Narodov, we explored in previous classes, the idea that the Jews should participate in a proletarian world in which there is no more criticism between nationalities, there's no more racism, no more hatred. That's where most Jews were kind of voting. And if they were Zionists as well, they were voting with their feet to create that kind of reality in the state of Israel, what would be the state of Israel. We discussed it last week, but Golden Meir was typical for much of the youth of Poland at the time. Jabotinsky, on the other hand, had a radically different approach. Jabotinsky felt that fundamentally the Jews had to go it alone. This idea of all the nations setting aside their differences once they recognized that their true enemies were not national enemies, they were class enemies. He felt that was all garbage. It was all, just hogwash that people were lovingly drinking up, but it was meaningless. He felt that ultimately the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet, and they had to take responsibility for their own survival and not trust to the general goodwill of society as a whole. This is also in great contrast to Herzl, who, although Herzl was not a socialist by any means, his vision of Israel was something like, Vienna on the Mediterranean. If you ever seen Haifa, for example, that's really kind of Herzl's city. People get along, they're polite, they say hello to each other in the streets, and there's not too much fighting going on. That's really what Herzl had in mind. So Herzl was spending most of his time going from world power to world power with the early shuttle diplomacy, trying to convince the head of England, the head of Germany, and so on to support the Zionist venture. Jabotinsky said that's all a waste of time. We can't trust anybody. We must do it on our own. Critics of Jabotinsky said he was an early integral nationalist. That's kind of like the nice technical term for fascist, meaning that they were very into typical things that were associated with the fascists. A chauvinistic attitude, the idea that the Jews are better than everybody else. A militaristic bent, very much into parades and insignia and paramilitary drills. Less of a democratic structure, more of a charismatic leadership structure. These kinds of ideas were definitely associated with Jabotinsky. At the same time, I think it's unfair to put him in this kind of camp because he had a very broad-minded approach to the national struggle of many other peoples. And in contradistinction to many of his peers, for example, he felt very positively about the Ukrainian national movement, which was excoriated by many Jews at that time. So he was a really complicated character. Begin encountered him at an early age and became his right-hand man. By the age of 22, he was already appearing beside him at the World Congress of Revisionists, which was the name of Jabotinsky's party, as we shall see. And Jabotinsky's perhaps greatest claim to fame was his backing of Jewish self-defense. Recall that during this period, there are ongoing waves of pogroms against Jews in Eastern Europe, most notably the beginning of the 1880s, and then with increasing rapidity and ferocity in the first decade of the 20th century, the second decade of the 20th century, just incredible numbers of attacks on Jews in small villages. So Jabotinsky argued that Jews should organize their own self-defense societies, where typically young Jews would get together, train themselves, and be prepared for the attacks of hooligans that would typically come on the railroads at the time. He was beloved by the youth. He was mistrusted by the older generation who felt that these self-defense units would just exacerbate the problem, and it would look like a provocation, whereas the older Jews were saying, you know what, we should just keep things calm, we should follow what the Torah says, pray for the welfare of the government so that, they leave us alone. Jabotinsky represented a radical new type of thinking that was ultimately very influential. Now, what I'm going to show you here today, I'm very proud of. My daughter, Denise Malka, helped me put this slide together. Most of my slides are very simple with no animation and things like this. Is going to be animation super. Because, and I just have to give you a little history lesson, most of you in this room remember the old teaching technology called chalkboards. Remember? So my wife actually, many years ago, she bought me a little metal sleeve to hold the chalk in, because otherwise I would come home, my right side was just covered in chalk from teaching. And I used to teach this particular class on a blackboard, not even a green board. And then, I came out, I started going to transparency. Remember those plastic clear sheets you would write on them? So then I used that. And then when I went to PowerPoint, I couldn't do it. And now finally, with my Mac, I figured out how to do it with my daughter's help. And so I'm going to go back to old style teaching, but it's very complicated. Get ready. Okay, so it's an important moment for me. So here, this is the thing. The political spectrum. So for the rest of the world, the political spectrum only has two ends to it, right? Left and right. This is very simple. It's, towards the socialist end and towards the capitalist end. And that's bullshit. That's obvious. Jews can't leave it alone. It has to be more complicated. We have two axes for our political spectrum, a left to right and an up and down. So here we go. Let me label these. There are four cardinal points. The first is Zionism. The second is something called Taik, which I'll explain to you what that means in a second. The third is capitalism. The fourth is socialism. So what are these four elements in the Jewish political spectrum? So let's put Zionism up here. And by Zionism, obviously, we understand the movement to create a Jewish homeland in the land of Palestine. We've spoken about it in a few different lectures, but that's going to be at the top, the y-axis of this spectrum. Dorkite, the word dor in Yiddish means here. So Dorkite means here-ness, and it's the opposite of Zionism, in that some Jews, let's say in Poland, would say, we should be striving to create a Jewish polity over there, Dorkite if you want, there in Israel. But other Jews would say, no, let's reorganize ourselves here in Poland, a diaspora nationalism. So Jews would separate along this y-axis, some more towards Dorkite, more towards Zionism. Then, of course, on the right wing, we have capitalism. You don't have, I think it's unfair to really call Jews fascists for reasons that are obvious, but there are some that definitely go further to the right, as we shall see. But capitalism is essentially, in favor of the free market economy. John Smith, the idea that, as long as you give people as much freedom so they do not impinge on others' freedoms, then the society will prosper as a whole, and so on. And that's contrasted with socialism, which is the idea that, no, you have to have a command economy, controlled from the top, that regulates how, income is generated and spent and shared and so on. Those are our four cardinal points. Any questions so far about these? It's as clear as the sun at noonday. But wait, it will get more confusing. So let's look at some of the main political parties of the day. And by the way, right now I'm talking about the period between, let's say, 1905, when the Tsarist Empire first allowed political parties to actively work, until 1912, which is the foundation of one of the last parties we'll talk about. So this is what the complexion of Jews politically were at the first 2 decades of the 20th century. The so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or General Zionists, so-called because they had to be distinguished from about 7 other kinds of Zionists. This is basically Herzl's party, the largest single Zionist party, and they were obviously on the top end of the scale towards Zionism, but they also believed in capitalism. They felt that, the new Jewish land in Palestine should be basically a Western economy. These are contrasted with the Bundists, and this was basically a communist-style party. They were social democrats who were both socialist and very much not in favor of Zionism. They felt that Zionism was moving backwards against the tide of history, which tried to minimize national differences. The Bundists said we should the Zionists, the trend of history is to minimize national differences. They wanted to be down here with Dorothy. Then the third group would be the Poale Zion. We spoke about them last week with Golda Meir. This is her party. The workers of Zion, who believe in Zionism, and at the same time, they are socialists. They want Israel to exist, to be the Jewish homeland, but they want it to be a socialist country. And then finally, the last group, which is the Volkspartei, very small group. This is Shimon Dubnow's party that we spoke about many weeks ago, that believed, no, we should work on Jewish politics here in the diaspora, and it should be fundamentally capitalist. Okay. Any questions so far? Yes, go ahead.
Is that correct?
That's a Yiddish transliteration. Yeah, it's these. You could call it, it's a Volkspartei in Yiddish. It's a Yiddishist party. Okay, we're all right with this? Now, here's an important party for us. These are the revisionists. The revisionists, this is Jabotinsky's party. This is the intellectual origins of Menachem Begin's policies. The revisionists, so-called because they wanted to revise things, they took their cue from the revisionist parties after World War I as well, that parties that were unhappy with the status quo and wanted to change everything. They are ultra-Zionist and ultra-capitalist in the sense that they want no truck with other peoples. They really believe in the toxicity of non-Jews, and they were untrustworthy, and they had to be handled kind of like, at a full arm's length, and essentially the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet and just take it. They believed in much more aggressive, even violent means to achieve this end, very militaristic, and very kind of pessimistic about the possibility of a flourishing of peace in the region. Now, we'll see how that plays out in Menachem Begin's life in a moment. So far, have you really enjoyed the animation? Did you like the... Yeah. So, now here, I normally don't like this, but since I learned how to do it, I started having fun. Let me tell you what happened to these parties, just to jump ahead in our lecture a little bit. What happened to these parties since then? So I'm going to take you up to the present day. What happened to these parties? So first of all, what happened to the Bund? Boom. Isn't that cool? Did you like that? It came dropping down and made like that. Okay. They became, in the Soviet Union, they became communists, and then Stalin killed them all. So that was it for them. In the United States, they became a group called the Workmen's Circle, which some of you may have some familiar with. It was very popular in the first half of the 20th century, kind of a quasi-socialist Jewish group, very active in New York City in particular. Now, here goes. All right. Now, here's another animation. That's nice. Kind of the star that goes by like that. The Volkspartei had a major influence on the structure of the Jewish Federation movement. Obviously, the Federation is not a party, but the philosophy of Volkspartei influenced the Federation, and they essentially observe its teachings. Here's the third one, the Poale Zion. Wow, that's the flashing bulbs. They became the Labor Party, and the General Zionists and the Revisionists joined, and they formed this party, the Flames, right? Likud. So that's where we are today. Sort of the major orientations of like, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Right? Nothing changes. It's always the same. It's not actually Yiddish, but I think at least one of you knows that. Okay, so that's basically where we're looking at now. Begin, Jabotinsky are way over here in the revisionist corner, and they've got all these other parties that disagree with them. So back to his life. He was very, very active in Beitar, the youth wing of Jabotinsky's revisionist movement, and he actually would travel around Europe, garnering support and encouraging young people to join this movement. And while he was traveling around, he would stay, of course, in the homes of various wealthy supporters. It was at one of these homes that he met a young woman named Elisa Arnold, and 1 month later they were married. And they had an incredible relationship that lasted until her death. I guess it would be about, I can't do the math off the top of my head, but they had a very, very strong relationship that lasted to the end of her life. And in fact, when she eventually passed away, he was devastated, and it represented the end of his career and ultimately his life as well. She was a retiring figure who really stood in the background whenever possible. In fact, when she was honored, when Begin was invited to speak with Jimmy Carter, who became prime minister, she was honored at a dinner of that nature, and the audience was shocked that she refused to speak. She just got up and said thank you, and they said, "Aren't you going to make a speech about politics or Israel?" And she said, "My husband is the speaker," and she sat down. So she really was a kind of stay in the background kind of person, but she endured tremendous suffering on behalf of her husband. That was really quite remarkable. Here she is, of course, shown with their oldest son, Benny. They had 3 children. Benny later went into politics, Benny Begin. In this particular picture, it's taken from when he was in hiding in Israel. He was on the hunt. He was hunted by the British, and so he pretended to be an Orthodox rabbi named Sassover, I think, living in a regular neighborhood where even Irgun members, and he was the leader of Irgun, had no idea who he was. And they were like inviting him into their secret circles and things like that when he was really no, yeah, that's true. We'll get to that. But still in Poland. So he's in Poland in the late 1930s, and he happens to be working primarily on organizing illegal immigration to Palestine. He's organizing Jews, organizing boats, trying to get them into the land of Israel when war breaks out. He happened to be in Lithuania at the outbreak of the war, and Lithuania had kind of a tragic moment of peace at the beginning of the war because Stalin and Hitler had not completely worked out who was going to take over a portion of that territory. It happened that once that was settled, Begin found himself on the Soviet side, and since he was a prominent Zionist activist, he was arrested by the Soviets before he could be arrested by the Nazis, who would, of course, invade Lithuania a couple of years later. He was sent out to the Gulag, where he was tortured and imprisoned for several years for his activity with the party. This is his Soviet mugshot from the time. But then what happened, as we discussed in previous classes, is that in June 22nd of 1941, the Nazis double-crossed Stalin, and they invaded the Soviet Union, and all of a sudden the Soviet Union looked to their prisoners in the various gulags to see if they could dig up some allies to fight the Nazis. So Begin was released to join the Polish army, which was then fighting on the Eastern Front with the Nazis, and ultimately from the Polish army, he was transferred to Israel in May of 1942. So, well, because the division of the Polish army, or the Jewish Polish soldiers, they set up a special unit in Palestine to fight alongside the British. Because remember, the British and the Polish are allies at this point, and that's his kind of circuitous route. Ironically, he wanted to stay in Eastern Europe and continue fighting against the Nazis, but he was urged by his followers to go take the fight to Israel, which wasn't the same kind of fight at all, because there was no hostilities, active hostilities, no front line in Israel itself. But of course, that was the homeland, and ultimately he was had much more of an impact there in Israel. At this time, if we move to Israel and understand what's going on, we skipped over this a little bit last week because it's more relevant to us in our lecture today. The Arab-Israeli relationship is going south very rapidly. There's a lot of debate over the demographics about how many people actually lived in Palestine at the beginning of the 20th century, but there's no question that the Jewish population and the Arab population grew proportionately. which leads many Israeli interpreters to say that, as more Jews moved to Israel and created more of an economic infrastructure, bringing a lot of Western support with them, a lot of Western know-how, draining the swamps, that kind of image. A lot of Arabs were also attracted from Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan for the economic opportunities that this new population represented. And that was going fine until the 1920s, because the Poale Zion, which you recall, they are like the more socialist, more dovish orientation, which dominated Israeli politics for so long. They discovered that some of their socialist ideologies were counterproductive in the land of Israel. Specifically, they had two values that came into conflict with one another. On the one hand, they wanted to have, obviously, peaceful, harmonious relations with the indigenous Arab population or the new Arab populations. That was to be sure. But on the other hand, they valued, as socialists, the notion that Jews should get their fingers in the dirt. They should work with their backs with the land. They really wanted to get away from the kind of, Eastern European mentality of Jews as accountants or Jews as indoor people, pasty, scholarly, weaklings. They wanted to have strong new Jews who are farmers, who work the land. So the Arabs loved the economic opportunities of the manual labor, picking the oranges and tending to the crops and things like that. But that meant that a lot of the Jews ended up being like kind of small businessmen, managing these farms or managing commercial relations with the Arabs, and they were not creating the new Jew that they so hoped to do. So the Poale Zion instituted a policy of Jewish labor that was intended to get regular Jews, off their butts in their offices and into the fields working. Excuse my language. Can we cut that out, Elia, please? Get them into the fields, muscular and tanned, and that's the kind of idea. But that meant that the Arabs didn't have work because they had to let go of the Arabs in order to hire the Jews to work in the fields. And this sparked a significant amount of economic protest because a lot of Arabs said, well, what is this? We came here, you need work, you're not hiring us, that's discrimination. And so you had an increasing level of economic tension that, eventually morphed into a violent conflict. There's several major riots of this nature. They were tied to other elements as well. I'm making it very simplistic by looking just at the economic aspect of it. But the rioting, it kind of mirrored the pogrom activity in Eastern Europe, and it was escalating rather than getting better. So this is the environment into which Jabotinsky found himself with the Arabs. Added to that was the fact that the British had just published a very anti-Zionist position paper called the White Paper that was an attempt to deal with the violence that was increasing between Arabs and Jews. The White Paper was compared by this thing called the Peel Commission that argued for essentially a separation of Jews and Arabs with some internalization of certain zones like Jerusalem and so on. But on the whole, it benefited the Arab position. And many Jews felt that they had been betrayed by the British, who had in 1917 made that fantastic Balfour Declaration to include in their goals the idea of a homeland for Jews in Palestine. The worst part of it, of course, was the World War and especially the constriction on immigration. You recall that, moving quickly through the period, but Britain is in control of Israel at this time. Britain is obviously fighting against the Nazis. The Arabs decide to join with the Axis powers. So the Arab nations surrounding Israel become pro-German, and England here has a little foothold in the Middle East. They are obviously pro-allies. So the Palestinian Jews, like Begin at this time, decide that they're going to throw in their lot with the British against the Arabs, because even though they don't want the British there, they feel that the British are persecuting them and not allowing enough Jews to live there and so on. At the same time, the enemy that they share, the Nazis, was far more grievous than their temporary difficulties. And so therefore, the various Jewish underground movements said at this point, you know what, we're complaining about the British, we don't like the restrictions they placed on us, but we are going to suspend that, and we are going to cooperate with the British in our attempt to rid the world of Nazism. Shortly after the war, which of course ends positively in terms of the major conflict, the Brits immediately returned to that very restrictive immigration policy, which is disastrous because after the Holocaust, you have an incredible number of displaced Jews. Somewhere, I mean, I'm just guessing now, but there has to be at least 3 or 4 million displaced Jews who cannot go to their homes either because of the political situation. A lot of these homes have been overrun by the communists now, or because of the hostility that's still regnant there, or even more basically, the notion that they're not wanted back home. The notorious pogrom in Kielce in 1946, in which Jews were accused after the Holocaust of drinking the blood of Christian children, was, it was just a clarion call for Jews to get out of the graveyard of Europe and go to Israel. So you have all these Jews who are amassing in displaced persons camps, and they want to go to Israel. The world's opinion looks upon this with favor after the news of the tremendous devastation of the Holocaust gets out, and Britain is increasingly beleaguered trying to keep these Jews out of Israel because that antagonizes the Arabs when they're really losing this major opinion poll in the world in terms of public opinion. So Begin, again, is involved in smuggling Jews into Palestine, and as we discussed at length last week, so I won't go into detail here, the United Nations decides to partition Israel. The Jews accept the partition plan, the Arabs reject it, and you have a massive war that lasts over a year, which ultimately Israel emerges from successfully. Yes, that's what I said. Oh, that's fascinating. I never heard of a Nazi colony in Israel. There are definitely Germans there, but I did not know what that is. Wow. So my grandmother, she always used to say that the jails are full in Israel too. That was a bit of wisdom. Incredible, incredible. Your question exceeds my ability to answer. It's fascinating. I'll have to look it up. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? I've got some more stuff on Begin. Okay, so what was Begin doing at this time? Again, the Irgun was the collective name for his new movement in Israel. He rapidly became the leader of the Irgun, which was most distinguished from something called the Haganah. Haganah literally means defense, and the Haganah was basically the military wing of the Mapai Labor Party. The socialist, Coalition Party had its own forces, and they implemented policies that were consistent with the ideals of socialism. The Irgun, which means essentially the organization, was based on revisionist principles, and not surprisingly, these two military forces often came to severe disagreement and even blows. Very significant conflict on a number of occasions. The most significant question was, how do we deal with the British? The Haganah wanted to adopt a much more diplomatic approach while clearly opposing the British and wanting them to lift their restrictions on immigration and so on. They felt that the British were ultimately civilized people, and they could sit down and talk with them, and that there was a way to perhaps work things out. The Irgun, again, consistent with the revisionist principles, felt that that was just, a pipe dream and not worth thinking about at all. The only way to get the British out of Israel was to drive them out. And they implemented policies that were much more aggressive towards the British. Most importantly, the notorious bombing of the King David Hotel in July of 1946. This was the headquarters of the British in Israel, and the warnings were issued. The Irgun placed several bombs in the basement of this hotel, which of course still stands in Israel today. It was rebuilt, and they issued several warnings in several different media, including phone calls to the switchboard itself, and the British ignored those warnings. There was a major investigation afterwards, and the British, although definitely holding the Irgun to blame for this attack, they also took some responsibility themselves for not heeding those warnings. Part of the reason, perhaps, for not heeding the warnings was because bomb threats were very common, and they were typically ignored, like fire drills and condominiums or Surfside, that kind of thing. But the bombs did, in fact, go off in the middle of the day when the building was at its peak capacity. 91 people were killed and 46 were hurt, and that includes British citizens, Jews, and Arabs as well. This represented a major turning point in the escalation of violence between the Israeli underground and the British. And a bounty was placed on Begin's head. I'll show you the picture of it in a minute, where he was. They would offer £10,000 for anyone who could bring him back, dead or alive, because he was the leader and mastermind of this movement. There was also very, very harsh criticism from the Jewish Haganah, who wanted to call off this entire episode. And Ben Gurion, who was the leader of the Mapai party, who was later the first prime minister of Israel, he felt that Begin was a type of terrorist that was harming the Jewish cause with these kinds of intemperate actions. And in some cases, the Haganah even captured the Irgun fighters and gave them over to the British. So the Haganah is at the same time fighting the British, but the Jews have not got their act together either. The Haganah and the Irgun are fighting bitterly as well. Yes, Mr. Lang. Well, I don't think that the Irgun's intent was to kill. Their intent was to send a message that, you're not safe anywhere. And by the way, we should realize that this is happening to the British at the same time in India. They're having a miserable time with Mahatma Gandhi, with Jinnah and the Muslim Brotherhood, Muslim Party, I forget what they call it over there. And the British essentially give up on India at the same time too. They're just taking a beating from their colonial powers because they're no longer wanted in those places. So the idea was to send a clear message: we don't want you here, and the message was certainly received. Yeah.
Well, I think that's true now. I think that's really right. It's the greatest percent, because I don't think that most of the people that were British that were in Palestine at the time really didn't think much of a history.
I'm not going to, I don't want to pass judgment. My goal here is to just try and, present the facts in as neutral a position as way. And of course, you can interpret them any way you like. But I'm doing my best to maintain objectivity. I have students who are on the other end of that camera that have to hear this. Okay. Anyway, here's a kind of a cool bouncy picture, and it's helpfully circled for us too. Okay, another major event which occurred in the context of the Arab-Israeli war, and very important for understanding Begin's policies and Israeli politics afterwards, is the massacre at an Arab village called Deir Yassin. It really deserves a far more detailed treatment than I can provide in the short time I've allotted. But basically what happened was Irgun and allied Lehi forces attacked an Arab village that was significant for strategic reasons. And although Begin himself was not involved in the operation, he was not present at the time, he argued for restraint. Something went wrong. There's a lot of debate over what went wrong exactly, but there was a horrible massacre of men, women, and children in this little village. Numbers differ. Some bring as low as 100 people, others place it as high as 300, but it's universally recognized that this was a massacre of civilians by an early resistance movement that had become part of the Israeli Defense Forces, and the Israelis were roundly criticized for this atrocity. Again, if you have more time, we can go into the back and forth as to how it went wrong. The warnings were issued, the loudspeakers weren't working, they were fired upon first, there are all kinds of things that went around. But the bottom line is there were about 200 dead civilians at the hands of a force of this nature. What is especially important for our purposes, though, is that Deir Yassin was a major turning point for the beginning of the Palestinian refugee problem, because many Arabs in Israel said, my gosh, these people are savages, and they fled Israel. They fled the war zone. Now, many Arabs felt that they would soon be returning with victorious Arab armies and claiming property from the Jews who had been driven into the sea. But any way you look at it, there was this fear generated that the Arabs were not safe in the new Israel and that they had to leave simply for the safety of their own families. And again, you can politicize the event, but it is a turning point in the Arab-Israeli relationship early in the war. And at the same time, once again, while the Arabs and the Israelis are fighting, the Israelis and the Israelis are fighting. And perhaps the worst moment is the so-called Al Helena affair, which is in June 1948. The Al Helena was the name of a boat that was commissioned to bring immigrants making Aliyah to Israel from Europe, from the displaced person camp, along with a large container load, a large cargo of weapons, including tanks, machine guns, large weapons. And the agreement was that since this was a boat that was to be that was entirely financed by Irgun supporters, and there were Irgun members on board, that these weapons would go to the new Irgun units of the Israeli Defense Forces. Remember that when the state was declared, you had all these kind of ragtag militia with various degrees of organization, with different political complexions. They were not a unified army with uniforms and chain of command and things like that. They had to kind of patch together these various groups into a unified fighting force. So the Irgun said, sure, we're going to cooperate with Ben-Gurion's Haganah, but we have our own guns, thank you, and we have all our own people, and we're going to work this way. So they hammered out an agreement about how to divide the arms, and they came to disagreement once this boat reached Israeli shores. It went up and down the coast a little while, with the Irgun demanding more of a share of the weapons, the Haganah demanding their share of the weapons, and ultimately, again, it may be a whole series of missed radio communications, but the Haganah fired on the Irgun ships and actually set it ablaze, and it was eventually scuttled, as you can see here, within view of the Tel Aviv beach. So this is, more left-wing Ben-Gurion Haganah forces firing on a ship full of Irgun Jews and weapons, losing all the weapons in the process, killing a handful, I think about 16 people were killed. Begin was on the ship, and there's a large supposition that perhaps they were hoping to assassinate Begin personally because he was such a thorn in their side. Ultimately, Begin did make it ashore. There was a gunfight between these various forces on shore as well, and they managed to get a ceasefire and patch it together, but it showed a great moment of betrayal of the Irgun cause by the more left-wing Haganah. Mr. Lax. I don't remember what Rabin's role is, but I'm sure he was involved. It was Ben-Gurion for sure. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh my gosh. Hey, there you go. Thank you, Ms. Abramson. You're destined to be a historian one day, unless you can find a better parnassus. No kidding. You were involved in this as well? Yes, I was. That's amazing. You want to share anything with us? Mr. Rodriguez. Now, I have students who would like to hear something. I give you the microphone. Just tell us something about your experience.
We were called out, I was an educated with Rabin. We were called out to Kfar. It was a settlement on the ocean not far from Tel Aviv, not to let the people from the Altalena to come ashore.
Oh my God. That's phenomenal.
And they were right because Begin had justified with the British. He didn't have no history of building up the country or anything.
Yeah.
So they didn't let them to come ashore.
So did you actually see the events of the?
Yeah, I saw the whole thing.
That's amazing. Look at that. See, this is where else are you going to get history lectures like this? I'm telling you, that's great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on. Now, immediately after the War of Independence ends, Begin joins the loyal opposition, which, as I saw in one interesting online article, he was probably in the opposition longer than any other political figure in Western history. He was in the opposition from 1948 until he came to power in 1977. An amazingly strong record of tenacity. He was an incredibly strong critic of the left, Ben Gurion in particular, and the Altalena affair was, his moment of clarity for all those things. And he stood in great contrast to these leftist figures, whereas, the socialist kind of ideal was very working class proletarian. They would walk in shirt sleeves and no tie and very casual. Whereas Ben Gurion, as Begin was always seen only in a suit and tie, always, speaking very carefully. He had this concept of hadad, which means like kind of glory or beauty that he took from Jabotinsky, the idea that you have to look like a mensch at all times. And his critique of the leftist government was very strong, including a major 1952 demonstration that turned into a riot in Israel because Begin felt that they should not accept any of the reparation money coming from Germany in Israel. He felt that it was a travesty to the memory of those who were killed in the Holocaust, and he had quite a few supporters that led to a major riot, even though they ended up failing. Now, it's interesting to note that the name of his party was Herut, which means freedom, Herut, and I heard from Simi Schreiber that he quoted something, I can't remember, that Begin led us from Avoda to Herut, from slavery to freedom. Right? Okay, well, anyways, yes, please. I'll just look at this. Thank you.
Member of the union government.
That's true. Mm-hmm. It's an excellent book, amazing. That's true. He joined the National Union government in the Six-Day War. Right, absolutely. I should clarify that. By the loyal opposition, he did not lead the government, but he was a minister without portfolio in that government of 67. Now here, I know what I'm going to present to you, to most of you in this room now, is going to be obvious and old material, but remember I have 19 through 24-year-olds who are watching this online, so I'm going to give them some information that may be shocking to them. And that is something about how the Israeli government works. It's very important to understand this in order to get a sense of it. So here's a picture of what our current American government looks like, which, according to some opinions, is, not entirely functional. But so here's the Senate. We have two bodies, of course. Here's the Senate. We have 45% of the membership is Republican, 53% is Democratic, with 2% who are independent. These are rough numbers. The actual numbers of seats are different. I round that out. Here in the House of Representatives, we have 53% Republican, 46% Democratic, and of course 0% who are independent or vacant right now. And this is, it's hard to get politics done when you have a pretty evenly divided situation like this. But look at what Israel looks like by contrast. Okay, so you've got, let's see, I've got 3, 6, 9, 12 parties dividing up 120 seats. And there are about 7 parties that didn't get enough votes to get a seat, but they're still in the election. So how are you supposed to get any politics done when you have this kind of situation? So a very important thing you have to realize about the Israeli politics, and again, I apologize to those of you for whom this is obvious, is everything in Israeli politics is about coalitions. Whenever they have an election, the president, which is largely a ceremonial figure, it's not a president like here where they're elected and so on, the president there is more of a figurehead for the state. The president invites the leader of the bloc that has the largest chunk. In this case, right now, that would be Likud, joined with Israel Beitenu, who has 26% of the seats, and says, okay, you have 26% of the seats, you have to get 51%, so go out, you have 2 weeks to make deals with the smaller parties to get them to join your coalition so you can have 51%. So they've never had, except for the time when they have national unity governments, when the two largest blocs come together, and that's only in the case of war, really, to deal with external threats. They've never had one party that controls 51% of the seats in the Senate. There's always these very complicated arrangements between various parties trying to agree on a common cause. And it makes Israeli politics in many ways very fragile and easily toppled over. So in this case, we have, in Israeli history, the labor movement had controlled the government largely because of their coalitions with other parties from its inception in 1948 until the 1977 rebellion or revolution, when suddenly Begin won the election. Now, he had been slowly gaining in popularity, but here's the National Unity Government in 1969. It should be 1967, I'm sorry. It was a difficult time for him to be in the government. He had a lot of disagreements with his co-members in the cabinet. But there were two populations in Israel, two large demographics that had felt largely disenfranchised by Israeli politics. Those were specifically the Sephardim, large numbers of Jews from Arab lands who had come to Israel after its establishment. In many cases, they were refugees because the Arabs, displaced them, expelled them once Israel was established, and they felt alienated from the very Ashkenazi, Eastern European approach of the traditional leadership of Israel. And secondly, religious because the Israeli polity was led primarily by socialists who were anti-clerical, who were anti-religious, unfriendly to religion. And so you have all these Orthodox Jews, or even in the case of many Sephardim, let's say Orthodox friendly, even though not especially observant, but they affiliate themselves with Orthodox, and they find themselves shut out of a government that's largely socialist and Ashkenazi. So these two large demographic bubbles began to grow, and their resentment was eventually sparked by Begin's standing for election. And he, although he himself was not strictly observant by contemporary standards, he was definitely very religious friendly, and he definitely knew how to speak to the Sephardim. And so these two groups really propelled him into the position of authority in 1977. Now, if you recall this wonderful slide, I want to make it more complicated because we can't forget about these guys. Remember that we have these four axes. Okay, I have to go through the whole thing. Now this part, I wish my clicker ran out of batteries. Torah Cafe, will you send me a regular supply of batteries so that I can use this one? Okay, I'm joking. I'll get the batteries. So here's our four groups, and here's our parties. Come on, we saw them before. Here's my favorite one. Oh no, not this one. Here's my favorite one. Ready? Wow, that's great. We should have some sound that go with it. Can I put sound on this? Okay, great. Okay, now, these are all our parties. We saw them before, but Jews can't leave this alone. There's not only two axes, there's a third axis, like a cube, a z-axis. It looks like this. So as it were, you've already got a political spectrum that doubles to that, but now it has depth as well. And who's on this axis? The religious parties. We didn't talk about those guys at all. But now there are also religious parties that are active since 1912. One of them that's very important is the National Religious Party, which feels that the expansion of Israel is a religious imperative. Much more in line with Jabotinsky's ideal that, the land of Israel has to expand to incorporate all the immigrants that will come in the time of Messiah. And so they see this aggressive attitude towards the Arabs as a religious idea. Now, that's obviously not the only position held by religious Jews. Another one that dates from before the war, called the Agudat Israel, also very popular and strong here in America today. They were religious, but they did not believe in Zionism as a political Gezerata. They felt that Zionism had to wait for the Messiah. But have you heard that the Agudat Israel, or they have a presence in Israel as well? That's because after the Holocaust, Oh no, come on, I'm not going to do the whole thing. Oh my gosh, that would be terrible. But basically what happens, my favorite part too, I pushed the wrong button. Okay, come on, fast forward, fast forward. We'll go through these. Come on, come on. No, this is tedious. I'm not going to do this again. Bang, that's my favorite one. Okay, there we go, here we go. Israeli politics, oh my gosh. You know, Republicans and Democrats, this lecture would be over if we were only doing that. Okay, here we go. And here's the Agudat Yisrael. And after the Holocaust, because there was really no Jews left in Europe, they moved to the Zionist position. And so you've got these two parties over here who are significant. They can be major power brokers in contemporary Israel. And we can add other parties as well, like Shas and so on. They join with the Likud, and they give Begin that bump that puts him over the edge and gives him the election. I'm going to have to skip on a little bit because I want to found the most dramatic moment in Begin's leadership, without a doubt, is his remarkable peace with Egypt. Now, as Yehuda Alter points out very effectively in his book, Begin did do a lot of the groundwork to allow it to happen. He knew Sadat's travel itinerary. Anwar Sadat, of course, the president of Egypt. And Begin traveled to those same locations, like to see the Shah of Tehran, for example, Shah of Iran. And he met with him before Sadat would show up. And he would tell him, listen, if Sadat ever makes any overtures, we'd love to talk with him. And then, of course, he would go back to Israel, and Sadat would visit the Shah of Iran. The Shah would say, you know, I just met with Menachem Begin, and he said really nice things about you. Kind of like Aharon making peace, ironically. So when Sadat made a rather dramatic speech in Egypt about the possibility of bilateral talks with Israel, which was something that was in both Israel and Egypt's interest because Jimmy Carter was trying to push multilateral talks in Geneva that had some disadvantages for them, then Sadat said he would be open to the idea of talking with anyone, even Israel, about peace. So right away, Begin initiated a conversation, and dramatically, Sadat took a plane to Israel to meet with him. A phenomenal sea change in Middle Eastern politics. I happen to remember it. I was only 2 years old at the time, but I do remember seeing it on TV. Not quite 2, but this is a picture of them greeting at the airport. Begin, again, consistent with his pro-religious attitude, insisted that his plane only arrived well after Shabbat on Saturday night, so that people could, observe the Shabbat and then hear about this and so on. And of course, as we know, they were able to hammer out a peace treaty. I don't have time to go into the details of it, but one of the more difficult things was that essentially Begin gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. They had conquered it in 1957. They surrendered it in 1979 Accords. That was basically accepted by the Israeli population, but some very, very difficult moments as they dismantled the settlement of Yamit, in particular in 1982. Here you can see Israeli soldiers actually dragging children out of their homes in Yamit to give the land back to the Egyptians. But ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, even though Begin had a very hawkish personality, he nevertheless saw the opportunity for peace with Egypt, and it's ironic that he, of all the prime ministers, should be the one to actually seal that deal. I'm going to have to skip over the last couple of things to stay on schedule, but his wife died in 1982, and Begin was never the same after that. She died when he was out of town. He was in Washington, and he retreated from public life, and he found that he did not have the heart to engage in political struggle anymore, so he eventually resigned shortly thereafter, and essentially led a life of very deep seclusion. He had a heart attack in 1984 and ultimately passed away. I forgot to mention, by the way, that he was also a Nobel laureate for his signing of the peace treaty with Sadat. And Sadat, who also won the Nobel Prize, was later assassinated by his own bodyguard, who had become close with the Muslim Brotherhood. So when we look at the overall legacy of Menachem Begin, we see an individual of tremendous intellectual resolve, willing to undergo incredible privation for his vision of the Jewish people, enduring torture and imprisonment under the Soviets, subject to a massive manhunt by the British, excoriated by the political establishment in his own country, and yet at the same time, it was only under his watch that we were able to establish this basically lasting peace accord with Egypt. Fascinating character of many contradictions. And with this, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and look forward to speaking with you next week.
Thank you very much.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're right on time. We'll get started. So today's lecture is on a fascinating topic, Golda Meir, the fourth Prime Minister of Israel. And I'm hoping, as you know, this is a thinly veiled attempt to give a survey of Jewish history course in general. We use the figures that we do little biographic studies of as a sort of a foil to understand the larger text. As it happens, Golda Meir is herself history, so we'll be interweaving a lot of this, the early statehood period, right up until the Yom Kippur War, into this class, along with her life. I want to mention that this is in many ways really a two-part lecture that overlaps, because next week we're going to speak, God willing, about Menachem Begin, and of course they are contemporaries and erstwhile opponents in their political viewpoints, although they have tremendous respect for each other off the political stage. So a lot of the material that we'll discuss today will be very useful for us when we return next week and look at the life of Menachem Begin, who represents more of the right wing of the political spectrum, whereas Golda Meir is on the left wing. So the opening joke, I delayed a couple of minutes because, you know, the Torah Cafe people, once they get this video, they edit out the joke at the beginning. And I'm trying to fool them this time. Maybe the editor isn't watching so closely. Elia? Okay, here it comes. So the joke goes like this. I do this thing with my students who are taking this class online. I have a few students in LA and New York who are taking this for credit. And I put in these secret biometric questions where, for example, I ask them, tell me something unique about yourself, like enjoy zombie fiction, or you like to balance the spoon on the end of your nose. And then they tell me that. And then later on, when I send them an online test, I stick that question in the test. And that way I know it's the same person answering as a person. There are other devices as well, but I can't give them away because they're watching. Okay, so one of them is I asked my students, tell me a joke because I'm running out. And I heard this one today from one of my students out in LA. She writes, so a woman is washing dishes by the sink, and her 8-year-old daughter is standing on a chair. Her 6-year-old daughter is standing on a chair helping her. And the daughter looks at the mother and says, Mommy, how come some of your hairs are white? And the mommy says, well, you know, every time you make me upset or make me cry, one of my hairs goes white. The daughter thinks about it for a while. Mommy, now I know why Safta's hair is all white. It was better online, but okay. So let's talk about Golda Meir. Her years are 1898 to 1978. Her contemporary Ben Gurion, the first Prime Minister of Israel, called her, quote-unquote, the best man in government, which was an interesting kind of compliment. She was known as the Iron Lady before that term was applied to Margaret Thatcher, because she was a very tough character. She was capable of tremendous acts of courage and kindness simultaneously, and she really was a very worthy leader of the early state of Israel. She comes originally from Kiev, and she emigrated to America as a child, growing up in Milwaukee, where now the school that she went to is named after her, Golda Meir Public School. And then she moved to Israel as a young woman, where she immediately sought her métier in politics, and she rose through the ranks of the Labour Party, serving in various ministries until she finally became Prime Minister in 1969. She served ably in that position until 1974, when, in the wake of tremendous controversies, especially after the disastrous Yom Kippur War. She elected to resign, and ultimately she succumbed to lymphomatic cancer a few years later. But we're going to study, God willing, her life in the next 56 minutes, and along with it, I hope to give you some of the basics of the history of the Yishuv and the Buddhist state activity. I know for many of you, this is a basic review. Many of you lived through these events, either here or in Israel itself, and I apologize for the redundancy, but I think it's very important to review these things, especially because the videos go on the web and younger people have not necessarily the same level of familiarity with this history, and I hope that they will appreciate it for ongoing generations. So, as I mentioned, she was born in Kiev. Her father was a simple person, a carpenter. When he eventually moved to Milwaukee, he ended up getting a job working in railway yards, so he was blue-collar kind of background. She had 7 siblings, of whom only 2 survived childhood. One of them, her sister Shana, she was especially close with. Shana had a strong influence on her politics and eventually emigrated to Israel, made Aliyah with her in the 1920s. Living in Kiev, as we discussed in previous classes, this time of Jewish history was very difficult. There was an increasing level of anti-Semitism. The last Tsar, Nicholas II, was a notorious supporter of the Black Hundreds. He also underwrote the publication of the horrible forgery of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and there was notably a whole series of pogrom waves that was affecting the entire Pale of Settlement. Since 1881, there were ongoing attacks on Jews. They were comparatively small when viewed from the lens of the mid-20th century. We were talking about murders of Jews in the numbers of tens and hundreds at the most, but nevertheless, the constant pressure and fear of attack was significant. And when the gates of emigration to America were opened, and many Jews from the Pale of Settlement, specifically about 1.750 million Jews left the Pale of Settlement to come to this country. As I think we mentioned in previous classes, about 75,000 went north to Canada for the health insurance plans. Another 75,000 went down to South America and so on. But her father was part of that great emigration between 1881 and 1917 when the Soviets moved up. He worked there for several years. Finally, he had enough money and stability to be able to bring the family over, and she came over at the tender age of, let's see, she was in 1906. This is a photograph of her when she was 10 years old. She was a tremendous student. She entered primary school with no English whatsoever, and she ultimately emerged as a valedictorian. Her leadership skills were evident right from the very beginning. Many children were impoverished immigrants themselves, lacked textbooks, and so she, at a very young age, between primary school, organized a charity fund drive to be able to purchase textbooks for her peers. She was so successful at this that the teachers loved her so much, and ultimately it's a great honor that the school was named after her, as I mentioned. At age 14, she bought a train ticket and headed out to Denver, where her older sister Shana was then living. And it was in her sister Shana's living room that she was first acquainted with the politics. Shana had a wide variety of friends who were from all walks of political persuasion, specifically Jews who were socialists, Zionists, communists, atheists, the whole range, all practicing from liberal. And around her dining room table was where she cut her teeth on the main political issues of the day. She ultimately married one of the men that she met there, a man named Meyerson. Her name was, by the way, Hebraicized later in 1956 to Meir, because Moshe Shabbat felt it was inappropriate that members of the government would have the Europeans out of him. He had all members of the government who Hebraicized their name, so she shortened Meyerson, which essentially means son of Meir, to simply call them Meir, a more Hebraic sound. But at any rate, that's after her husband's name. So after some time with her sister in Denver, she moved back to Milwaukee, and she occupied a lot of her time specifically with named Nicole Sion. She ended up, maybe I should mention Paula, well, I'll mention that in the next slide. Here's a picture of her with her husband, Morris Meyerson. They had a somewhat tumultuous marriage. They remained dedicated to each other throughout their entire life. He passed away in 1951, although ultimately Meyerson could not handle a political agenda or political activity. He was a socialist himself, and he went to Israel because Golda made it a prerequisite for their marriage. But he was uncomfortable with the kind of rough and tumble world of politics as it's actually real in the street in Israel. And I'm sure many of you have lived in Israel, you know that unlike America, where politics are so tame, I can't believe I actually say that. In Israel, politics are, immediate and relevant and matters of life and death. So people have quite literally arguments in the street over political positions. If you're standing at a bus stop and someone mentions a particular political figure, you're guaranteed an argument right there on the spot because people care deeply about the politics. This was not Morris and Meyerson's personality, and ultimately they separated in 1952. He remained in Tel Aviv, and she went on to a very lively political career that I was describing shortly. They maintained an amicable separation. They never remarried, and they jointly raised their teen children to adulthood. But moving back to her move to Israel, so she affiliated with a party called ROTHSCHILD, which is a translation of the term workers of Zion. Workers, of course, is a very socialist-sounding word. That's a code word for those who are on the left wing of the spectrum. It was actually part of the Social Democrat Party, the exact same umbrella group that included, for example, the communists, both the Bolsheviks and then the more moderate Mensheviks. And it was a political party originally founded by Ber Borifov with the aim of creating a socialist state in Israel. That is, it was a marriage of both Zionism, hence the Zion in the name, and communism or socialism, hence the Poale, meaning the workers of Zion movement. The kind of ideals that they had were a hostility to religion, although they valued the concept of the Jewish people, they valued the notion that religion helped keep the Jewish people integral and whole. They nevertheless felt that, like Marx taught, religion was an opiate for the masses and kept people from realizing the true class enemies rather than focusing on their class enemies, they focused on national or religious enemies. They also believed in this concept of družba naroda, which means the friendship of peoples. They believed that if all peoples would only adopt socialist values, socialist economics, then there would be no reason for them to have any disputes whatsoever. And they attempted, to some degree, to apply this to their relationship with the Arabs, which, for various reasons, which we'll explore more next week when we look at the critic of the Coalition movement, primarily Menachem Begin. We'll see there are several reasons why this never actually came to pass in the 1920s, but ultimately this is the kind of philosophy that they espoused. The institution with which the Coalition was most prominently associated was, of course, the kibbutz. The word kibbutz comes from the verb to gather, the kabetz, and it really is, it's a Hebrew translation of the Russian term kolkhoz, or collective. It was an amazingly creative experiment in socialist living in which everything was held collectively by the members of this small society. That means all property was held in common, all work was distributed in equitable fashion based on each person's ability to do so. Any income gathered by the kibbutz, of course they were farming communities, agrarian communities, was distributed equally. And in fact, in the early years, we're talking about the first decade of the 20th century, a little bit before Golda Meir came, they even shared spouses. They believed in free love and the idea that marriage was theft It's another interesting quote from Marx, the idea that if one thinks one owns one's spouse, then that's clearly a violation of socialist principles, and so on. The more radical forms of the kibbutz died off fairly quickly. They tend to have an abundance of males and a surfeit of females, as you might expect with that kind of free love policy. And ultimately, they settled down to more moderate forms, which did persist in still fairly radical, by our terms, existence well into the 1960s, where, for example, spouses would, live together as monogamous couples, but their children would be raised from a very early age in a collective environment called the Gan. The children who were raised in these collective environments, there's some interesting studies done on them. For example, they tend to be very much overrepresented in war casualties and war heroes, who seem to be much more likely to defend in collective, even at risk of their own personal selves. So a fascinating experiment. At one time, kibbutzim were about 4% of the Israeli workforce, the agrarian area, the arable area in Israel were occupied by kibbutzim, and they produced about 40% of its agricultural output. So they're really quite productive, and it did a lot for building the state of Israel. So she went to this Poalei Tzion kibbutz called Merkavia. Ironically, she was rejected at first, but she reapplied and then she was accepted. And as I mentioned, her husband Morris, who was perhaps a little less enthusiastic about the entire project, nevertheless did follow her to Israel and lived for several years there in the kibbutz. She loved it tremendously. She loved being outside, working with almond groves and things like that. But she loved even more her activity in the East of the collective unionized body of all the kibbutz. She was, her leadership skills were recognized quite early, and she was elected as the kibbutz representative to this organization. This brought her more and more into national politics, and ultimately she had to leave the kibbutz in order to pursue that passion, which was to organize and delegate and lead this country. She ultimately became the head of the political department of the Hishtadrut, which was an important stepping stone to being active in labor politics overall in Israel. Okay, I think at this point I'd like to pause and take a couple of questions because I want to step back and talk a little bit about Israel as a whole. Yes, please. Yes, she also spent some time teaching immediately after graduation. Those who can, yes. I didn't follow up on that. I will have to check Wikipedia later, where I got most of this stuff anyway. What happened to her children? Yes. Mabovich. Okay. All right. So let's talk about Israel now. Amazingly, even though the vast majority of the students I currently teach at Phil Paul herself comes from, full-time Jewish day schools, they actually have quite a lacuna of knowledge about what is the state of Israel. There's a lot missing, and some schools do a better job of giving them some basic Israel education than others, but Israel advocacy is actually very low, even among those students who have the best Jewish education in this country. It's quite a sad thing. Ironically, I'll put a little plug for my eldest daughter, Rafaela. Many of you might know she was this week quoted in both the Wall Street Journal and the Canadian Jewish News. Pretty good for a 20-year-old. And the 21-year-old. The Canadian Jewish News article is interesting because, they have on college campuses is a fair amount of anti-Semitism that is thinly disguised as anti-Zionism. And so they interviewed Rafaela because she's one of the heads of the Israel advocacy group at Israel College. And they figured if the college is full of Jews, where's the anti-Semitism? But she says the problem is there's a lot of Israel apathy. There's a kind of internal anti-Semitism we bring upon ourselves in that population. But anyway, check it out. Rafaela Abrahamson, Canadian Jewish News, or Wall Street Journal. What they was this week was mentioned, right? So I think we'll find it. I usually say to students when I'm talking about Israel is that there's a general pattern, a Kulturkampf, a cultural struggle in Israel that is incredibly deep-rooted in that society, and it is a struggle to maintain equilibrium between two poles. On the one hand, Israel is a Jewish state. It wants to maintain its Jewish character. Everything Jewish has to be associated with Israel. Everything Israel should be associated with Judaism. That's one key value, a core value in that society. The other core value, anyone want to guess what the other one is? Abramson, I guess? Democratic, brilliant, oh my gosh. Good. Israel also believes very deeply in democracy. It wants to be a society of equality, of human rights, of freedom. The problem is these two values, like a Venn diagram, tend to coalesce in certain areas, but they're quite far apart in others. So, for example, what do you do with the non-Jewish minority in Israel? Especially, as we see later, when they're so numerous that they threaten to demographically dilute the Jewish majority of the population. If you give them democratic equal rights, then they could theoretically vote out the Jewish policies of the state. And in fact, it could simply revert to being another Arab nation in the Middle East. And on the other hand, if you trample on commonly accepted democratic principles and you restrict the rights of non-Jews in Israel, then Israel sacrifices a core value that they feel very deeply about. And so as a society, Israel is always vacillating between these 2 points, more Jewish and more democratic, and sometimes one or the other will suffer. We can also see this coming, we saw this said before, even within the Jewish world, because Orthodox Jews in particular will tend to view the definition of Jewish as being more Torah-oriented. And so therefore they will want Israel to be more observant. Less movie theaters on the Sabbath, less buses running on the Sabbath, less non-kosher butchers, and less general peace and love activity in Israel. But on the other hand, if we move in that direction, then we limit the democratic rights of the secular Israelis, who are the majority of the population. So this struggle between these two opposing centers of gravity, that is being Israel being Jewish and Israel being democratic, affects the orbit of this quality in the modern world. Okay, so we will return to this both today and this week. I'm a little worried about my timing, so let's just move straight to the period when we get to. So there's a period before 1917 where there's growing settlement in Israel. It's called at this point Yishuv, which means simply settlement, because it's not, of course, a state. It's known as Palestine in general parlance. It will be officially known as Palestine after the Turkish Empire falls. But in the context of World War I, which of course ran from 1914 to 1918, the British sought to, gain Jewish support, and especially the support of influential Jews like Chaim Weizmann, very important Zionist in Manchester, I believe. And so, with a lot of lobbying, eventually Lord Balfour, the foreign minister, issued this declaration in 1917, which led to worldwide jubilation among Jews. It was overwhelming. The text reads, it's worth seeing it in there. His Majesty's government views with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. At this point, the Jews simply stopped reading because that's all they needed to hear. Break out the Manischewitz because it's time to party. And it says, look at this. The first time a modern European state actually voted or indicated that they thought this was a great idea. Established the state of Israel. You might go online and see my lecture on Herzl. There's a lot more talking there about how we got to this point. However, the Arabs read the rest of the statement, which goes, nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So on the one hand, the British are saying, we want to give this area to the Jews, the national homeland. On the other hand, they're saying, as long as the people living there right now aren't too upset about it. And it turned out to be impossible to actually make the institute with them, because there was no way the indigenous population was going to stand for a Jewish state there. Ultimately, what happened after the Turkish Empire, known as the Sixth Man of Europe, collapsed, the British were given control of the region in what the United Nations called a mandate. It was actually the League of Nations. At this point, it would later be reincarnated as the United Nations. And this region they called Palestine actually covered all of contemporary Israel and northern over here. There was no real distinction between the two regions whatsoever. Some ongoing negotiations went on, and ultimately Jordan was established, and the British mandate was reduced to what we understand as Israel today. I'm just going to skip quickly through the 1920s and 1930s. The most important elements of those 2 decades were ongoing pressure for Jewish immigration. You have tens of thousands of Jews landing in Israel, and you have ongoing Arab protests. Major riots in Hebron in 1929, massacres in yeshivas, and the British are getting increasingly frustrated trying to maintain the principles of this Balfour Declaration. On the one hand, they promise the state to the Jews. On the other hand, they have to placate the Arabs. The Arabs also have a very significant demographic and political advantage because they are so numerous in the Middle East, controlling regions with a lot of oil. And this comes to an incredible head immediately after the Holocaust, when Jews are striving to make immigration to Israel. And the opinion of the world is basically that England should let them in because they've suffered so badly. There was a brief period of a honeymoon in anti-Semitism when, for about 15 years, Jews had a certain amount of world sympathy, and England was trying to hold desperately onto the mandate. Ultimately, next week we'll talk more about the particulars of what happened at this time, because Menachem Begin was very involved in driving the British out. Ultimately, they handed it back to the League of Nations, and now the United Nations, and they said, here, you guys take care of it. And the United Nations came up, which was probably the stupidest plan you could possibly think of if someone challenged you to do so. They divided the territory into 7 non-contiguous areas. 3 of them were designated as Arab zones. That is this gray area here, which is the Gaza Strip, and a little bit down to Negev. This area here, which would be known as the West Bank, roughly, or Shomron, Yehuda, and this region in the Galilee, which would be Arab zones. The Jewish zones were to be this eastern part, of the Galil, around the Yakineres, the coastal region from Haifa down to Tel Aviv, and then this largely uninhabited region to the south, Negev. And Jerusalem was to be an international zone. So divide up this tiny territory into 7 parts and hope that everyone would get along. As I'm sure you all know, how it turned out is that the Jews accepted the plan. They were happy to have even a crazy, patchwork kind of demographic outline like this in order to just have a state. The Arab nations, of course, universally rejected the plan, and the War of Independence ensued immediately thereafter. A very brutal struggle in which ultimately the Jews were able to amazingly consolidate their territory and actually enlarge it in a few places. So we'll return to that. And let me pause for a couple of questions before we go back to Golden Year. Wow, I'm just talking so fast like a Blue Street kid. Does anyone know any jokes I could repeat? I used to know a lot of jokes about living in Israel, but yes, please. There's definitely, it's the same problem as always. The Tal law is definitely jumping part. And this, by the way, has to deal with compromise that was put in place by Ben Gurion on the establishment of the state in order to garner support of all Jews living in this demographically threatened region. It's not good for Jews to be divided when they're fighting with the Arabs, and that compromise, the so-called status quo law, well, it's not really a law; it's just an accepted practice. Was that, for example, yeshiva students received an exemption from serving in the armed forces. Orthodox women had an exemption, or they could volunteer for civil service, that kind of thing. And that has been challenged and ultimately defeated with the Tau law, which I believe was passed in the late 90s or early 2000s. Something's about yeah. So the Tau law is really the culmination of that resentment. That why is that these guys are exempt from the army? So it is jumping ahead quite a bit. Why don't we come back to it next week and talk about Begin, because it deals very much with the revisionist perspective on the appropriate posture of Jews in the state. But excellent question. Any others? Okay, I'm on my own. All right. So she had an important role, obviously, in these early years. Specifically, her fluency in English and her powerful reputation as a speaker had her sent to America, where the young state was desperately seeking aid from Americans. She passed all of their expectations. The government thought that perhaps they would collect $7 million from America for support of the war effort. Golda Meir came back home with $50 million. So it was amazing how she was able to really generate support. We would see this again in Moscow. I'll show you the next slide. Ben Gurion actually said of her that she was the Jewish woman who got the money which made the state possible. I mean, really, this is the bottom line. She made the state possible through her fundraising. She was also active in international politics, including a rather bizarre and courageous trip to Jordan when she disguised herself as an Arab woman to negotiate with King Abdullah to try to persuade him not to participate in the war effort. He, of course, declined, but he said to her, listen, why don't you wait? Why are you rushing this? Don't you realize, that maybe we can solve this diplomatically? Why are you rushing to have us think? And she famously responded, we've waited for 2,000 years. Isn't that long enough? So she went back home unsuccessful with King Abdullah, but ultimately the Jews were able to defend their borders. This is what the new state looked like, a little bit drawn back because I went through the Sinai here. So if you recall the way the UN partition plan looked, then this is, if they had armistice in 1948, this is what the state of Israel would have looked like, just these kind of orange colors here. But after the War of Independence, they were able to consolidate a little bit wider waste by the Mediterranean. They were able to penetrate up through the Judea-Samaria region to Jerusalem, although unfortunately they were not able to conquer all of Jerusalem, and the Jewish quarter of the old city remained on the Jordanian side. They were also able to take over the entire Galil and consolidate a little bit of the Negev, which was an amazing achievement. They actually were able to increase their boundaries, although at great cost. And Golda Meir, of course, is very active. She was one of the earliest, she was one of the signatories to the Israeli Declaration of Independence. She wrote at that time that she was educated in America. She knows the respect that Americans have for the founding fathers. And she says, reflecting on the idea that I myself was a signatory to the Declaration of Independence of Israel was something that she openly cried and she put her name to the picture. She also had a liberal approach, which is consistent really with her socialist politics, to the Palestinian refugee problem, which began really in the 48-49 war. Specifically, there was a large population of Arabs living in Israel, or living in what would be Israel, who fled the war zone for neighboring countries. Ultimately, in most of those countries, Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, and Lebanon, would keep these Palestinians and their children and their grandchildren in refugee camps for decades, something that Golda Meir felt terrible about and resented deeply. But she also felt that fact that these Arabs left Israel was a tragedy of incredible proportions. She even compared it to the suffering of the Jews in the Holocaust, a rather large comparison in the 1940s. The reasons for that Arab exodus were complex. Again, that's something I would like to push off a little more to next week's discussion of Menachem Begin, because he personally was involved in several of the most key incidents. We're going to talk about battery, or we're okay, back on battery? Time? Right, time or battery? Okay, this is okay. This happens all the time. We're just going to quickly plug it in. This is how. And we're recording. We are back now. Okay, so we'll talk about it more next week when we get to Menachem Begin, because he's very much involved in it. But there are very different narratives of this exodus. Jews and Israelis generally have one version of describing why the Arabs left. Arabs, as you might not be surprised, have a totally different version, and it's really an ongoing problem that affects Israel today, and is an extremely important element in the determination of, God willing, someday a lasting peace in the region. Now, shortly after the state was established, she was sent to be an envoy to Moscow, which was an early supporter of the State of Israel, actually voting for its establishment in the United Nations, amazingly so, because later they would change that position. And she was issued passport number 1 from the new state. They didn't do it in alphabetical order, they just gave her passport number 1. And she went to Moscow, where she was very successful in her mission. But there was one event that had a tremendous impact on her personally, and she spoke about it and wrote about it endlessly. She went to Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur services at the Moscow Choral Synagogue, and she was surrounded by literally tens of thousands of Jews chanting her name and chanting the word Israel. Here's a photograph that shows her. You can just see that she is, oh, you know what I totally forgot? My gosh. Yeah, here it is. I've gone through 40 minutes, and we have, this is why we need more of them. I have this remote clicker that the Torah Cafe people sent me. Right here, and let's put it up here. And it has this nifty little bed in here, which is great if you have a cat, if you like to chase it. And this circle here circles Golda Meir, surrounded by a sea of Soviet Jews. And she was so overwhelmed with the support she received there that she felt that the mission that she was engaged in by establishing the State of Israel was something that was of cosmic proportions, because it affected all of the Jews worldwide. And she came back to Israel with renewed vigor and renewed strength to endure the challenges of leadership. This actually was later put on Israeli stamps, and I believe even some currency, this famous photograph of Golda Meir in Moscow. Okay, let's try it out. Torah Cafe people, what's going on with this? Okay, this was 1949, I believe. Okay, I guess I should have started it earlier. It's the wrong part. Oh well, so much for the picture. Okay, jumping ahead again a little bit. Major events militarily. She was not the leader of the country at the time, but it's impossible to discuss the later events without looking at the 6-Day War, which is one of the most phenomenal victories Israel had ever achieved, and in fact is still a stellar victory when it's studied today. I'll tell you a quick story about my yeshiva, or Sameach. This is a story they often describe there, where there was a young man in the yeshiva, and there's the Or Sameach is a yeshiva for Bali children, people who come to Judaism with a limited training and background. And there was, you ask about where people are from. Some are from Harvard, some from Yale, whatever. And one guy said he was from West Point. So they said, "What are you doing here from West Point? I mean, what a trip coming from West Point to a yeshiva in Jerusalem. How did that happen?" So he said, the story goes, that he was participating in a class on military strategy. And they had, a highly decorated general teaching this class with like 25 stars and things like that. And they went through many of the great battles of history. Waterloo, Battle of the Bulge, invasion of Normandy, things like that. And they studied what happened why a certain general was victorious, what strategy was used, and so on. And they analyzed all these battles. And at the end of the course, this young man went up to the general and said, excuse me, sir, I'm very curious, why did we not study any of the Israeli wars? I mean, certainly they must have some merit. They're all quite different and so on. Why didn't we look at them? And apparently the general said, young man, the reason we don't study the Israeli wars is because those victories are completely unexplained by any strategy known to man. They are totally miraculous, and I have no way to explain how the Jews won. So, at any rate, the 6-Day War certainly, and that's how we ended up in Yeshiva. What am I doing in West Bank, West Point, if I can go to the West Bank? No. Anyways, so again, the short form, because I want to discuss this again in more detail with Menachem Begin. Egypt in particular and Syria threatened the nascent state once again. They've had several skirmishes, the 1956 Sinai campaign in particular, but at this point, Egypt is really ready to completely obliterate Israel, particularly with its ally Syria. In June of 1967, it's absolutely clear this is their intentions. They threatened the United Nations, and its leader, Ustan, decided that it was unsafe for the UN peacekeeping forces to maintain the border zone, and so therefore Ustan removed all of the UN peacekeepers on the borders, completely exposing Israel to Egyptian tanks. And so the entire world knew that Israel was about to be driven into the sea. My uncle Leon, he should look me well, he describes it, he was a young man at the time, and he describes how he and his friends, they immediately dropped out of medical school to buy their tickets to get to Israel and to support the new state. And then by the time, they came to the airport, the war was already over. Because it was an amazing overnight victory. Essentially what Israel did was it launched a controversial now preemptive strike, whereas they attacked the Egyptians and the Syrians before they could attack Israel, relying on a Talmudic principle. When someone comes to kill you, get up earlier than him and kill him first. It's a very basic Talmudic idea. And largely through the overwhelming air superiority, through the tremendously courageous Air Force, they were able to destroy much of the Egyptian Air Force before it even got off the tarmac. There are photographs of exploded planes and Egyptian soldiers lying on the runways, not even having the chance to take off. Within short order, all of these armies were defeated. The main outcome of this, however, was huge territorial expansion for Israel, which proved to be advantageous in some obvious ways, but at the same time, a great burden for Israel to bear, one that they still struggle with several decades later. Specifically, they conquered the entire Sinai Peninsula here, right up to the banks of Cairo and the Nile River here. They conquered all of the Gaza Strip, of course, which was attached to the Sinai Peninsula. They conquered all of what would be called the West Bank, so-called because it is on the west side of the Jordan River here. And they conquered this mountain region up in Syria known as the Golan Heights. Now, they had to decide what they were going to do with these territories. They basically had three options. One was exchange it immediately for peace, meaning just release that territory and sign a peace treaty with the country that had lost that territory. And many Israelis felt that, of course, that's what's going to happen. The next 6 months or so, we'll sit down, they'll realize we're here to stay, and we'll have peace. We'll get our land back, and then we'll have peace. But ultimately, none of the Arab nations stepped forward being willing to get that land back for peace. So Israel had to make one of two other decisions. One is to annex the territory, which means to completely own it, to declare it permanently part of Israel, which sounds like a reasonable thing to do. It was won fair and square in war, but at the same time, because you recall, Israel wants to be a democratic nation, annexing a territory means you have to give its citizens, give its residents, citizenship. You cannot, under international law, take over a country and then literally enslave the people there or consider them second-class citizens. If you want to claim that territory as your own real estate, you have to give them citizenship, which is precisely what Israel did in the region of the Golan Heights, which was sparsely populated, also ironically by a population of Arabs known as the Druze, who are traditionally friendly to the states in which they inhabit. So the Druze actually have a supportive role towards Israel, and because it's a mountain region that overlooks Damascus on one side, or the Galil lowlands on the other side, it has high strategic value, and they said, we're just going to keep the Golan Heights, thank you very much. They also agreed to annex East Jerusalem, which has high symbolic value for Israel. Jerusalem is, of course, the 3,000-year capital of Israel. The old city with the temple in it is beyond the values for Jews and Jewish history. And so they said, we are taking East Jerusalem, we're making it part of Israel, and in fact, all the Arabs living there were given citizenship, given full Israeli citizenship, passports, the whole deal, in accordance with the democratic principles of international law. However, the larger population of what would be called Yehuda and Shomron and Gaza, here, or the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, a large number of Arabs living there, and the Israelis were not willing to simply annex those territories and give the Arabs living there citizenship, so they simply declared them administered territories. This is a kind of a neutral term. Some prefer the term occupied, which is decidedly derogatory towards the occupier, in this case Israel. But that's essentially the status quo that was held in place until 2003, when the Gaza Strip was actually abandoned in a very controversial disengagement process. The West Bank, of course, is still administered by Israel, where the Arabs living there do not have the full access to rights and privileges that Israeli citizens do, which is an ongoing sore point for Palestinians, obviously, and for Israelis as well. It is a burden to administer these territories, but there is no lasting solution in immediate proximity. God willing, next week we will address this in greater detail as well, because Begin had a plan that was attempted in some parts, and we'll discuss how that worked out. Okay, so this is the status just before she comes to power. Oh, here's a picture of East Jerusalem, which gives you a sense of how it was annexed, as well as regions immediately to the north and the south as well. So she comes into Knesset. I love this photograph, which I think gives you a real sense of her personality, right? She's got muscle, and she's a powerful orator. She had an uninterrupted reign in Knesset in various ministries, labor, foreign affairs, internal affairs, from 1949 to 1966. As I mentioned, her name changed in 1956 to Mayor, but she ultimately retired in 1966 because she was diagnosed with lymphomatic. Is it lymphomatic or lymphatic? Lymphomatic. It's bad any way you look at it, but it's lymphomatic. How does that joke go? They're at a funeral, and someone says to them, look, 90 years old, never had a cold, and now this. She, in her tenure as prime minister, she was an outspoken individual. I think in many ways a lot like Bibi Netanyahu, because she had, a very effective command of the English language, and she could play a role on the world stage in a lot of issues. Unfortunately, part of her tenure was marred by the growth of Arab terrorism in this period, realizing that that Israel could not be shaken with conventional military methods, particularly after the Six-Day War. The Arabs, under the newly founded Palestinian Liberation Organization headed by Yasser Arafat, launched a large series of attacks on more vulnerable Israeli targets throughout the world. Most egregiously, the 1972 massacre of athletes at the Munich Olympics, several bombings of El Al ticketing ranges in airports throughout Europe, and time again, she was faced with the challenges of dealing with international terrorism outside of Israeli borders, as well as attacks within Israel, although they would not get to really the most terrible points until the 1990s. She had a well-known showdown with Austria that was really telling of the world mood and also her own leadership skills when the Austria, of course, being in East Central Europe, had a transit camp that was reserved primarily for Soviet Jews. There was a trickle of Jews that were allowed out of the Soviet Union in the 1970s, and they primarily went through this one camp. The name of it escapes me right now, but this one camp in Austria. The Palestinian movement threatened Austria with terrorist attacks if they were to keep this camp open because the Palestinians wanted to slow the immigration of Jews from Russia into Israel, which they thought was a great demographic threat to their ambitions to take over the land of Israel. So Austria caved in. The minister, who was ironically prime minister, was Jewish. He closed the transit camp, and at that time, Golda Meir was speaking to the Council of Europe, which I believe was in Brussels at the time, and she literally lashed out at Austria for its cowardice. She went to meet with the Austrian Prime Minister, I think his name was Kreisky, afterwards. She sat down with him, and she told him that if he really refuses to if he refuses to, actually he was yielding to the Palestinians. If he does yield to them, there will be no end to terrorism for Austria whatsoever. And he ultimately said that they're not going to reach an agreement, so she left the room. And the first thing she said to journalists was that he did not even offer her a glass of water. And so Kreisky ultimately was shamed into creating an alternate transit camp for Soviet Jews to come through Austria, but ultimately she lost the overall battle on that particular site. But this is a kind of indicative of the leadership role that she played on an international level. Domestically, the end of her tenure as prime minister was marred by a horrible event, the awful Yom Kippur War of 1973. At this time, the young general Anwar Sadat was in charge, and he had some taste of battling with the Israelis, and he disagreed with the prevalent mood that Israel was unbeatable. Using a strategy that combined a lot of secrecy, once again with the allies in Syria, Sadat planned an attack on Israel that flew largely under the radar for much of the year 1973. The attack was planned specifically for Yom Kippur, holiest day of the Jewish calendar, when most Jews would be fasting. Although ironically, even though Jews call it Yom Kippur, the Yom Kippur War, Arabs call it the Ramadan War, because it occurred during their month of Ramadan, and secular historians prefer the more neutral term October War. At any rate, Meir was the prime minister at the time, and her ministers advised her that, in fact, the troops were massing and it looked like an attack was imminent. However, there was a big dispute among her advisors as to what to do about it. Certain contingent of advisors said, launch another preemptive attack, just like in 1967. That's the only way that we're going to win. Others, including the famous General Moshe Dayan, said that a preemptive strike was inappropriate, that it's not conclusive that they will attack, it may be just saber rattling. Ultimately, she decided to take a moderate course. She did not order a preemptive strike, but she did order a full mobilization of the army. So she ordered the country on high alert immediately, and the attack came within 6 hours. So ultimately, Israel was able to beat them back and even push the boundaries further onto the other side of the Nile River in the case of Egypt, after they had significant American support. But it was a devastating blow to Israel. They suffered very high casualties, and that the glow of the David versus Goliath that came after 1967 was definitely diminished because people saw that Israel could lose as well. This ultimately catapulted Anwar Sadat as a general to the prime ministership or the vice presidency of Egypt later, because he was a great hero in Egypt for having bloodied the Jews' noses. And I'll talk again with Reagan next week about how, ironically, he was battle, he was able to then turn around and make peace with them. Although that would ultimately earn him an assassination at the hands of the current movement controlling Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood, again, more for next period. One strong opinion in defense of Meir's decision to not launch that preemptive strike came from Henry Kissinger, who confirmed after the war was over that, in fact, if Meir had declared that preemptive strike, which again was controversial in the international world, then Kissinger said that America would not even have contributed a single nail to the war effort. And that American support in munitions and political support was incredibly important. So ultimately, it seems that her decision was, although costly, the wisest one possible. This was the determination of the Al-Granat Commission, which looked at the war and conducted an extensive postmortem to try and determine what could have been done better. And it ultimately cleared Golda Meir of any blame for not deciding that preemptive strike. Her party went into an election immediately thereafter. Her party won the re-election, but several months later, she was simply too exhausted from the infighting and the recriminations over the results of the war that she decided she would resign, which she did in 1974. She died several years later in 1978 of that cancer, which was first diagnosed already in 1966, causing her first retreat from home. So looking at her legacy, she was a fascinating woman, a tremendously powerful speaker, tremendously motivated ideologue. In large part, she sacrificed her personal life, her family life, her husband and her children for the peace of this country, this great experiment in Jewish statehood. And as the signatory of the Declaration of Independence, her name is permanently inscribed in the history of the annals of this country, and her character and her leadership continue to motivate and inspire us all. Thank you, as always, for your intelligent attention and indulgence. I look forward to speaking to you next week about the Catholic faith. Thank you. Fantastic class tonight. I have to say a couple of thank yous. So thank you for all the unexpected reading, and I especially appreciate following us. In the meantime, other thank yous. You notice how wonderful this looks now. So, that's an idea. We had a screen last week, but raised, so it's gone upside down. Visible to those of you with interest in the back row. Also, thanks to Joe and Zohara Weiss for sponsoring this week. The classes are free to the community. I really like the idea that's just available to everyone, but it truly did incur some costs to get the equipment together and to be able to video film and lecture film and to have that beautiful picture and the fact that we don't have to. So we get sponsored to sponsor the process of the rest of $20 to sponsor the lecture. Obviously, give cash to the partner of the legwork discount and your participation is a sponsorship in itself. By the way, I had that chance to do last week's lecture, which did go live last Friday. It's at jewishhistorylectures.org. You get to straight to that Florida, straight to the newsroom.org website, the website, and click on Jewish History Class and take you there as well. Very likely, okay, so with that said, today's is quite correct. Even though he plays a somewhat minor role in the overall scope of Jewish history and the arc of our progress through the Middle Ages, he was quite notorious, and especially he was one of those Jewish figures who crossed the religious divide and was of great fascination to Jews and Muslims alike. He mingled with kings, and so we have official state documents, and we have a tremendous amount of popular documents written by Christians and Muslims who were fascinated with the possibility that the Jewish Messiah had arrived, and so we have multiple valences to look at this individual character and see a lot about who he was and what he did. His dates are 1626 to 1676. He died just a few months shy of his 50th birthday. And of course, those of you who are completely into Jewish history, his claim to fame is that in the year 1665, he claimed that he was in fact proclaimed himself the Jewish Messiah, Mashiach, and he engendered a huge following all across Asia Minor and Europe. And many Jews were influenced all by his teachings, his personality, and his impact on the world, and many very significant Jewish leaders were actually bound to his cause. They were severely disappointed when, only about a year later, he confronted the Sultan of Turkish Empire, and he requested politely that he be given Jerusalem in order to initiate the Messianic period. The Sultan would counteroffer, you can either convert to Islam or I will decapitate you, and he decided to convert to Islam, leaving his followers tremendously rejected, a huge honor on the Jewish self-consciousness for the next 700 years, and we will explore the ramifications of that decision. But I want to start with a little joke, and I have to tell you, this is a joke that when I first heard it, I thought it was very, very funny, but it was just a little bit off color. And I was thinking, could I possibly tell this joke? Maybe I could tell it in this situation, but I couldn't put it on the internet. And I thought about it, and I thought about it, so I edited it very lightly. So the joke looks like this. I mean, it's not guaranteed, but I'll just edit it out. So the joke looks like this. And the joke is talking about conversions. Isn't that big? Reuven and Shimon, two Jewish guys, are walking down the street one day, and they pass by a religious institution of another faith. That's the part that we use of faith in the original. So I'm going to use the version that doesn't identify any calumnies from other faiths watching this video. So they pass this institution of another faith, and there's a big sign outside that institution that says, Jews convert to this religion with $500 today only. Just ignore it. You know, we're proud Jews. We're never going to give up our faith. Just ignore it. And the guy says, for $500, you know, why not? I'll tell you what, Shimon, I'm going to go in. I'll mumble a few words.
One true party in the county jail. The prison was the land that began to win. When there's something and there's other man to swing. It's looking like that jail first. Everybody was dancing to the jail. Trying to get the pennies and the saxophone. No one going on the side trombone. Running on the ground, back. Oh, really, such a wonderful connection. Everybody in the home. Let's dance to the jail. I'm 47, working on the street. We do the cutest jam, but I never did see. I'm sure we'd be delighted with your company. If you wanna do the jail, I'm running with everybody has fun. Everybody in the home fell apart. Let's dance to the jail. Sitting down the table on the clock of stone. Walking in the corner, we could go home. Those so sick.
And in particular, there was one element of Urianic Kabbalah that distinguished it from earlier forms of Kabbalism. Primarily, for our purposes, earlier Kabbalistic studies were primarily theoretical. There was a lot of contemplation of the nature of the soul, the structure of the universe, the process of creation. A lot of things which were much more theory than anything else. In the organic area, however, there's a lot more emphasis on what is known as emerging Kabbalah, which means Kabbalah that is designed to affect change in the universe. As opposed to earlier thought, which emphasized understanding the structure of the universe, which is about altering the structure of the universe. Through various prayers, various Kabbalah or intentions, all kinds of things like that, where people were under the understanding Kabbalah that involved actually shaping the evolution of the course. One of the biggest questions that Jews had on their minds was, when will Mashiach come? When will Messiah come? The top subjects, which persist, by the way, right up until the 19th century, were individuals who attempted through Urianic Kabbalah to urge God to send the Messiah immediately. But this kind of Kabbalistic thinking was fairly widespread in the Jewish world in the 7th century. This is the intellectual review which tends to be one of his Jewish identity as a young man. In particular, besides these Kabbalot, these ways of unifying their content, so to speak, there's this idea of tikkun, of repair. They're very common today. Tikkun olam, the repair of the world, which is sometimes understood as a call to social action. In the Kabbalistic sense, we said treat that some kind of fundamental repair to a rift in the universe. Something was wrong with the universe, and the tikkun of Jews who practice this Kabbalah would bring about its amelioration. This is especially so after the Spanish explosion that we studied last term, which was such a huge shift in the Weltanschauung. It understood Spain to be the ultimate of the golden age of Jewish there. To see that crushed in just a matter of months. Persecutions that followed in Spain and Portugal, and suffering of the Jews right to water to Turkey and things elsewhere. The idea of affecting the universe was much more profound than it ever had in the profound sense of destruction of the Second Temple. So these are the kinds of intellectual ideas that are circulating. Young Kabbalists are feeling like through their studies and actually alter the history of history and they take it very seriously. Any questions about the intellectual? At least 15 lectures before we get up to the 20th century and 21st century. There are the hey, we really need Mashiach. People are inverting it's shine sight, as they say. So that's the spot circle and its influence. There's also a very important social and political element to the development of Taik's activity. And himself was personally motivated by hearing about the pogroms of 1648-49. In fact, one of his most profound mental breakdowns was specifically related to the day that he heard about the events of what is known in Hebrew as the Seirat Taik. Taik is the Hebrew acronym of the year 1648-49. To give you this in brief, we will, God willing, in another year return to this and understand it in much more profound detail. But our task for today is to understand Shabbat speed. For approximately 400 years, years, Jews had been moving into Poland, Ukraine, certain parts of Lithuania, Russia itself. Russia promptly closed off the Jews in the year 1979, but we were very much heavily populated with Orthodox Russian. And in those areas, they were principally acting as middlemen between peasants and landowners. There was an ethnic divide between those two groups, and in many ways there was a profoundly triangular conflict between the Polish landlords who often lived in the cities in the north, the Ukrainian peasants who used these large tracts of land called and the Jewish people, where the Poles would hire the Jews as
Welcome. How are you? What's going on, Jack Rose? Jackie Rose. Jackie Rose. How you living, Tim? It's good. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Hello? Can you hear me? You're watching Jewish lectures. Hope you enjoy. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Yo. Unmute if you can. Let's talk. Let's hear about your hopes and dreams. I want to know everything that makes you tick. Fuck you, dog. I didn't want to talk with you, dude. I was doing my own thing.
These taxes include, of course, a tax on produce, grain being the output of Red Mountain Europe, but it would also be a tax on sailors who want to cross a bridge, who want to go fishing, who want to go hunting, who want to get cattle, even some evidence that collective taxes of the meaning that if you want to have your child baptized, you have to go through the initiation of paying the Jew to get your key from the church. Very, very limited instances of this. That's one instance of that. The first instance I thought are very well known in Ukrainian literature, and in fact, a common element in their culture, the idea of the oppressive Jews to get Christians engagement in their activities. At any rate, the way the economic structure of Ukraine was situated, the Polish landlord could release the levies on the Ukrainian peasants, but the Jews were given a tax that actually reflected it. So the Ukrainian peasants were obsessed with the economic oppression of the Poles, who, by the way, were different faiths. The Ukrainians were Orthodox, the Poles were Catholics. And they saw the Jews as the leading edge of the hammer at the Polish head. So there was a terrible uprising in 1649, led by a man named Rabbi, who you may have seen his name in literature spelled with a CH, as a Polish spelling, pronounced Chmielnicki. And he led a band of suspected Ukrainian Cossacks in a violent uprising against the Polish landlords. That attack on Polish landlords was directed principally at the Ukrainian police soldiers because they were living nearby. The Ukrainian anchor was principally with the Poles, but the Poles are far away, the Jews are right here. Absolutely horrific. The true scope of the disaster is a matter of some debate among historians. Certainly exaggerated claims put the number of Jewish dead at 250,000, which is rather absurd because there are less than 100,000 Jews living in those areas at the time, but it would not be out of range to say perhaps as many as 50,000, which were a tremendous amount of dead for a pre-modern uprising. The specific nature of the attacks were unusual, if you will. I'm not going to repeat some of the examples of casualties sure, but suffice it to say that if you read some of the martyrologies of the period, you'd be shocked, and even we, living after the Holocaust, can't read these kind of descriptions of violence. So there was a huge displacement of this massive Jewish center in the middle of the 17th century, immense amount of poverty, immense amount of dislocation, so many killed, so many bodies, and this is kind of a rolling up on the Spanish explosion. It was the next tragedy. And the Jews were intellectually saying to themselves, what needs to be done? Isn't it already time for since you're specifically to play Shabtai, will they pause and ask a group of questions? These are questions. Okay. Good, right? Yeah, thank you. All right. So you can see what kind of questions these are because I know. Like this crowd is the bad. All right. He was Shabtai. He was an Ashkenazi. He was born in Izmir, of the bunch of Asia Minor. Was either actually born on Tisha B'Av of 1626, or it could be that that date is fabricated by his followers because the Midrash says the Messiah would be born on the 9th of Av. That is especially important. The horrible fast day that commemorates the various tragedies that we felt in Jewish people, and of course he should be born on the day that corresponds with the Midrash. One of the difficulties in understanding the details of Shabtai's life is that a lot of his life story was written by his followers specifically with an eye to according to the various midrashim that nevertheless, in the pre-modern period, printing is now available, and it will actually play a dramatic role in Shabtai's revelation as Mashiach. This material disseminates very fast. Jews are avid readers in the 17th century, and they are scooping up these books and they're really digesting them. His father dealt in poultry, he sold chickens, and he was a struggling businessman, but his brothers, the three sons in the Sweet family, Eliakim and Yosef, actually ended up becoming very successful merchants. They ended up following their brother Shabtai into this movement, and as we should see how that develops. They came from a fairly humble background that was upwardly mobile, was Ashkenazi living in Asia Minor, and he was the scholar of the family. He was the baby of the family, and even his detractors are very happy to admit that Shabtai Tzvi was quite a learned young man. Apparently, at the age of 15, he had run out of teachers. There was no one in Smyrna who could educate him, and so he studied on his own. And at the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the regional equivalent of what we call a rabbi. He did, however, have a very profound ascendance. So he studied on his own, and at the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the regional equivalent of what we call a rabbi. He did, however, have a very profound ascetic sense. He was a loner. He, like Muhammad, ironically, he liked to go for long walks in the wilderness. He liked to be by himself. There was one dramatic episode where he went for a swim by himself and nearly drowned, and his rescue from that incident held him into a sense of grandeur that he in fact might be Mashiach. He had a deep attachment to his mother, but otherwise he had very good friends as an adolescent. His reputation as a scholar, he was, by the way, also reputed by, again, his detractors and his admirers alike to be an exceptionally good-looking man, and he had an extremely fine singing voice. When he was in his up phases, we'll talk about those momentarily, he was wont to sing publicly, and his voice was extremely pleasing to everyone. So the fact that he was good looking and that he had a good voice actually did make a big difference with regards to how people dealt with these other exegesis. His reputation as a young scholar prompted two early marriages, both of them failed. In both cases, he was married for several months, and his young wives complained to their fathers that the marriage had not been consummated. This was twice. Later, we'll talk about his more long-term wife, Sarah. He was ultimately married 4 times. 5 times he completed the time to remarry his third wife. But this is an anomaly. This particular picture here, I don't know what to make of these pictures. A lot of them are pictures of Shabtai Tzvi, as I mentioned earlier. He is regarded as one of the most well-documented Jews in the 17th century. But occasionally you have under here And it says it's a very portrait, it's a true portrait. This is basically it. Several of the other ones that look very different also say it's a true portrait of Zoe. So he had these two old marriages, and he seemed to have a difficulty with intimacy on a personal level and even a marital level, and this became through his life. The most profound psychological aspect of Shanta's life is that he seems to have been again, I'm a lay person, I don't know anything about psychology, but he seems to have been a manic depressive. He would go through periods of tremendous elation and euphoria that could last several weeks at a time, and then he would fall into the pit of despair. Or as my eldest daughter, she was about 10 years old, once said, "I'm in the depths of despair." She was like, Rabbi, she's watching for college now, she's very smart, she's a college program. But she was like, desperate. So he would go through these periods of like tremendous euphoria, happiness, and he would be expansive, and he would be dramatic, and other times he would be catatonic. He would remain shut in a room, and no one could talk to him at all. So he went through literally, maybe a bipolar kind of existence. He called the periods of euphoria illuminations, because he felt he was receiving some kind of revelation, and then he was like directly connected to God. And the opposite, when he was in melancholy, he called that eschatology, which is a theological term meaning the hiding of the face, the hiding of God's face. So he was in the shadow of God, no longer receiving direct light from him. During his periods of melancholy, he would repeatedly be tempted to do what he called strange actions. Believe me, they are very strange, and you're going to get even stranger. But I described some of them last week, which is where it's like. He was especially, we don't know exactly what his relationship with women was, but there are several examples where he seems to have been, it definitely involves something to do with his relationship with women. As we see, he was conflicted with these things as a wife. He was also fascinated with the tetragrammaton, which is the Greek term for the four-letter name of God, Shem, Horash, the name that Jews do not pronounce. The background for those who may not be so familiar with the way we do these things, for example, we pronounce God's name when we pray, when we recite blessings, and so on. But the name that we actually say today is only a placeholder for the way it's spelled in the prayer list. The placeholder simply means our Lord, and it's a euphemism for the name which we are not allowed to pronounce. The name that we're not allowed to pronounce was only recited on Yom Kippur in the temple during the time that it was standing, and since then it's been totally off limits. We only pronounce, what I'm sure you're familiar with. He was fascinated with the Tetragrammaton, and he would walk around Smyrna pronouncing the name of God. And he did all kinds of strange things like this. He would occasionally call himself Mashiach, Messiah, even in his early years, but people basically tolerated him. He was regarded as some kind of eccentric, to put it mildly. Others considered him a bit of a harmless lunatic. He was just, a village fool. It's true that he was very learned, but obviously he couldn't pull his life together properly, so people basically tolerated him. Again, he was good looking, he was a great concept, people really enjoyed the Shlach. What's a Shlach? This is our Shabbatai. Every town has someone like this, so this is our Shabbatai speed. This is, by the way, another great book that Shabbatai speed. Any questions so far? I'm talking a lot. Nobody likes to ask the first question. Anybody have the second question? Amazing that joke always works. Okay, so, but there came a point where even in Smyrna, he was no longer welcome because he was simply too disruptive in the services. His disruptions would come to a peak later in Egypt. And with his periods of euphoria increasing, say, okay, sure, so show me how do you fly? He says, you're not worthy. I can show you because we have claims regularly to have various visions of God, and ultimately they say, well, it's not going to be. So in the 1650s, he's in his early 20s now, a single man. His first teacher and the other members of the town got together and unanimously did those numbers. He began a period of significant wandering. Here is Smyrna here. The rest of the sheep basically makes its way through Asia Minor, so the higher on shore, eventually makes it down to Egypt, the shore of Spain, Cairo, cross over into Gaza, Jerusalem, and other practices, Cairo, and then ultimately to the Jerusalem up to Aleppo, Damascus, and then all the way back to Syria, and eventually he's going to die here, exiled that period of wandering sent him from town to town. He hit the heights. He saw all of the great Jewish cities of the time. In 1658, he was living in Saloniki, which is a very important Greek Jewish center, when he ultimately held a marriage ceremony between himself and the Torah, the Rabbi, and the Sefer Torah, and he referred to himself as Chatan Torah, in terms of communication and terms when he was signing letters to his followers. He liked to call himself Chatan Torah, Hashem, the Messiah, but occasionally even God. He was signing letters. It's a joke there, huh? He was asked to leave from Salonika, so then he made it to Constantinople, Istanbul at the time, which was also a very large Jewish center. And he was feeling a little bit guilty there, so he decided he used the Virgin Kabbalah to rid himself of his spiritual melancholy. There are a few examples of this where he actually, when he did have a psychologist on his site, realized that he was going to learn, and he tried to take some action. However, he wanted to do the worst psychologist in his natural. He vanished from Constantinople because he celebrated publicly three notable addresses in 1 week. First, he spread out over the year, based on US facilities. He could probably save on groceries to do it all in 1 week, but he decided that was obviously a great promotion. He also vanished the US political and take that. He said, no, these are mental David. Now that I'm here, that was the but he was asked to leave Constantinople as well, and he made his way home to Jerusalem. He did fairly well. He kept to himself, and he did very strange kind of demonstrations of his messianic identity and so on. And the rabbis there tolerated him. And in this context, it was fascinating to point out that if you want to have certain types of mental illnesses, Orthodox people will definitely best and I mean it actually seriously. For example, obsessive compulsive disorder. I think it's funny. There is a book that's written by two psychiatrists in Jerusalem, Greenberg and Winston, published by Yale, in which they say that one of the problems with the mentally ill in the Orthodox community is that their problems go undiagnosed so long. Because when a person, let's say, for example, is very, very careful about the mitzvah of intellectuality, washing your hands, and everyone else says, oh, look how filthy he is, he washes his hands 18 times. The rest of us do it maybe 2 or 3 times. 18 that what I'm really bad. So ironically, a person like this gets praised for their OCD behavior, and that just pushes them even further into that direction. Furthermore, as we saw last week, Rabbi is also showing if someone, we do believe in power of prophecy, we do believe that in certain circumstances, God does speak directly to people, perhaps through dreams, things like that. So if the person walks around saying, I had a small prophecy, I felt like God was going to say, oh, wow, you must be a very spiritually elevated person. The reality of the person is, a few dimes short of $1. But the fact is that in Orthodox Judaism, this kind of behavior may actually be not recognized for what it is until it's too late. And this is exactly the kind of thing that happened in Jerusalem to Shabbat's feet. His erratic behavior, his extreme seclusion, his meditative silences, these were looked on as acts of piety, when in fact they were acts of worship. So what happens is, in Jerusalem in 1662, he got his first real job. The elders of Jerusalem needed to carry an important message to Egypt. Shabtai had just come from Egypt, and so they entrusted him with this task of carrying an important message to Egypt, and he carried out the task beautifully. It was not such a difficult thing, but he had the appearance and he had the mannerisms and he moved in ways, so he carried this back to Egypt, and he was briefly a hero for legitimate reasons. Luckily for him, he met the head of the Egyptian Jewish community, who was very much taken with him, and ultimately became one of his prime supporters, both morally and financially, which would have a signal impact on him later in life as he publicly proclaimed his Messianic identity. He needed funds to keep his spiritual job as the head of the Egyptian Jewish community, who in fact supported him. This time that met his Bashir, someone who was just as unbalanced as he was, a woman named Sarah, who is not sure to check her out. A lot of rumors about her libertine behavior, she claimed to have been sacred herself to her husband, that are significant evidence that she saved herself from several husbands. But she was undoubtedly someone who had suffered greatly. She was an orphan heartbeat of John 16, 48, 49, and she had been taken in by some of her family living in Amsterdam. But she also was slightly eccentric, and she had long from her childhood claimed that she was going to be the bride of Mashiach. Of course, how perfect it was when she found out this guy had died on and to Mashiach, so she packed up and she brought the whole show down to Egypt to meet Shabbat's feet. Shabbat's feet was just delighted to meet her, especially when he heard about the background, primarily because there is a midrashic allusion the life of the Shia, actually, that the prophet Hosea married a woman from the one of the most powerful Torahs that we discussing Hosea's tribulations marrying a woman of this nature, and how he could not bear to see the ways which we God in us, and that's the way we made the he ended up marrying Sarah. By the way, this is not their hookup. I just sort of like the picture. And he went into a period of relative stability that lasted for approximately 8 years. Sarah was talking however, there is some significant doubt that consummated the marriage with Sarah either. This was revealed in absolutely bizarre several years later, in the context of his Mashiach. He divorced Sarah and then remarried her, and then the next morning, Sarah proudly displayed the tokens of her virginity. And that was safe to say that all these years they were married. Oh my God, it's right. It just gets weird. Check out that part of the video. All these years they were married and nothing doing, and all of a sudden they get remarried. So it was a kind of political theater, but it certainly worked, and his followers were taken in by it tremendously. Now, here's the turning point for Shabbat's already. On his way back from Egypt, he passes through Gaza, and he meets the person who will change his life forever, Nathan Gaza. So up here. Abraham floods, Gaza. So that's where Nathan is. Nathan Gaza was also a very individual, was somewhat of a mystic. He claimed later to have prophesied that Shabbat's feet would be coming to visit him, and was in fact the Mashiach. Of course, we don't hear about those things until later, but when Shabtai Tzvi and said, "This is amazing. You know, you are Mashiach, or maybe seemingly you Mashiach, you make a lot of money on this." Who knows? But he encouraged him in his messianic intentions, and he created all kinds of theatrical venues for him to demonstrate some sort on the Shavuot, right? Our first year with him, forming our tradition in an online learning study session. From Gaza fellowship class of the speaking in tongues, and in the context of these class, he revealed to the onlookers that Rabbi was the Mashiach, and this was the first prominent and public demonstration of his identity as such. Then shortly afterwards, after he came to, he says, "Oh my gosh, it's so amazing. You won't believe it, but for years now I've been studying this book that I discovered called The Vision of the Roman." And it's this book about who Mashiach would be like, and it was written in the year 1200. But as I read this book, I see it's identical to like Shabtai. All the details in the book correspond to his book. Of course, Amos actually wrote the visions for Rabbi, but he portrayed it to a gullible and desperate audience of Jews that this in fact would be Mashiach. So, it just got crazier at that point. At this point, Shabtai just lets go to being encouraged by Nathan of Gaza that his Mashiach will first confess and turn to his best friends and makes them kings of major countries. He said, do this, you're the king of Turkey and you're the king of France, and everybody's happy. You go to Louis plan. He names people ahead of various tribes, whether shape of Levi, the tribe of Judah, and he says, oh, well, just hanging out these autocratic everybody. And he basically unopposed by many major rabbis. This is happening basically in Gaza and later Jerusalem. The elders of Jerusalem were not pleased with this, and they denounced his antinomian and strange behavior, but they did not take any more profound action. Because in the back of their minds, perhaps, they're thinking, you know what? It is time for Mashiach. We put out Mashiach. Let's see what happens with this guy. I mean, but nevertheless, they did in fact denounce him and distance themselves from him. Here's where it crosses the line to the rest of the world. There were several emissaries from various countries who were in Jerusalem, in Turkey, who heard about these things, and they carried these things back to England, France, Turkey, elsewhere, and began publishing very, very confident accounts of the rise of the Jewish society, principally in English, French, and German. And we have these contemporary accounts by Christians of it. They were especially nervous about one rumor, and these rumors just built one upon another, that the 10 lost tribes were coming out of hiding to begin the Messianic War, the Armageddon. According to this thought, the 10 lost tribes, of course, that we haven't seen since the year 722 before the Common Era, they have been hiding. They have been living, according to some accounts, in the deep recesses of a cave called the Red Mountain, somewhere in Asia Minor. And they've been training there, for hundreds of years. And now that the Jewish Messiah has come, they're all being released from these mountains. This is perhaps influenced by the invasion of the Tatars or the Mongols. And they are going to overrun all of Europe, and they're going to make it one big Jewish kingdom. There's one of the many WordPress that depicts some Christian movement showing Shabtai Tzvi with his bands of armies in the background. It's very fascinating. Never read anything like this following, at least on the military sense. And a lot of people are fascinated and nervous at the same time. So Shabtai Tzvi becomes immediately a world celebrity for his craziness. And during this time, he just goes wild with the antinomian behavior. Antinomian is a term referring to almost three things in law. So antinomian means counter-halakhic, behaving in ways that is not appreciated by the court. For example, I already mentioned he eradicated the 10th of Taik. He also eradicated the fast of the 17th of Tammuz, which is much better actually. In the summertime, it's a lot longer fast. In one synagogue, he was criticized publicly some of his followers who wanted to enter to rebut their claims. They locked the doors on him, so he got an axe and he started chopping at the doors in violation of the laws of Shabbat. And so when they see he's trying to chop down the doors, to let him in, so he wouldn't destroy the door, he came in and he took over the service. He proclaimed himself Rabbi. He called all of the local dignitaries that were in the existing various Israel outposts. He added in various and then he made the Torah service, which he disdained the actual Torah scroll, and he put it back in the ark, and he picked up a Rabash, which was relatively new at the time, and he said that this is our new Torah. Interesting kind of thought that new Torah technology. Today it would be something like the rabbi pulling out an iPad. We are going to now be Torah like this. He called up, he ignored the Quran and the Read, and he called up women to the Torah, and very antinomian, the egalitarian nature of its last day. And they read the Torah that Shabbat from the Chumash itself. And then, just to top it off, after the Torah was done, he sung a Castilian love poem, like a popular song. He'll do the Rabbi singing something about his father. And he said that this song possesses great secrets and that should be incorporated into the literature. Amazingly, people felt that he was, he must really be what he says he is. And in fact, at that point, he asked that everyone should call him Miura, which is an acronym for the phrase Adonenu Malkeinu Gadol our master and king, may his glory be elevated. So for Mark 17, that's the code of he is. It reminds me actually that we'll speak about my second okay, so now sadly, a lot of Jews were taken by Shabbat. All over Europe, National Jews, everywhere was there were followers of Shabbat. Yet he literally sold all of their possessions, converted some liquid assets, and to be able to take the trip because they anticipated that in fact this would be the onset of the Messianic era. This is how the Christian work has showing. Probably that's all that is not so much about trains of Jews making their way to different space. All these countries. This says exactly how the Jews did this. It is a debate between Marshall Scholler, a scholar of his period, and several of his opponents. But to say it was the tens of thousands is certainly not an exaggeration. Many, many Jews were deeply moved by this and grateful. Why? Because they completely sold out their possessions and so on. So at this point, Shabtai is just riding a huge wave of popularity. He says, okay, now it's time to do it. He took himself to Constantinople to meet with the Sultan of Turkey and say, all right, now it's time for me to take over Jerusalem. He met first with the Grand Vizier, who's shown here. His name was Ahmed something or other. And he seems to be quite a statesman. And Shabtai is really quite fortunate because he was dealt with some delicacy. He was met at shore, met at sea. There were some storms that kept him from arriving, and his followers felt the fact that he eventually arrived was in itself a miracle. But there were some storms that kept him from sea, and then the vizier sent ships out to meet him, and they promptly arrested him, and they brought him back to Constantinople in chains. He was imprisoned, but the prison experience was really not so bad. He was eventually given a private chef and a private secretary, and he was allowed to receive visitors. So he was not exactly in a deep dungeon. He was, in fact, treated as something with an eccentricity, and while the Sultan thought about what he was going to do with him. While he spent several weeks in this state, his popularity still grew, and he was still in the sacrifice the Paschal lamb because they would have done that. We demonstrate that in fact the Messianic period had begun. His correspondence at this time displays that he's completely out of the closet on this. He refers to himself as Mashiach, Katan Torah, even God. God. He's just waiting for the moment to meet with the Son. The Son that several became the revenge to meet with him. The Son actually didn't dignify him with a face-to-face meeting. He's doing it from a balcony, from a shop to see was interrogated. And if it's looking at very much attention from 60, 60, 70, very here, that's very nice. I tell you what, how about you can bring to Islam where I cut off the head earlier, and he baptized me in fact all of his conversion is debated among scholars. His followers tend to portray it as a very grudging and sort of a disappointed course of things for Shabtai. His opponents indicate that it was very opportunistic and simply a way of launching himself further in his career. In fact, the Sultan did have a motivation. He felt that converting a very prominent Jew like this, probably the most prominent Jew in the world at the time, would draw more converts into Islam. And so not only did he allow him to convert, but he actually gave him a royal stipend of 150 gold points every month. So he was paid to be Muslim by the Sultan. Sarah converted with him, and approximately 200 families followed him into the process. Nathan of Gaza, who was not there at the time, although he did visit Shabtai some months later, felt that his conversion was a great mystery, but ultimately they worked out a new theology where Shabtai Tzvi's conversion to Islam was part of the gathering of the sparks. Meaning he had to go to every religion and he had to go and collect up all the holiness from all religions, and then eventually move in the Messianic period. Of course, if he converted to Islam, and then he has to also deal with Christianity as well. So in fact, at one point, Shabtai Tzvi sent Nathan of Gaza to Rome to meet with the Pope, perhaps to convert to Christianity there, but nothing came of that in the end. What ends up happening is that Shabtai Tzvi kind of fades into obscurity after this. He's living at this point as a Muslim for almost 10 years, but he seems to be some kind of crypto Jew as well. He's still practicing some Jewish rituals, and he has a circle of approximately 2 shuls with people who are staying, 200 families who are staying with him. And they're also, officially Muslim, but still practicing this kind of essential Jewish rituals. I mentioned earlier the divorce of Sarah and the remarriage, and we really don't know exactly what was going on in that little community, but the Grand Vizier felt that there was a lot of crazy things going on, and Shabtai Tzvi as a Muslim is no longer an asset, so he expelled him from the capital city of Constantinople to a tiny village in Albania, where he would live to the end of his life. His grave is still there. Fascinatingly, his followers continued to practice a form of Sabbathean Muslim Judaism. They were called the Dunrat, and they persisted right up until the 20th century. They played a very profound role. These are the descendants of Shabtai Tzvi's original followers converted to Islam. They played a very important role in the young Turk rebellion at the beginning of the 20th century. But then, they were largely endogamous, meaning they married observation. The British certainly were, they did have an exaggerated sense of how important the Jews would be to most of their life. Part of the motivation for the Balfour Declaration was they hoped that all of these German Jews who were fighting as German patriots would then put down their weapons and refuse to fight for Germany and Austria. It didn't turn out that way because Jews tend to be patriotic wherever they are, and they didn't pay attention to the Balfour Declaration. But what's interesting to see the connection to the German that's a good. They were very prominent among them. So let's look at the legacy of um, interestingly, 6 weeks before his death, Shabtai wrote to some of his followers and asked them if they would send him a regular Jewish matzah that he could use in Albania, and a very few matzah in Albania. And then he received it, and then shortly afterwards, on Yom Kippur, another auspicious day, he passes away in 1676 at the age of 49. By the time he passed away, he'd already made his major impact on the Jewish world. It was a large and deleterious impact in so many ways. The Jews who were still further deflated, it's just 200 years after the Spanish expulsion and 50 odd years after the Rome of 1648-49, and many scholars have tied these successive disappointments to other movements that would rise in Eastern Europe and elsewhere. Nevertheless, the intellectual impact of his Kabbalistic studies only now being discovered by scholars. And there's a lot of fascinating connections that I myself was shocked to read about it in recent scholarship. For example, the influence of Shabtai Tzvi on the Ramchal, on Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. Many of the scholars in the 18th century were persecuted because of their supposed more real connections to Saturday above. But we can't take away from him that he was quite a talented Chacham. He was quite a brilliant scholar of Jewish sources, and he left behind many teachings that were studied for another 200 years by more mainstream Jews. Nevertheless, his name goes down in history as one of disgrace, and perhaps we should pity him for his obvious disability. Nevertheless, the fascinating chapter in Jewish history. With that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Have an excellent night. Video that was earlier on before that not worked out. The most critical video was right for about 5 minutes, and then the audio dies. Once recorded again, this one covers a really good picture of where we so much. So it's kind of sad, but when I was making that before, I'm not going to have an audience for this lecture that you see, so like that. Just one of my dogs will this it's actually a picture of working trees smoking little stream children grew up in Florida. That's not really children. Anyways, the same about having recorded there. a large number of things what happened back and Turkey as well. In our case, look at the opposition. Places on a culture like Gerald, Jason, expulsion of the United States later, that means that the grandchild anyways, nature of expulsion anyways, like the child in Holocaust died, definitely a lot of paradise. Very studying this information and the thought and pride and qualified to best that right. Today I will be basing much of my material that's what people know, which is working with this topic as well, and also I rely on on Dr. Rabbi. He's a fascinating scholar without doubt. His biography of Rabbi title is Devoting the Rabbi. Life works just to guide systematic thought about a culture. Corporero, making Corporero sacrifice. That in itself is not a dissertation, but the book is great. That's not information. And with great resource for this topic, which I recommend. The name Corporero that's typically used is Spanish derivation, although the Roman itself preferred the spelling Corporero, which is Portuguese, that also was associated with Portuguese community, which means Dr. Rabbi and certain houses is perceptive and accurate that the remark was most likely of Portuguese derivation. Why a Spanish name from Cordoba or Cordoba, I think it's most pronounced. That's because when it comes to surnames, typically not only gets a surname, but leaves a place and leaves someone else. So, for example, if you're in Florida, but no one here will call me. Say, I'm in Florida. It's strange. Certainly, because coming up here is from Florida, so you wouldn't be able to tell it how to play. But since I come from Canada, I'm going to easily call me Canada, say. And if I pass that surname on to my children and grandchildren and so on, they would be called whatever short Canada, because they originally had to speak Canada, and now they go to So part of what happened to the Corporero family is they had roots in Spain, in Cordoba, and then they traveled to Portugal, had more difficult and then from Portugal, there was very little about as well. It's about his value because that was really effective of his work and brought them to wrong. The Rabbi is what Focus on what we're doing, right? So he's a prominent member of the Islamic circle, which was the kind of essential explosion of Jewish talent in the 16th century. Including some of the most amazing figures in modern history, of early modern Christian history. Rabbi the author of the Shulchan Jewish law, was the teacher of Rabbi and Rabbi Luria, the noted Kabbalist known as Rabbi himself, the Holy Lion, blessed memory, for his Kabbalistic work, who was the student of the Rabbi. In fact, he left Egypt specifically to come to learn at the feet of the Rabbi and then went on, specifically through his own student, the Rabbi Vital, who also studied the Rabbi, to go on and publish tremendous amount of work here, whatever he professed. To give you a sense of how important this very brief effervescence of Jewish thought was, some of my brothers saying this called Sneika, which occurred under Rabbi Yaakov in the 16th century. Basically, Sneika refers to the ordination of rabbis. The word Sneika comes from Somek, to remain upon, and it comes from the idea that Moses, Moshe Rabbeinu, he passed on his authority to his student Joshua by laying out the Moses. And Joshua then gave the statement to his students. He gave that statement to his students and many to their students and so on and so forth. However, sometime during the period of destruction of most likely the second temple, the statement changed broken. And after that, the demographic of people were all over the place. Political chaos and so on, so the typical rabbi of the Catholics maintained no longer reflected the legitimate change of Moses all the way forward as a person, as an authority. There is, however, some discussion of restart that or if there is a Torah of the greatest minds, all gathered together as a great of this apparently happened with the Rabbi Yaakov gathered together from the first power others in Islam, so this time. Let's do it again. Let us do the statement, the same agreement, and so they give them statement, and then he turned on them statement, and amazingly, the statement was started again. It was not without controversy, like history, and after a period of time, and more of a out of this continued saying statement by the publicized and so on. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense of just how brilliant the rabbis were at that time to have the audacity to consider dramatic questions. One other small footnote, Dr. Rabbi points out, and I think it is probably quite that although it is widely reported that Hamas was himself on the same time, this is probably not. He's only 16 years old at the time, and very little support from others to stick among that circle. matter of fact, one of the appears in 19th century accounts of were mentioned. So that is not combined in any way the concept or the speed inscribed in this conception. And in reality, the author sat on the faith of Rabbi Chicago itself. That's pretty impressive. See how they've been run by people of Jewish law author. It's widely regarded as a beloved authority, although he himself has his particular style of work. He tends to prefer to more of a lower Calvinist working with smaller people. So, nevertheless, you get a sense of how special the stock number was. There's very important reasons for this effervescence of Jewish history, Jewish creativity inspired at the time. Refer to a couple of aspects of this. So, anyways, Slack is not mentioned anywhere in biblical literature. It's not a famous town whatsoever. How is it that all of a sudden in the 16th century all of this is mentioned? So there are several key things. The first one is, of course, money. Slack became a place of very brief but very powerful economic development, largely through the government tax policies at the time. Jerusalem was recently conquered by the Ottomans, and they wished to foster development, so they gave a lot of significant tax limits to people living in Jews, Arabs, and others. Jerusalem was in a period of decline, and suddenly, because of the attraction of new settlement and industry, there was a significant amount of disposable income. And with that disposable income, so they had the possibility for scholarship and development and culture. This is something that many undergraduates don't necessarily grasp, that they only have high level of culture and religion when you have the sufficient economic resources to support it. There have to be enough people who are making enough money or contributing to centers of intellectual activity like universities, shivot, things like that, in order for them to flourish. Everyone is overwhelmed with their daily chores, work, working in the farm, there's simply no leisure time and no resources to allow for so it's not around that deep moment furthermore, the stock was a very important place of spiritual tourism at the time. It's a very beautiful place looking at sea level, overlooking the New York Sea, and it is the home of many graves, some beaches outside. So there's a certain amount of spiritual tourism that was already happening at the time. And we put this together with the economic incentive, with the dispersal of Spanish, Portuguese, exiles, suddenly other for tourists. There are really significant downsides to the spot. First of all, it was a place where people for weeks said that it was developing the market itself sometimes and also it's a place that people could so what you also in a place hopefully about the rest of the work fine. It's right now, but it's also the lecture. What do we know about the Roth's family? As I mentioned earlier, not terribly much. We know, however, a lot about his teacher and his brother-in-law. At the age of 20, he began to study Kabbalah under Rabbi who is most known for being the author of the Natzah and what he said on Friday nights. A noted Kabbalist son, Gedalia, was 8 years old at the time that their mom passed away. And later, Gedalia, as I mentioned earlier, took the manuscripts that the Ramak had left to his mother and found an appropriate publisher for them in none other than Maharab Kano, very important Italian rabbi, which of course led to their widespread dissemination and publication. With Rabbi Alphabets, one of the most fascinating things that the Ramak engaged in was the so-called Yerushin, which is literally divorces. And what this referred to was a form of self-imposed exiles, brief trips where they would simply leave the spot, either together or later the Ramak would do this alone, and they would just wander the countryside without stop, and kind of like using a dowsing rod, or they actually use a dowsing rod that was similar kind of the field here, they would simply wander around until they found the sanctity of the place, and they would identify those places often with the graves of their city. When they were at these various holy places, they would engage in all kinds of spiritual activities, long recitation of psalms, some strange kind of meditative exercises that are really quite fascinating. And all of these are recorded in a book the author entitled Sacred Gershon. They're an unusual kind of personal spiritual journal that catalogs his experience as he was sanctified. The concept of the Gershon was they were trying to imitate the experience of the Shekhinah of the divine presence, which in the Biblical tradition is also as a word exile, and the Jews were exiled from Jerusalem. So they were like imitating the pain that Shekhinah feels at its exile from its chosen home. Fascinating book on this home. But not the one that we're talking about. We should think a little bit about what was the Ramak's primary contribution to Jewish religion. So the most significant way in which the Ramak contributed to Jewish thought was in the systematization of Kabbalah. The Kabbalah, which comes from the Kabel, basically the thing used to describe the Jewish mystical tradition. There are mystical passages that go all the way back to the very deepest roots of tradition. Passages in the Bible, for example, Abraham has a mystic edition of the future, and this is historic, and other places like that. There's a tremendous amount of material here. Mishnah, Talmud, Moses, literature, relationship, sometimes it's referred to as Rebbe, or some Mistar, something. But when you get to the 6th century, from a Moshe Cordero, there is no systematization of this information. Even the erroneous Zohar, which first appears in the 13th century, although many attribute it to a much earlier period of authorship, the Zohar itself is scattered attentiveness, information, dispensation. That's kind of what we're talking about. I shouldn't do this. But anyway, the Zohar is basically follows the order of the Bible. Stated from the Zohar and very from the passages. That's kind of like start the beginning of saying, for example, what is Kabbalah? How does it work? All these things. This is really what Rabbi did. He took all of these things, he wrote a magisterial commentary on the Zohar, and then he systematized it in a very important book of the Pardes of the Mountain, which was Kabbalah. So which he said, okay, let's describe what Kabbalah is from the beginning to the end. This was an incredibly popular service, and so much so that there were two appreciated works of that part that was very one of which the Ramak himself authored under the name or Pleasant Device, translated English, by the way, by Dr. Rabbi. And essentially, Kabbalah makes sense to a much larger audience. And this really energized the study of Kabbalah and put alive and slow. It's a good idea. So I want to sweet spot special develop with rigorous discipline mind and just look at what is the principle idea in the box develop most ubiquitous relevant for discussion of Aurora necessarily concept actually are emanations of the God. Basically, Judaism, like any monotheistic religion, has a philosophical conundrum. How does an infinite being, i.e., God, communicate with a finite universe? Something is infinite. There can be no boundaries to it, and yet we perceive quite clearly that the world is a finite place with edges and borders and something stops here and continues there and so on. How does that work? So, in words of Baron Kabbalah, also emphasized Juliana Kabbalah by the Rabbi. I have no idea what I'm talking about here. I come from a traditional Lithuanian background. I've never studied Kabbalah systematically. I've just dipped into the approved textbooks like and so on, or in unapproved English materials, which I don't know how to look at it. So don't take anything that I say here seriously. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But in my humble opinion, what I think is going on is that God, as it were, shrunk himself through a process called the same self, shrinking or contraction, and then released into the vacuum created by his absence 10 successive emanations of his essence, which then created the physical world that we can do this So how does that work? Think of it like this. The traditional metaphor that's used in much of Kabbalistic literature is that if you imagine God is like that of boiling the pot of oil. And if you take that oil and you pour it into a clay vessel can't handle the energy of the boiling pot of oil, and so the vessel shatters. The mixture of the oil and the shattered vessel then falls into a second vessel, which also shatters. And then this continues all the way down for 10 successive shatterings until finally it's cool enough that the God's light or oil, as it were, mixed with the shards of the broken vessels, make up the peace universe as we understand it. That's the traditional Kabbalistic description, the Greek called Shvirat HaKelim, destruction of the vessels. Another metaphor, which makes more sense, at least the way I look at it, is if you imagine God as the sun, let's say, for metaphor, it's impossible to look directly at the sun. You run out your eyes, it's hard to do that. But if you take a mirror and you look in the mirror, you glance at the sun for a little bit longer because the mirror itself, I guess if you don't want to share that, let's take okay. The mirror, how do you work on this? Well, the light from the sun as it goes to the mirror absorbs some of the radiation and also distorts it because it's not a perfect surface. It has whatever little interruptions or scratches, things like that, or the back of the system. And then if you take that light and you put another mirror over here, you reflect the sun's light into this mirror, and then into this mirror, you look at even longer because the two mirrors together certainly dilute the power of light. So if you have 10 of these mirrors going all the way down, at the very 10th mirror, then you can look at the sun quite comfortably. It's still the light of the sun. No new light has been introduced. However, through the reflection of these mirrors, it's made possible for us to somehow comprehend it. So this is a very basic idea for Kabbalah that the group goes through these 10 animations from over here, Keter. This is actually not precisely the Cordovera diagram of the sort of colorful. Keter down through from Babina, so all the way down until you get to Malchut, which is the world which we live. That is an introduction very briefly to my limited understanding of zero. It also addresses a very difficult problem, and this is something that separates the Cordoveran Kabbalah from the Quranic Kabbalah, and that is the concept of theodicy. Um, Monotheistic religions have a very difficult issue to address. In my humble opinion, it is a far more significant issue to address than, for example, the question of the existence of God. And if you look at the great arc of Jewish thought, you see that very little time is spent discussing whether or not God exists, and there's a significant amount of material devoted to the subject of whether or not God is just. From the book of Job and on actually from Genesis, Hashem Polar as well as some judges the whole earth.
What the fuck? Take
Justice.
No, why would you put that?
Abraham's
Why would you
creation
put
of God over
Oh,
the destruction of God. All right. The concept of theodicy, which comes from the Greek term theos, meaning God, and dike, meaning justice. Is God just? We have a monotheistic religion that has these basic statements that have to somehow fit the point out. They are God exists. It can't have a monotheistic religion without God. Secondly, God is powerful. How can you have a God that is not all powerful? That's what I'm arguing. God is all. And that would apply also to sort of actual policies, because if God does not have power over it, then it must be something else that makes that flat. And finally, we have a visceral experience of the reality of evil, particularly the blood and tongue section. We know there is such thing as evil. We also, even I and people around me, we experience the difficult life. So how can these states coexist? How is it possible that we can have an existing God next time to God who is all powerful and yet tolerates these issues? So usually Jewish thinkers concentrate on with their evil has to be redefined in some way to make it more compatible with the entire system. For Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the concept of evil is basically the notion that evil is an external byproduct of the emanations of God. That as God is diluted in the universe, as God is shrunk further and further through those symbiotes, evil somehow naturally is created. Of course, the T-cell, however, this is the one area where evil is very receptive to a complex. The T-cell is somehow a result of a constant accident of some kind of something abroad in the relation of state. And this is, in many ways, what makes the Quranic so much more appealing and comfortable. Certainly, it flips for the Baron Kabbalah in its main picture, because for the Baron Kabbalah, evil is not the way it happens. You're looking for outages. By the way, in my comments, I'm being very heavily on Joseph Dad, the scholar. We know that evil is sort of happening, and it's inevitable. Whereas for the Mario, the Rabbi, the concept is we are living in a time of crisis of spiritual crisis. And this wrong in every action we take. So much more energizing, motivating, and empowering form of probabilistic analysis. In my humble opinion, I don't really understand either of them. Both approaches seem to be quite theologically problematic, but I certainly don't have any better suggestion to deal with that great problem of those three those three statements that coexist. I will reiterate, however, that according to the Dr. ROTHSCHILD, there's also some phenomenal materials on the Kabbalah of the Ramah. is that the vast majority of Oriental Kabbalah is identical to Cordovero Kabbalah, and they should not be seen in any way in competition with one another. This reality is Oriental Kabbalah is highly derivative of Cordovero Kabbalah. Okay, let's go on. There we go, next slide. One other detail that maybe you picked up on earlier when I was talking about the association with the faculty, the Rabbi was an enthusiastic supporter of early study of the Kabbalah. He himself began studying Kabbalah at 20, and he felt that this is something that is really positive for all Jews. And he argued quite forcefully for it. For example, his more popular account of the crisis of Berlin, the Or Era. He huge amounts of criticism of unqualified teachers and felt that if one could not get a qualified teacher, one should not recommend the study of Kabbalah. Rather, one should study it alone, because even studying alone and not understanding what you're reading is better than studying with a teacher who will definitely give you incorrect reading of the Kabbalah. Hence, don't learn anything from me because I'm totally unqualified in this area. Just in the historical area, maybe something useful to say here. Nevertheless, the Ramak was quite exceptional in his advocacy of ignoring the ban on studying Kabbalah for 40, and not necessarily have full-time. Now, I'd like to spend some time talking about what is probably the Ramak's most famous book. Most famous book, but his most famous book, known as the Torah, the Commentary of the Torah. The title is somewhat mysterious. There's no indication if this historic book itself was first published in 1588, but 38 books in type pages. There's no indication in the book itself as to the reason for the title. There is a reference to a palm tree under which the judge Torah sat. Judges. And it definitely bears some close resemblance to a similar section in one of his earlier works of Elina Bergamati, but it is distinct from that work as well. Part of that book, but it borrows some of the material from that book. Dr. Rakasa has opined, as been quite explicitly, that somehow the title refers to the purification of the genders, perhaps on a mystical level, an association of the deeply with Hashem, unity with God, masculine and feminine at the same time, but that's more complex in our topic today. The principal task of the Torah is the concept of tachloket, a Latin term used by Christian religions, or a concept of imitation of God. Basically, you have a mitzvah in the Torah to imitate God. It's recorded in the Sefer Tefillah, for example, and elsewhere, that one should try to absorb the attributes of God. And the Gemara, the Talmud says, how do we do this? Well, we imitate God by following His ways. Just as God clothed the naked, so we should clothe the naked. Just as God fed the hungry, so should we feed the hungry, and so on and so forth. The Talmud Torah, however, says that while that is certainly true, on a more profound level, what we really should do is we should look at who God is. What is God's identity? That which is accessible to us. And we should imitate that identity. The actions for sure, but the identity is even more primal. And how do we experience God? We experience God through the Sefirot, earlier mentioned. The idea that God emanated into the world, 10 distinct Sefirot, 10 real reflections, or 10 alien events, vessels, and we know something about each of those 10 vessels in the Kabbalah. Once we understand what those things are, we can also create that same energy in ourselves, which will create a so-called Isaruta Rotata, an awakening below and arouse it from below. And God will also energize that corresponds to that's not good. So if you look at this little word from the context of Torah, what it basically does is he wants to change the text to describe what they signify, and then translates that into in my own work, which I'm currently engaged in, and hopefully by the end of this year I'll submit a publication. It's a translation and commentary of the Torah. I've done a couple of taking a few liberties. For example, I've divided the work into two sections. This division is not present in the original manuscript. The first section is what I've called the Kabbalah of forgiveness. It refers to the first chapter of the book, which takes up 1/3 of the entire space of the book. And it's clearly a work of soaring Jesus, something that is easy on the level of anything published in world spirituality in the 16th century or much earlier or much later. And basically, the Kabbalah of forgiveness, which is what we've done with the title of the book, is the Kabbalah of forgiveness refers to the very first sphere, it's the Ketana or the crown, and describes essentially the concept of mercy. How God has mercy on us, and how we shall have mercy on others. And it's a phenomenal work. I'll discuss it more in the next slide. The next 9 chapters deal with the following sphere, also fascinating, deep, and so on, but they really feel quite distinct from the first part of the chapter. So therefore, I have this curriculum, and I feel that many people do that. They also, by the way, far more interested in the first chapter, which is much more accessible to books, not necessarily one verse. So that's basically what the Talmud Torah deals with. Let's look at a little bit more closely. That first section is on, as I mentioned, mercy or Keter, and so Keter is the crown. And what is Keter? You won't go right around that. The attributes of mercy. He takes a verse that he put up that is found in the conflict ritual of Shoshana, and he's higher levels of mercy. Here they are, entire 3 verses of Enoch. Each one of these phrases refers to the level of mercy. And not only does it describe what that is for God, what is God's mercy, he also gives us I'll give you an example. If you look at number 6, what I do for you desires kindness. So the Talmud Torah describes how God will bring us time and as we heard a lot about yes, what he does in order to communicate against his own anger, things like that. But this is also part of Kabbalistic discourse in which the Godhead is very embodied. God, as it were, in order to mitigate against anger, remember some detail that the people have that comes from some behavior or some character trait. In this particular case, it describes the character trait of generosity. That even though the Jews may be rebellious or stiff-necked or what have you, nevertheless they are very generous, helping the poor, and so that, as it were, blunts the force of the then, what the Rabbi will do is he will say human level as well. So, for example, let's say a married couple has significant arguments from time to time, and one member of the couple, let's say the husband, maybe, it's so hard but so let's say, for example, theoretically, there's a couple that occasionally have arguments. Like, my wife and frustrated with my wife. And you know, I'm tempted to get angry. I'm tempted to say something and assert forever, later regret. So what I try to do, follow these steps, and try to remember one thing that my wife does that is a positive characteristic. And if I remember that, then I don't want to let loose, again, raise my voice or something. Well, remember this one small thing that's going to be a very small one that soothes my anger a little bit, just enough to kind of let me grab hold of it and control it. So, for example, my wife always makes lunch. No matter what, always make sure I have lunch. So, even though I might be angry one way or another, if I can remember, she always makes me lunch. She cares for me, make sure I eat properly. She makes my lunch. I keep getting angry because I just can't, get myself over it. It's an amazing thing. And, although I can't say that that last anybody, but I've read it many, many times. It has definitely changed my life personally, and I think this first chapter is something that every person should definitely read. It's soaring with genius, and it's really transformational. So he does this for 13 levels of forgiveness, and it really is something that if internalized makes a phenomenal difference. Okay, let's go on. The book, Talmud Torah, was immediately huge, very popular. Basically, this is one of the early books that San Gedalia offered to Menachem Azaria de Kahana, who was as famous Rabbi Kahana, a significant Kabbalist and very, very devoted student of the word of the Ramah, and he immediately put it to press. The book goes to massive traction with Jewish readership when Rabbi Shayahu Horowitz, known as the Shabbat Coalition Report, much of this is much larger analysis than your thought. Great that was there. That meant that a lot of people studied the Talmud Torah fairly early on in its publication history. Um, Small but interesting footnote: the book is obviously valuable for everyone to read. Although when you get later on in the chapters, there are a few references that indicate that he's most probably writing primarily for a male audience. It's very clear as to what's going on here and there that comes up. Nevertheless, Talmud Torah has been widely accepted by many. Quite often, you'll find that there are editions published like this one here that my wife's daughter first used, which has distinctive kind of family feel to it. As we shall see later, the Rabbi Yisrael Salanter recommended study, in particular during the month of Elul, the month of forgiveness, and many times the editions of Talmud Torah that are published today have little numbers on the side. Those bring the text up to one to the side and take the study over the course of the month. Now, the Talmud Torah is clearly a deeply Kabbalistic book, and the Lithuanian movement, unlike the Hasidic movement, they were at odds with each other. That's not much episode on that. The Lithuanian movement was very hesitant to approve texts that were so deeply Kabbalistic in nature because Kabbalah was like the whole reserved primarily for those individuals who were adept, old enough to understand Kabbalah, and so on and so forth. However, Talmud Torah received an unusual exception from the typical ban on Kabbalistic studies, primarily through the activity of the late Yisrael Salanter here in our one. He felt that Talmud Torah was of such phenomenal ethical value that it needed to be incorporated within the burgeoning Mosaic movement of the 19th century. I'd like to spend more time in another lecture talking about this, but essentially it was an attempt, a successful attempt, to provide a formal study of the ethical literature in At the time, it looks like the provost and the levels do different parts, studies, another wanted to study formal manner in English, which concentrates almost on Talmud. But Shosamater brought considerable controversy to make the Worcester literature for and demand that it be incorporated into the curriculum. And included in that was Talmud Torah, which he felt, even though it had a high content, was nevertheless of such phenomenal value that it really had to be included as well. Let's just put that in greater context, and I'm going to refer here to one of the most profound and prolific promulgators of Muslim today, my colleague Dr. Alan GUINNESS. He's done some phenomenal work with his Muslim Institute of promoting Muslim among people who are for the first time coming to the topic, and he's divided Muslim into four basic categories. The first is traditional Talmudic Musar, which essentially anthologizes teachings in the Talmud, perhaps reorganizes them, such as Orchot Tzaddikim, an anonymous 15th century monk that goes through a large number of so-called taints, personality traits, and behaviors, and describes the Talmudic approach to these traits. Other Musar strains are philosophical, which is that's Maimonides, that's now explicator, explicator, explain it. I don't have any comfortable about that, but Maimonides perhaps the greatest example of that, and it's still put there. There's literally laws of opinions. There is the ascetic version, such as the Sefer Hasidim by the 15th century Ashkenaz movement that argues for, self-flagellation, figuratively and perhaps even literally, to atone for sin. And then there is the fourth strain, the Kabbalistic, which Talmud Torah is really the seminal work, the first major work of Kabbalistic Musar, and as a result, it's had a phenomenal the Talmud Torah achieved popularity coming to the Western world as well. Many Hasidic enforcement of the important show by the road. Hasidic world is much more heavily indebted to the Arizal more directly, where they're Kabbalistic view of the world. Nevertheless, the work of Rabbi is considered holy as well. And the Tanya, for example, often by the shown here, has frequent references to the work of the Rabbi. And by way of endorsement, there's rather amazing endorsement by Rabbi Calder's at the time, who argued that the Talmud Torah was of such value that even at, and I say this with passion, but nevertheless, I think I shouldn't put it. Rabbi asserted that the regular study of Talmud Torah was effective at the Gedamah, which is I did Turkey phenomenal skill that one has to have very broad shoulders to make such a assertion like that. But nevertheless, presented to you as an indication of how valued this text is in the Hasidic tradition as well. So, by the Ramah, this was brave and Scott passed away at the age of 48 as a result of one of the plagues that passed through Scott at the time. He left behind a great corpus of literary works, including Talmud Torah, Pardes Minarim, commentary on the Zohar, and so others. And he also left behind some extremely influential students. Those who are familiar with the names of this period will be impressed. The author of the Nation Chokmah, is one of his principal students. Of course, the Arizal, Rabbi Chaim Vital, the author of the Time, and also a major student of the Arizal, and so on and so forth. Really a phenomenal contribution to Jewish thought, and hopefully with the increased popularity fine next week when I was again. But let's sign off and get this all worked okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to see you here tonight. I'm actually really interested about this tonight is spent a certain amount of time preparing in advance of the material. And I was at one of my students watching these videos they just said they got very interested about that. It just feels really bad. You said nobody can laugh at your jokes. I tell them it's a story. I don't think or Billy laughs. This is for my students. When I tell this joke, I have a little hard. For my part, I went and I got a joke book. Joseph Englishman's Jewish humor. The best Jewish jokes to say about the Jews. Because I realized I'm really using my 6 jokes from I'm very polite about giving jokes. This is from page 31. Goes like this. So Goldstein has been in analysis for 25 years. And he said, Mr. Goldstein, we've had a long relationship, and I feel like it's really time for my office advice for 25 years. Joint cycle. It's time for you to move on with your life. He says, well, I'm not sure I can do that. Become a part of my life. How am I supposed to just separate? So listen, here's my card. I'm going to put my phone number on it. Here it is right there. Watch. Call me anytime. I'm confident that in our relationship, we're there. So back with that. Sunday morning, 6 a.m. The psychologist gets a call. And the doctor, says, oh, doctor, I had this terrible nightmare. And I woke up, I couldn't sleep any longer. And I tried to analyze it, and I just can't get to the bottom of it. And he said, well, what was the dream? He says, I had this dream that you were my mother. And it was overwhelming. And Joseph says, well, what did you do after that? So I sat down, I wrote it out, and I was 20 seconds. He says, what did you do after that? He says, I had some breakfast. What did you have for breakfast? I made you call breakfast. All right. It's not that. That's funny on page 35. But I'm trying to say, okay. Tonight's lecture is actually a fascinating lecture. I did a little bit of research for this lecture here for myself. At any rate, I found some interesting things I think you'll enjoy. I know that I enjoyed the research. It's about a woman named Lucia who wrote her first name. She's a Gadro. As Billy Crystal says, Yiddish is basically German with lab. You have the pronounce Lucia, like the Yiddish sentence is important. And the topic is, thank you so much. My daughter gave me a cup of coffee. So it's about Jewish women in the medieval economy, and her life is actually fascinating. There are a few scattered documents about her in the Cairo Geniza, and I'm looking forward to sharing with you what her life says about the life of the medieval economy. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Tula Brothers. We have a good representation of the Tula Brothers here, right? We have 80% of them here. And so, in memory of their parents, I had this food stuff growing as I'm working through it. He was really a very special religious. He lived in Argentina. He lived in the Waverly at 92nd and Surfside. He was very, very talented and spiritual individual that touched the lives of so many people. I know this is a little bit of a departure from our tradition, but I wonder if one of the Tula brothers would like to take no more than 30 seconds to say something that helped your parents. Say one story. My parents were people who were dedicated to helping other human beings. They were where they were in the spectrum of life. They loved knowledge, Torah, actually, it's not even out of tradition for the shul. One of the nicest things I think they have in the shul is many people sponsor scholarships for a parent who has to visit them. And whoever sponsors the scholarships usually takes that time to think of some, just to tell stories about their parents. Right? But let's move along. So who was the amazing shul? We know about her solely from the documentation that comes from Cairo and Giza. I'll take a few minutes to describe what treasure trove document is. Just in context of the geography, maybe haven't attended before. Basically, she's the one who lived in the late 11th and early 20th century in Cairo. 12th century, what did I say? Late 11th, she lived all in Cairo. This is actually an authentic picture from the Cairo and Giza. We don't know how they invented photography 700 years before Europe got it. I just picked that photograph up. Obviously, we don't know what she looked like. Actually, we have a sense of what she looked like. We'll see by the end of the lecture what she probably looked like. Anyway, she was a woman of phenomenal wealth, hugely wealthy woman, hugely charitable woman at the same time, really an exceptional woman. And her very exceptionality says a lot about the nature of women in the economy at that time. She also was likely never married. The sources indicate that no evidence of a husband. She did marriage wedlock, also not so usual for an extremely prominent woman. But as we shall see, the social insult that she suffered as a result of her personality was not in any way impugned her sense of responsibility for her children, and she continued to give significant weight to those institutions that were most egregious in their ostracism of the women. What I'd like to do tonight is I'm going to have kind of an overview of religious medieval economy. There's a lot to say there in terms of the Torah and reality and economics, the same thing. I'd also like to spend a little bit of time getting into the deep elements of historiography. Now I have my Sherman, who is a senior in the history program with us, and historiography, what that is, and then I'd like to focus specifically on the three key documents that survive regarding church life and property tax. One is a document in which she was ordered to report regarding a very small debt that she became in a rather imperious manner, which is by a crucial thing of the age. The second is her last school test. Document with so much insight into her personal life and the overall structure of the economy. And thirdly, a very fascinating document that was used to establish the paternity of her illegitimate son. And so these three documents allow us to give us kind of a triangulation of her life at GPS through GWS, I guess. And we'll see a lot about the economy and this exceptional in particular. So let's get started. One of the most difficult things about studying social history, meaning as opposed to the lives of the kings and as opposed to the lives of the great religious figures and the wars and so on, social history looks at how people actually live. Or I'm starting to put it, yes, I get what it is about how it actually was for people. How do people actually live? And one of the massive lacunae we have in our sources is where are the women? The vast majority of people who create documents from which history is understood were men. And men tend to write mainly about things that were important to men, like medieval baseball, politics, I don't know, I didn't know this because I picked up the joke. They then tend to write about other men and about things that are important to men. Women have less access to education. They tended to be far less literate. They left far less of a literary record for us to create archaeological finds that would tell us about what their lives were like. So the only way we can really get access to women's lives for much of human history is to try to reconstruct their lives out of what men say about them. And that's just one of the challenges of working in this discipline, is trying to understand a vacuum from how that vacuum affects the outside world. basic types of information that we use today, types of sources that for our discussion. The first is traditional rabbinic literature. That is pious literature, sometimes legal, sometimes philosophical, that is written by rabbis, obviously, who are trying to values of Jews and so on, and their reflection on women and the roles of women are often idealized and kind of pushed into a view that may not be reality. The other type of story would be the Christian, which is the Mission Torah, which is Maimonides, writes down very hard-nosed legislation about how men and women should work themselves with each other, which often just kind of stating an ideal without necessarily reflecting what you actually did. The sacred Hasidim, which we talked about a couple of weeks ago, that movement of that Hasidim, one interesting reference in there because it's very rich in terms of folk literature. The second major source that we have for the lives of women are social and economic things, like, for example, the find of the Cairo disease. I apologize for those of you who were new to this class, we talked about a small important treasure trove of documentation, but basically, the Geniza was a storehouse of documents that was kept in a particular synagogue not too far from Cairo. And as we said about the synagogue, as you see here, this is actually the way to the Geniza. It's up on a second floor, kind of an attic into a crawl space. I have another indication later on in this lecture that shows people actually, putting things in the Geniza in the period costume. But this Geniza store normally we use a store holy writings, obviously a sacred Torah, Tanashim, or we have, for example, in the diary of Geniza, actual autographs of Maimonides himself, all kinds of fantastic things like that. But what made this Geniza unique is that the people of this small town believed that anything written in Hebrew belonged to the Geniza. So anything written in Hebrew letters, actually, so even if it was written in the Judeo-Arabic language, very common statements, business contracts, personal correspondence. We know, for example, that Maimonides had a sister because one of her letters to her illustrious brother was found in the Cairo Geniza. Love letters, poems, shopping lists, money pickup from Tumas on the way home from the shuk. That's in the Cairo Geniza because anything written in Hebrew letters was stored away. And as a result of some interesting circumstances, the Geniza was shut up for approximately 600 years. No one went in there, and it was reopened at the end of the 19th century, and scholars discovered approximately 250,000 documents, which dwarfs every other source for the Mediterranean basin, covering approximately the year 900 to about the year 1550. An incredible trove of information that scholars are still poring over in three major universities around the world. Now, in the Cairo Geniza, we have all kinds of documentation that people will look to throw away, such as, for example, marriage contracts. There are thousands of marriage contracts. And unlike the ones that people generally use today, maybe I shouldn't say that, but there were lots of unique stipulations made in marriage contracts. It's not just the standard Arabic text. You put that in, and if you yell to her, she got to give them some chicken or whatever, they add in all kinds of details. About their social life. And finally, one last responsive literature, which is a genre that still exists today, and it goes back to the Gaelic where petitioners were and the questions themselves are lost, they're not disturbed, but the answers the rabbis are this issue because the types of responses have experience. So these social literature, like right, so people correspond with each other, as well as responsibility. These things are not fixed. This specialized in what I tell you so this the Hadassah in Margate, they get together and they raise $2 billion to buy the latest jet fighter for the Israeli army. And to purchase it, and they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport where they have the bleachers set up and all the members of the Hadassah group are sitting on the bleachers, and the pilot, gets out and observing. So it's the when he gets into the cockpit, goes down and cowling and fires up his massive jet engines and shoots down the runway and then stops. And he turns it around, fires up and shoots down the runway and stops. And he does this a few times, but finally he taxis up to the bleachers again. He opens up the cowling and he says, "Ladies, the plane will not take off. We have to remove some of the planks." Okay. Now, I'm going to be painting very broad strokes tonight because we're speaking about the medieval economy, which we're talking about, 700 years of history. So it's going to be fairly rough in many areas. But one major distinction that we have to be aware of is that, with the exception of Spain, which has always been neutral since it was a triangular society, both Christians and Muslims and Jews all interacting, the vast majority of Europe was either Muslim or Christian. Muslims, of course, conquered all of North Africa and the Middle East, heading out to Persia and further and the Christians were in control of Europe. They had very, very different relationships to Jews, and the rise of women were similarly different from they were in Christian and a couple of factors really should be borne in mind. One of the factors is that Jewish women in Muslim lands suffered far more repressive standard of living in their activities in the public sphere. For example, Maimonides writes in Jewish law that it's appropriate for women to go out maybe twice a month. Maybe twice a month. Otherwise, they should be living holy. So this is not at all kind of standard procedure. So Maimonides reflected the social reality where even though there's nothing in the Torah that says there is definitely some version of violence there. But the idea that she was restricting the home was really not all the value that Jews had. But it was one that they enjoyed. Ironically, at the same time, Muslim law has a couple of leniencies that are not present in Jewish law. And with the veil of these leniencies, we are better. Muslim society has actually up here on Muslim law. See, women often exploited this dichotomy between what Jewish law allowed and what Muslim law tolerated for their own benefit. And the rabbis were forced to simply go along with it. In fact, it was affirmed by several important rabbis, including Rabbis, saying that, look, this is the custom of the people in which they live. The women have all rights over this income, and therefore we should respect the custom of the Jews living there. Last thing that's kind of relevant is that after 1492, with the Spanish expulsion, and then shortly thereafter the Portuguese expulsion, then you have this unusual mixture of all of these very educated and much more cosmopolitan Jews coming in large numbers out of Spain and Portugal and populating many of the important cities of the region, Istanbul, for example, North Africa, ports in Greece, and so on. So that also changes a lot of the intellectual dynamic Islam definitely promotes the notion of that one's dignity being located in the spirit of life. It's related to this concept of esteem, tznius, which means basically, often translated as modesty, but a better translation or a close translation would be hiddenness, the value of making it not standing out. For example, the Torah scroll of these objects in a synagogue. The Torah scroll is not something left out on display for everybody to watch. It's within its own mantle, and it's behind a curtain inside the box. We have another curtain. Because of its value, it is hidden away and only taken out under very restricted and used situations. So this is a metaphor for the value of tzniut and the associated more with the feminine than with the masculine in much of the culture. Yes, Ms. Abrams. Excellent observation. It's your face for greatness. The honor does that. But the honor is there as protection.
No, don't mind. You want to rise.
I think that's the idea of something. Right? And many have that place. So, this meant for women in Muslim lands in particular, that very where we have one of the hugest, most largest, most significant changes in women's reality after industrialization is that they were freed from the incredibly burdensome task of making clothing, which, don't forget, began with the raw wool or the flax. It was a hugely time-consuming task to process that flax or that wool into thread and make that thread into cloth and tailor that cloth into clothing. It took hours and hours and hours of a day to do this. And so this was a task that needed to be done, and it was considered kind of an ideal job for women. Maimonides even explicitly states that spinning, that is taking the raw wool and making it into thread, right? It says in Asia Tile, we say it, Kappa, what does it say? I have to say the beginning, because it's across the out, basically, the dash shows up usually. Something as well. The dash shows up usually. No, it's not. Asata, top to fall left, right? Her hands grabbed it, pull left. And what's the next part of this? And then something afterwards. The pulleth is the part, I think it's called the distaff, that holds the wall, right? And the other part that she's holding, the second part of the concept, is the other end with the thread. And nowadays, I've tried it many times in my classes. None of the women in my classes ever know what the distaff is. They're heard of it. And yet, the vast majority of human history, women grow up in the earliest age of living balance. They don't even realize these things, but it took out so much of this. Yes. Excellent point. I think retrograde is an excellent word. It definitely a few times. It sounds very intelligent. Kind of looks like a personality test. It's specifically told me that I like words. Checks and rock, yeah. But no, but I think you're absolutely right. If we look at Isha's style as a description of the ideal biblical woman, she's out there in real estate. She's got ships coming and going. She's in international commerce. She employs all kinds of people. Meanwhile, what is her husband doing? No, he's sitting in the gates. You know, what's he sitting down in the gates? She's doing all of it. Let's return to this because it will be very relevant. The reality is that when we sit very complex activities, including going out and here's a text from Europe, from the line house. They don't see the talk about this. And here's an amazing little piece of old history to think about what it's like there. A woman who was traveling, first of all, that was traveling. What did that group of Gentiles was approaching her as she appeared in my grave? In such a case, it is, she is forbidden to dress in nun's clothing so that she will think she is a lady and she's a nun and not attack herself. It's an amazing thing. What's traveling with the woman? And she can dress in nun's clothing to be a tremendous prohibition on the other areas. But it gives you a sense of what was the language I think with two occasions. And a woman traveling is a group of Jewish ruffians. This is like my point. Is a question. Actually, Jewish ruffians would not be put off by a woman. That's possible. She is forbidden to dress in non-Jewish dress as if she is a Gentile. As if I'm not Jewish, I'm not rich, because I'm not Jewish. Why never she will cry out in the morning? She must put out my favorite that Gentiles will help us so that they kill the Jewish ruffians. Just as one passage from the 13th century book, Israel, the Tsar Albert, what must life have been like for Jewish businesswomen at the time? Now let us return to some of the geopolitical aspects. Perhaps the most significant economic step in the woman's life is institutional marriage. Economically, it was hugely balanced and shaken up in marriage. In fact, the term that the Talmud uses for marriage is kidnap, which means to acquire. It can't be understood in the same way of acquiring chattel. I think that's the distortion of the time. But it definitely is a one-way relationship. The husband, as it were, acquires the wife. The wife allows herself to be acquired. She may not be acquired without her permission, so to speak. She might be married against her will. In fact, women have sometimes far more autonomy than men on a number of personal status. For example, in Jewish law, a Jewish man may be enslaved. A Jewish woman may not be enslaved. It's illegal to hold her as a slave once she reaches the age of majority, 12 years old. Before that, it's a different story, but at 12 years old and on, she may not be enslaved. So when it comes to marriage, there's property that goes from the woman into the marriage, the woman's family, and property that goes into the family from the husband. The woman contributes the dowry, obviously with her parents' help, and the dowry is far larger than anything that the husband brings into the marriage. The dowry is kind of like, to look at it cynically, it's kind of an incentive for marriage. Last year we spoke about political capital, and this amazing 17th century woman writes 70 notebooks of her own reflections. And I would say at least 30% of them are worrying about marrying off children and collecting dowries, having enough dowry to attract this man to make fun of children. It's a really big deal how much money or property, it could be real estate, it could be things like women and things like that, a woman will bring into the marriage. Right, on the other hand, gives three gifts. The first is the unofficial yet mandatory prenuptial gift, which today would be something like an engagement ring. It's not actually a sign of marriage, but it is a token of, I'm tempted to say it's a deposit. It's like he has to give some entering into this marriage, should the marriage be dissolved, then the husband or his estate, as it falls on his heirs, would have to pay the wife or ex-wife a large sum of money, and this is intended as a deterrent. Of course, and also a reasonable protection that's put in place for the so-called two-legged or a concubine, which is essentially a wife concubine up until the 11th century permitted, and the Sephardic lands a concubine is a full wife in every respect, except she does not have protection of the related stuff. Legally, a favor of the husband because acquire not only himself, a life partner, and other things, but he also acquires a big money on his death. The woman may also bring into the marriage property from her mother, his Asian family, and they will have that property. But she does not change the right for that property. Or rather, for example, or use of field, the husband can sell himself and belongs to her, but he has the right to decide on it, perhaps most people don't think I've had a lot of arguments with my 14-year-old son. He's learning this right now. He's a real but Nasa Yadema, the work of her hands. A woman is expected, not demanded, but a woman is expected to work in marriage and to bring some income. That income is controlled by the husband. Yeah, but I know. My own daughter listening to this here. So that's this is the economics of marriage, at least as per traditional law. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there is Torah and there is reality. There's a difference sometimes between what the rabbis say, the way it's supposed to be, and historically and socially what people did anyway. As I'm sure we see around us even today. Rabbis say some things and people do a totally different thing if they so desire. And we shall see that the way the United developed into the very structure of the halacha, if enough people sort of vote with their feet, the rabbis have to catch up to social pressures. And the rabbis, on many occasions, including rabbis prominent as Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, they will validate practices that are not in harmony with traditional statements of the Talmud, if that is the minhag hamakom, the custom of the community, and what the circumstances under which a woman would be married. So, for example, let's just get to this here. So, what do we see from the Genisa Marin? First of all, the Genisa documents, as opposed to the rabbinic documents, indicate that women, yes, they're working, and you know what? They're not letting their husbands control the income. They're refusing to let their husbands overlook it. It is one of the most common causes of domestic dispute. Or in Genisa, these cases come to court, and the husband says one thing, and the wife says nothing. The court has decided what they're going to do. Quite often, husbands complain that their wives are making money and they're not declaring it properly. Like they're making $100 a week and they're saying, I make $50 a week. And what happens to the $50? That's not shocking every 2 weeks or something like that. So we have husbands complaining that their wives are hiding their income from them, controlling it really now. Secondly, we find wives telling their husbands, hey, sweetheart, if you insist on taking my paycheck, then I'm going to go to the Muslim courts. Because the Muslim courts, as we mentioned earlier, were far more lenient with regards to women's control of their own income. And this was considered, to use the Latin term, ashanta, if a woman would take her case to the Muslim courts, where she would be vindicated, and that would be a humiliation for the Jewish family, for the husband, and even for the rabbinic courts. So in many cases, rabbis would counsel their parishioners, the husbands, just let her have it. And this became kind of enshrined in practice. Dowries as well. was in Masaya Dewa, the word for head. Dowries were often a cause of dispute because the father would give her a certain amount of money into her marriage, and then the husband would want to, sell a piece of property, which is only allowed to do with her wish, she refuses to allow it, and everyone had dispute over it. And ultimately, overwhelmingly says S.D. Boytine, the premier scholar of the Gleason treasures, the rabbis overwhelmingly gave it to the wives. He said that the wife would be dowry whenever they had these kinds of fascinating kind of dichotomy. But I would say, drinking in must have, I don't know how much they brought it up, but there's lots, it's hard to imagine these. It's hard not to imagine these. I can give you one right now here. For example, one case that came actually from my mom. This case was on the man lived so what the wife does is she takes a job teaching Torah, which is also an interesting thing for a woman. And his brother's issue, whether she is but that's not anyway, so she's good at teaching. And her husband shows up, right? And she says, what? My wife is walking on the streets every day to the Shiva and then teaching. Wait, this time. And you have to quit this job. Forget it. And she's what are you talking about? I can have it all. I'm not going to do this job. So the husband goes to school. He says that my wife is a rebellious. My wife is a rebellious woman. And I want to divorce her. This is a job for a divorcer. And look at this. If a woman is considered a rebellious woman, then she loses her ketubah payment. So it is he could divorce her and not have to pay the delayed instrument. So my money says, he didn't say taco. He says, I don't know what they say in Arabic for taco. It's an impoverished language. How could they possibly speak at the same time? So the husband comes, my money says, I guess I have to agree with you. Then the wife comes and says, what are you saying? Did you know that my husband left me for 4 years with no income whatsoever? And he expects me to just, what am I supposed to do? Beg and something like law. For a woman to beg is a far more serious thing for a man to beg. Men are at least expected to beg if they have to. But Tom goes to great lengths to prevent the indignity of begging. So anyways, Rambam, when he hears this, the woman's side says, you are absolutely right. And he takes back his side and says, you will keep your job and you're not considered a relative. If your husband wants to divorce you, he has to pay you the whole payment. So he reaffirms everything that the woman said. And that's kind of an example, perhaps, of what they're fighting about with the money. I don't have any other specifics. But it's interesting because I refer you to Dwight Hines' massive work, which magnum opus of 7 volumes, called The Mediterranean Society, in which he spent his entire life analyzing these documents, and was a huge trove of information. So let me just get to what kind of work are they doing. This, by the way, this is the spinning right next to it. So what kind of work would women typically involved in? Boytine identifies 7 different classes of laborers that were in each of those. The largest one was textiles, as I mentioned. You also see a significant number of small-scale farmers. You see a small amount of trades. In Christian Europe, you see a lot more trades, especially silversmithing. That's metalworking, and especially working with silver. And all of our Kiddush cups and betters and things like that. That's a very long tradition of Jewish workers. In some cases, Jewish women were even allowed to join medieval guilds, which is professional workers, you could hire people to warn and warn you're from that someone else is doing because they just set the tone. That kind of the strength that you say in God or something like that. What else? Fortune tellers, psychics, all kinds of things like the Jewish women who are engaged in these occupations. The Genisa tells all. Genisa describes all these different things that Jewish women were involved in. It really is a very rich economy. I don't know. Yes. So that's a great question. I don't know if Jews were allowed alcohol in Muslim societies or not. I know that in Saudi Arabia, the American army can have Lebanon, and that's, I don't know, doing it, but
In countries like Iran, there are a lot of Christians. I think you can use to.
so maybe that makes sense. Maybe that's
Because I have my Muslim teacher who told me it's really wild. It's Jews.
that's very good. Yes. That they're in Iran, Jews and Christians were allowed to, I guess, sell alcohol. Okay, so let's talk for a second about usury. It's impossible to talk about Jews in the medieval economy without talking about usury, which is kind of like an nasty term for money revenue. Jews were very involved in money revenue across the important professions, particularly in Christian Europe, because Christians developed this canon law called the Law of Gratia, which prohibited Christians from charging interest on loans to other Christians, which basically shut down the medieval economy because in an agricultural society where you have an ebb and flow of income and expense, it's very hard to ride out the year when you're waiting for your harvest to grow. The Jews were the only minority for about 500 years who were legally allowed to lend money on interest. At one point, the Italian Christians said it's ridiculous, there's so much money to be made, and they ignored the Law of Gratia and let it broke open and they forgot about it. But for about 500 years, Jews were the only source of credit in medieval Europe. Jews are not allowed to charge interest to other Jews. I've tried calling MasterCard and Visa to see what the CEO is. They won't answer my calls. But the idea is Jews are allowed to charge to non-Jews and vice versa. Theoretically, Christians can charge interest to Jews, but the market internationally is so huge that it was not profitable. So here's a picture, by the way, of a Jewish money lender. This is maybe a 14th century Germany. In the Hamlet Stroke here, this is when the Christian artist thought he's got a big bag of money. He's a help on that with an empty purse, asking for money. And so they would recognize this thing on his desk here.
Advocates.
Yeah, abacus. Yeah. So it's a very primitive Apple computer. Calculation. So Jews actually really enjoyed practicing usury because although there are some risks, like for example, it's a risk of non-payment, to a large degree that risk was moderated by the fact that the king relied on the taxes that Jews paid for money lending, and the king would lend his own enforcement to make sure that debts were paid. The only time it was really dangerous was if the debts became so large that the king would feel it was more expedient to simply sacrifice the debt to get rid of Jews, as happened several times. York in 1290, for example, where in France they expelled the Jews 3 times in 1 century because they owed them too much money, so they owed them too much money. They owed them a lot of money, so they expelled 3 times. This gesture, aggressive gesture, pedagogic gesture, like I'm teaching you something, and this would be perceived as very, got traditional bath, Chinese restaurant, so it's very hard to live far away. It's a clean profession. It does not involve digging in the dirt for potatoes. It's one that you do with your mind as opposed to with your back. It's a portable profession. It deals with cash. So the environment becomes a little too difficult for Jews. It's very easy to pick up and move someplace else. And it allows time for study. If you're a banker, you can spend banker's hours, and you can spend the rest of the time learning Talmud. It's good that banker's hours. One kind of misconception, I believe, is kind of an apologetic of Jews engaged in this case of lost That's partially true. That's in many areas were allowed much more than the back of the much the spell and grows in investment. That's liquid transfer of so it wants to it's not all maybe one of the Okay, so let's look at Russia, the things how it approached it. Let's return to her specific lifestyle. Now we're going to look at 3 specific documents. I actually have this 1967 article here from Weinstein himself, which he first revealed this woman that he discovered in the Elisa to the rest of the world. And the 3 documents that I'm going to share with you, the first is this record of a small claims dispute. The second is her last will and testament. And the third, this unusual document that was used to prove the paternity of her illegitimate son. So, and this is brilliant history. This is how history is really done. We've never heard of this one before. And Goitai comes across these tiny scraps of paper, pieces them together, and creates a picture of who this one was. So here is the only document which is actually dated April 19th, 1098 in the Western calendar. And the document reads as follows. On the same day, Mr. Ula Halevi, son of Joseph, presented Mr. David, son of the late Judge Yair, to the court, and the latter witnessed for the former that he was in the synagogue on Wednesday, the 10th of this month, when Kalima, the daughter of Amar, known as Usha, I'll tell you about what he means in a second, the broker, appeared in the synagogue and said to him and to Moses, the teacher, the beloved, and to Mali Hakol, the brother of the second. What's happening? This document is some kind of court document, and this person is testifying that he was in shul, and this woman comes into shul, and she talks to these 2 other named individuals, so they testify to the validity of the story, and she says, I want to see the dayan, I want to see the judge, for I was informed that he summoned me. And she shows up in shul because the judge, the dayan, is called the here. Now, for what reason did he do this to me? Here in the translation. against you to the president of the court, the outbreak, meaning this guy is suing you. Wherefore he sent after you, asking you to appear with him before the court. And this other guy is summoning her to appear in court over a dispute. But you refrained from appearing with him in court, meaning she ignored the earlier summons. So now she's called to the government. Hey, how come you didn't show up when we called you to court? And thus you deserved a public notification and a warning. Said she, and I heard it. I love the way it reads. It's like, you're not going to believe this. She actually said this. What do I owe Mr. Hula that he should make such a claim against me? All that is due to him from me is 5 kilos, which is, I'll tell you later, basically represents about $20. All she wants from me is $20, 1967. Watch this, $10. Anyway, he calls me a court for $20. For 5 kilos, he makes such a fuss. At the same time, also mildly brother the sexton was present and made the same deposition as the aforementioned day. We have written down what has been said before us and signed so that it will serve as a document conveying rights and passing. So, what do you make of this? Just quick vision of who this person is. What do these documents all about? Yes. Shopkeeper from such and such a street. You have to say a woman who is the wife of so and so, the daughter of so and so, and there are people here who testify now. She doesn't need any independent verification. Everybody knows who it is. Just give her name and that's it. Yes. Well, this is like kind of before the event. She was called to appear at the event and we don't know what happened. About $20 or anything. We just have this little piece of document of 150, 200 words, and that's all we got. Let's go on to the will, which is fascinating. So this is her will. The main points of the will of ROTHSCHILD broker, she's called about broker. To my brother shall be given 100 dinars from the objects given to me as security. Note, by the way, Boytine figures out that 2 dinars was about the monthly income of a middle class man. So if you take the American median income as that same number, and that would be about $50,000. Say white, non-Hispanics is a little bit higher than $5,000. And so that would mean if we use $50,000 as a middle class income, which is kind of hard to believe, but let's say that is, then that would mean her total wealth is $689 worth about $1.4 dinars, all these family distributions. Then she says, for the cemetery, 25 dinars. For the synagogues in Old Cairo, 20 dinars. Remember, 20 dinars would be the equivalent of $50,000, I think.
Yes,
Synagogues in Cairo, 5 dinars for the purchase of
What do you have to
study.
do? Was it exactly 30 minutes? Or was it more? Was it 29 minutes? I did. I had it calculated about 30 minutes. You said 30 minutes, and I said about 30 minutes. I'm just being ultra specific. Being facetious. How you living? What's good? Okay. Wow, good. Well, good. Okay, why don't you go to the bathroom? Take care of that. Just chilling. Watching these people go crazy over here on this diet. Makes me laugh. It makes me laugh so much. Just thinking of later. You want me to read what they say? I love it. I love it so much. Okay. So I have two accounts that I'm using right now. One of them is Rabbi Eats Pussy Until Lockjaw Ensues. Now, if you're wondering, what in the fuck is lockjaw? It's actually tetanus. Okay, good. Excellent. And I just think that sounds so raw that it's hilarious to me. The other one that I have is Rabbi Sucks Milk Titties Like Cow Udders. That's another thing. It brings a picture to the mind. So the first person says to me, and this was just like 1 minute ago, there you go, exactly 1 minute ago, it was approximately 3 minutes ago. Dude, what the fuck happened to Rabbi Disco guy? The next person wrote, I know you are tired of talking with people who want to live your home. Next person says, yeah, exactly. Next person writes, this thread is not for Rabbi. The next person wrote, whoever is funding the lifestyle of Discord Rabbi needs to intervene. The next person wrote, new Rabbi is getting the time now. The next person, screenshot. The next person wrote, Mashallah, the box was given Wollen Top Commander in Heaven. The screenshot of what I wrote. The next person wrote, the rabbi is back. The next person wrote, I'm glad Rabbi Rothschild agreed with my nuanced 6 samurai. The next person wrote, the last rabbi account that reposted me was eye-poppingly sexually explicit, but moderation.bluesky still busy trying to figure out which belly buttons are pornographic. The next person wrote, the rabbi wants it so bad. The next person wrote, is moderation unwilling or unable to stop the rabbi? And other questions posed by Epicurus. Next person wrote, Rabbi eats pussy like it's 2008. Next person wrote, honestly, the rabbi account name almost make me want to join the Discord server. The next person wrote, wasn't a sweet fuck, with a screenshot of what I wrote. This is all within the last 2 hours. The next person wrote, the other day I got Rabbi fingers forwards like bowling balls. And I was like, I don't know. The next person wrote, stop it, Rabbi, just stop, enough, with a screenshot. The next person wrote, I atheist rabbi accounts, man, fuck off. The next person wrote, I realized that's an insane question to ask, but I've had to buy 3 different bots this week with names like Rabbi Sucks, Milky Fat. The next person wrote, blank, 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 has sentence Rabbi Sucks God.
Oh, that's too bad. It looks like they're looking pretty well. On this, I'll wait for these fishes.
With the what?
This is some of my herbs. Herbs to roots.
Very nice.
Cairo, 20 dinars. To Joseph's wife, 5 dinars. To each of her 2 brothers, 5 dinars. To the orphan girl in Cairo, a relative of mine, 2 dinars. All this shall be paid from the debts against which letters are given. Let's skip a little bit here. The remaining securities shall be added to the cash and gold which I possess, namely 300 dinars. She's got 300 dinars in cash, which is again about $500,000 by this calculation. Liquid cash, which are ready with me, and the 67 dinars dismounted the lady is dinar. She actually had another woman who held 67 dinars for her. That's interesting. In addition to all excess cash and kind of rugs and carpets, all this shall be kept for my son on conditions as I mentioned. If he remains alive, takes maturity, shall be handed over to him. If, however, God forbid, death overtakes him before he ages reaches part of his life, 1/2 of all this shall be given to the synagogues of Cairo and the poor in equal halves. The other half shall be divided between my heirs and equal shares, my brother, etc. To his father, the boy's father, Chasun of Ashkelon. Not 1 penny shall be given. The only time remarks that he uses a Latin term, this is now he calls it old word, but he's not very old words. He's for himself. He's writing not 1 penny. Except that 2 promissory notes, meaning that he gave her 2 IOUs. She's holding on to debts. Yeah. Concerning a debt of 80 dinars, which he owes me, will be handed over to him. You should forgive me. He doesn't want his money. Just give him the 80 dinars. And so on and so forth. And then there's a lot of description about her funeral and so on. And there's a beautiful little description of how she wants her son educated. She clearly loved him dearly and poured a tremendous amount of money to make sure that her son can get a proper education. And the rest I'm going to skip over. Still, the second big takeaway message from this is colossally wealthy woman with very charitable parents. And she had an illegitimate son. And she's definitely estranged from the boy's father. This doesn't sound like your typical Basiaco kind of girl in the 12th century. What's going on with it? So let's turn, I'm sorry we're a little bit late. Let's turn to the paternity document. And let's read this, because this is the most fascinating part, I think. So this document was probably written after her death to record earlier events that was designed specifically when her son wanted to marry to prove that he was legitimate to marry again. I use the term illegitimate. Judaism doesn't recognize illegitimacy per se, except that a child born from a forbidden relationship on a biblical level, for example, a married woman, an extramarital affair, or an incestuous affair, create a child known as a mamzer, which is a terrible stigma. That child would not be allowed to marry anyone else except a mamzer, or a convert that comes with 0 years, 0 lineage, and then that status will continue for their children as well. So it's a huge stigma. So this document reads, the He said, I was with the cantor, and may God accept him with favor. When Uksha, the broker, came in and said, do you not have an advice for me? I had an affair with Hassan and conceived from him. One time says the phrase, I had an affair, meaning literally, I slept. I slept with Hassan. We contracted a marriage before a Muslim notary. Wait, because she apparently went to a Muslim country and had a civil marriage. So she married this Jewish guy from Ashkelon, and she got pregnant. Why did she get married in a mosque or in an office? So Goy time presumes that because her lover was a refugee from the Crusader attacks in Ashkelon, perhaps he was already married to a woman in Ashkelon, and the rabbis would not allow him to marry a second wife. There was a ban on it. But the Muslims didn't have such a ban, so therefore she went. You can only imagine she fell madly in love with this guy, and he hit her up for 80 dinars, so what kind of a guy he is. She got married to a Muslim. Perhaps they were thinking eventually he would divorce his wife, maybe she died, and they could have a normal wedding, but at any rate, she got pregnant. But I'm afraid that he may deny being the father of my child. This is the guy. They're worried they don't have the baby, and he won't say that he's the father. She then lived in the house of whatever that was for. So the cantor gives her a piece of advice. This is really leadership right now. He says to her, okay, go and gather some people and let them surprise you with Hassan so that your assertion might be correct. In other words, she arranged a tryst with her lover, and she arranged for people to interrupt them, like not the intellectual music or something like that, so that people say, aha, they definitely have a relationship, stands to reason that he is the father. She did so, gathering to her, surprised her with him, and confirmed her assertion. She was then pregnant with this Saad, her son, who she conceived after her illicit relationship with Masur. Now, here's another fascinating thing. I also know the person who's giving testimony says that she went on the fast of atonement, Yom Kippur, to the synagogue of the Iraqians, and when the Nasi of blessed memory noticed her, he expelled her from the synagogue. Imagine she has a child out of wedlock, she goes on Yom Kippur, and the head of the shul kicks her out of the shul. I know this all for sure, and the prosecutor with me, here with my testimony to this evidence goes on. What is, I think, fascinating about this is that even though she suffered such a huge embarrassment by being driven out of shul to Kippur, you know, her fellowship, she left a huge amount of money to that very shul that nevertheless denied her services. So I apologize for going into later tonight. She's out of understanding the talks a little bit about historiography, about source bias, the traditional rabbinic formal documents, and then the social documents and response that sometimes paint a different picture of the reality of Jewish lives at this time. They portray a very broad swath of Jewish female economic activity, despite the fact that they may have suffered some handicap as a result of the unique nature of Jewish life. Jewish women were extremely adept at leveraging their circumstances, even if it meant threats of going to Muslim courts, in order to ensure that their economic well-being was satisfied. And we see this specifically in the unfortunate story of Sheldon Roper, who endured personal tragedy and still retained her sense of Jewish responsibility, her sense of Jewish identity, and supported even those causes that sought to unite her. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate your education. guy who walks into a tailor shop, buys a suit, and the tailor is asking how much he's paying. He goes, "No, no, I haven't put the suit for you. You gotta try this. It's so easy." The change room comes out and says, "I really like this suit. The color, the material, so on, is great. The only thing is, he says, I noticed that one sleeve is 2 inches longer than the other sleeve." So the tailor says, "No problem. All you have to do is just like this." Then he says, "Only one more thing, that I noticed that one hand leg is also a little bit longer than the other." So it's no problem. I can do is just kind of stand with one leg sort of bent like this. He says, that takes care of it." So he pays this, he walks out, and he walks the photo down the street, and across the street, San Francisco Blanche. Blanche, what on the street so funny? Blanche is you. Wasn't really funny, but we tried anyways. Okay, tonight's class, we're going to talk about a very famous individual, Yehuda Halevi, the poet of Sepharaim, a very amazing figure who encapsulates really the best of the golden age of Spain, which we'll cover as well. He also has kind of an interesting connection to the Khazar people, which is something we should cover in this course. We had an entire lecture on it last year, so we've got a full slide to remind you about it because it is a fascinating little in Jewish history. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Shul, a very great space, and equipment to videos online, things like that. And one last personal detail that you might find interesting. My 10 out of 10, the picture doesn't come out quite as nice as better looking than you see here. But he's kind of an interesting kid. He's 14 years old, and he's planning to run a full marathon this January. We really tried to stop him. But he's run 2 half marathons already. Raised $4,000 for Joe Maggio Children's Hospital a couple of years ago, and we raised some money last year for Team Friendship. And this year he got the green light from his pediatrician. We also took him to a pediatric heart specialist, and also to a nutritionist, and everybody made sure he's okay. They all said he's okay to do it. So he's running for an organization called Friendship Circle, which specializes in developing social relationships for children with various disabilities, especially developmental disabilities, autism, things like that. If you want to support his run, just go to his website, teamfriendship.org/Alexander, and you can contribute whatever you like to his worthy cause. He is going to run it anyways, so we're really proud of him. He's pretty good. He's 14, going on 37. He's definitely he's a tough kid. He's like really motivated to do his thing, and I have to be very careful not to stand in his way. But anyways, he's very determined, and I think he'll do great things in his life. Like all my kids, that was okay. So tonight, back to our topic. We're going to talk about Yehuda Halevi. This is an interesting impression of his physician, who is again an exemplar of the golden age of Sepharad, golden Sephardic period, which extends primarily from the 10th through the 13th, early 13th century at the most in Spain. Really a fascinating period in Jewish history, which has become emblematic for many as an ideal state for Jews in the modern world. I'll explore this in just a moment, but let's understand what makes Spain so special. So, the term Sepharad, which sounds like Spain, is actually a Jewish there's a question there. Already in biblical times, there was an exile of Jews living in an area called Sepharad, which the Jews later associated with the far western region of Europe, known as the Iberian Peninsula. There's no real, definitive connection between the passage in Slovakia and in the region we call Spain today, as best I know. Similarly, we have other regions like Ashkenaz, which is associated with Germany, even though there's no real connection between that biblical name and the region of the Rhineland. Nevertheless, this has become a historical association for centuries. The Jews who lived there in the 10th and 11th centuries in particular unusual amount of political power, cultural power, and Jewish learning. A combination that was really quite rare for any point in Jewish history. Very rarely do you have Jews who were at once highly learned in their traditional Jewish sources and quite adept at making their way through the byways of modern culture. In America, for example, and there's some comparisons with America, you often have figures, Jewish figures who are exceptionally renowned for their cultural data that they provide for society, comedians, literati, scientists, politicians even, so on. And you also have Jews who are really expert in the Talmud, the Bible, and so on. But rarely are those two groups combined in a single person or being. These are highly distinct categories of human activity, and they really don't intersect very much. You have a little bit of that perhaps in 19th century Germany, people like Moses Mendelssohn perhaps, who encapsulate some of these values. Even that's a debatable point about it. We'll talk about it in a few months. But in Spain, you did have that. You had individuals who were politically very powerful and religiously very observant and traditionally very knowledgeable at the same time. And these were the people that the common Jewish population looked up to as their exemplars. Something which is really quite different from what we have in most other periods of Jewish history, particularly since the emancipation in the 18th and 19th centuries. It's interesting to note that the Jews identified themselves as Sephardic even before there was a unified non-Jewish concept in Spain. Jews developed an identity, a Sephardic identity, before even the Spaniards so-called themselves. As James Jeremiah, a noted Sephardic specialist, puts it, no other instances in Jewish history of such a close and enduring identification of the Jews with a land outside the Holy Land. Meaning the Sephardic Jews are really Sephardic. They're really into that part of the world they come from. And this, I think you can say that today. You can certainly say it 900 years ago in the Golden Era. So it's a very special period of time. Although this picture, by the way, is a statue of Maimonides in Persia. He looked exactly like him. I'm just joking. Okay. So let's just look at Spain for a few moments. The Jews who have been in Spain, recorded Jewish population in Spain that go back to the 4th and 5th century even. And we know of them most significantly from the Visigothic era. The Visigoths were kings who ruled Spain before the Muslim conquest of 711. These were Christian kings, albeit what the Catholics would call heretical Christian kings. They were Arians, A-R-I-A-N, which was a form of Christianity at the time that viewed Jesus as less than a god, more like a man who was a prophet. This was denounced as a heresy, and the Arians eventually moved on. But at any rate, one of the ways in which, and this is a pattern that recurs, unfortunately, in Spanish history, one of the ways in which they demonstrated their bona fides, meaning their attachment to Christianity, was by persecuting the Jews. And so we have some really awful, persecutions of Jews during the Visigothic period, burnings of synagogues with Jews inside them, really nasty things that you wouldn't see until much later in other parts of Europe. This seems to have a correlation to political liabilities. You have a list of the kings of Visigoth Spain from 586 to 711, when the Spaniards were invaded by the Muslims. And these three bars indicate if they were assassinated and if they ever passed anti-Semitic decrees. So you see there's a correlation here. All those kings that passed anti-Semitic decrees did not end their reign through assassination or other forms of deposition. Whereas if they failed to have anti-Semitic decrees, it meant that their reign as a king was very short-lived. So it really seems to be a similar for leadership. If you pass a few anti-Semitic decrees, yes, we say. very rapid expansion of Islam across 632 Arabia Peninsula here. Islam just expands with tremendous speed throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, extending all the way out here to the east. It's actually going to Afghanistan and northern India, over into Pakistan, Bangladesh, and expands also into the Byzantine Empire, Asia Minor, and Balkan region, and of course right across North Africa. And then in this key year of 711, the capital of the body of water is basically broken from the mistaken to Spain proper. And Jews were probably quite helpful to the Muslims in making this conquest. We know their experience under this Muslim kings that the Muslims promised egalitarian treatment, and particularly the extension of dhimmi status to the Jews, making the Jews to be a protected minority, allowing them to practice their religion in the confines of the Muslim state was very appealing to Jews, and it's quite likely that they were at the time really quite open to the idea and assisted the Muslims with their conquest of this erstwhile Christian kingdom. At this time, we have really several main people who are in Sfarad. We have Christians, of course, this is constantly, we have Catholics, we have Arabs. Arab, of course, is an ethnic designation, not a religious designation, although in this context, all the Arabs are Muslims. Berbers from North Africa, even some Slavs, especially the Canaanite slaves, and Jews. The most important populations of Christians, Arabs, and Jews. Spain is often referred to as a tripartite region because these three cultures interacted in a way which was unlike any other part of Europe. Jews were always a minority, usually the only minority of any significance in Western Europe. That was within a Christian society. And in North Africa, they were largely the only minority of any significance within a Muslim environment. But in Spain, they were there were always one of two minorities. They were either a minority alongside the Christians in a Muslim region, or a minority with the Muslims in a Christian region. And this triangular relationship creates a wholly different culture in Spain than we have elsewhere in Europe. And to a certain degree, the three legs of this tripod gives the society a much better balance in some ways and allows the Jews to really extend themselves politically, because the ruling faction often see the Jews as a useful ally against the other minority that they may have to extend some of the future. The Muslims and the Christians always vying for authority. The Jews never vie political rule, so therefore they make very loyal unions in their case. Okay. Portugal in this map. Portugal is, I think, cut off this map. Yes, use your imagination. Okay, let's go on. Of course, the other end of Spanish Jewish history is 1492, the birth of expulsion in the 15th century, which created such havoc in Jewish demography, Jewish self-image, Jewish philosophy, and we're not going to get to that today. We're going to talk about more when we get to the end of this term in a few weeks. But this period of the 10th and 11th century in particular is that high point of Spanish Jewish civilization. Okay, so let me pause. A few of the famous names, some of them we talked about in the past. Hasdai ibn Shaput, very important Jewish politician who was extremely active as an ambassador for the Spaniards, very involved in exchanging letters, traveling between Christian regions and Muslim regions. Jews being a protected minority had much more freedom of travel, ironically, between these two large local populations. And furthermore, Jews have such a far-flung network of connections because of the nature of Jewish society. They can walk into the synagogue really anywhere in the world and say, I'm from such and such a place, and do you know where I could go to get a good egg roll, that kind of thing. So Hasdai just was one of the Spanish Jewish politicians. Shmuel Halevi and Abdullah Well, on top of this, offering a famous novel, which is an introduction to the novel itself, that is currently printed in all its editions of the Talmud today. The Hallel squarely fill this period with Talmud today, and then at the end of the whole name, the famous Rabbi, Moses Maimonides, who of course is very well known not only to Jews but as a massively important world philosopher. Okay, let me pause and take a couple of questions before we talk to people maybe given these men, son of we see quite often Jewish names from Arabic religion, just like Allah struck. At some point, I suppose, in distant history, we were called Finnish. Or like when I was almost your age and I went to Israel as like an 18-year-old, I was all fired up. I tried to use my name. I just changed his name. Just then I'm wrong. And I walked around saying, Rabbi, in there, get up now. And everyone speaks about it in English. It's like, how do you spell it? Yes. I'm familiar with it. Interesting. Great question. I am not yet solved ever reading anything that wrote about these babies. It's impossible that you can sound how especially because they spend quite a bit of time in Egypt where nonprofits. I know that Morocco was diametrically opposed to babies philosophy. So perhaps there's some references in one of the YouTube guys, Flex, that talks about baby, but I don't think it ever occurs to any of the yeah, it's true. Talk about that coming up. Okay, so who was he? His family background was one of these classic Spanish Jewish families, very wealthy and very learned. The traditional biography is placed in Toledo, but research that emerged from the Geniza in recent years have indicated that it's more likely that Noah was considered around the year 1075. His family gave him a very well-rounded education, similar to the kinds of educations that people in his class received, which was once essentially a good day school education, very solid creative content. They learned classic Hebrew, traditional texts, including Mishnah, Talmud, and at the same time, he was also receiving a very well-rounded secular training, which was space and time including mathematics, astronomy, geography, 12th century science, and especially Arabic language. So in many ways, the kind of educational pattern he got is probably like the kind of the ideal day school that we all want to see our kids are interested in today. They would have a visa, they but maybe a doctor. So he lived, as we shall see, in both Christian and Muslim Spain for a while. He had experience living in both regions. The entire peninsula really, the borders between Christian and Muslim were quite fluid, and also the borders between various types of Muslims are quite fluid as well. Something that Monism is much better than Alcoholics the original Muslims felt the Jews as well. So he came of age on a visit to Granada when he participated in an Arabic language poetry slam. That was not the term they used at the time, but it was a competition which they had not been able to it was a competition to see who could imitate a particular poem that was offered by one of the Ibn Hazras, the understand the role of poetry in Spanish Jewish life in the 11th century. Poetry was something that, like, for example, my daughter Lisa, maybe she won't mind if I tell you her earphones broke. The earbuds she puts on. And this is maybe what, more than 7 earbuds you don't hear, I think. 6 pair of earbuds. Now, how do you break earbuds? How do you do it? The way you do it is by wearing them constantly. Awake, asleep, in class, out of class, just constantly wearing these earbuds. And they wear out. Whatever it is, music to 17-year-olds is actually 17-year-old. So whatever music is to 17-year-olds, that was that was people say, oh, you know, maybe a good poetry verse. They would say something beautiful. And it was the measure of intelligence, it was the measure of plenty, it was the measure of sophistication, it was the measure of ability. It was all kinds of things that were and there all has been styles of poetry that were highly stratified and highly structured, and you would measure a quality of person's poetry by how well they could maintain very rigid structures and yet turn a logical phrase in the same problem. There are certain standard types of poetry that all of these great figures engaged in, some more than others, including in the case of Shmuel Hanakiah, the occasional homosexual poem. This is really quite an amazing thing. So this is the person who wrote the commentary on the Talmud, and we have half a dozen or so really homoerotic poems, which are problematic for a lot of women. We talked about the fall last year. It seems that this was the style. People wrote these kinds of poems, and the fact that he could write a poem about how good looking things a waiter is serving him food at a banquet, that was a measure of his sophistication. And he could also learn Gemara and publish a commentary on the Talmud at the same time. It's fun for us in our comparatively speaking in the home society to understand how these two ideas can fit together. But it gives you a sense of what poetry meant as a means of communication, as a means of establishing status in this very important century. One last comment. I will tell you that when, one of the things that amazed me when I went to Russia, I've been there several times in the context of my research. And when I went in the late communist period, where the Soviet Union fell, and I don't know if you've ever been to St. Petersburg or Leningrad or Kiev, places like that, and you walk down the main streets, and there would be people setting up tables selling books. And the books on the tables are like Spacek, Pushkin, Tolstoy, Turgenev, and really important writers called Shakespeare's writers. And people will stop and crowd around these tables and say, oh, look, there's a new edition of 19th century poetry out there. Can't wait. And, ordinary people dressed in clothes like they're shoveling dirt on the streets and come and buy this poetry. It was really, really valuable. Later, after the Soviets fell and all of the restrictions were removed, you walk down the street and you go past those same tables, and there's still crowded, and there are lots of people all around them, but now it's all Russian translations of American detective fiction, novels, things like that. Communism, at least, that's like that. Taste change. Okay, all right. That's amazing. I guess it's kind of like a yeshiva party, and some He developed the beginnings of a very close association within the national family, the most significant member of which was Abraham and Ezra, commentated on the talk about shortly. They shared many experiences together. And most of the poetry he wrote in his early hedonistic phase of his life. And I say that term hedonistic, obviously, in a qualified way. It's not like hedonism like some people, because hedonism in Spain. He wrote a lot of poems about wine, about love, about beauty, about women, things like that. That was also the main thrust of his poetry at the time. He had not distinguished himself in any other specific areas. Then there was a major conquest in 1090 by the Berbers coming up from North Africa with a slightly different approach to Islam and a less tolerant view of many minorities. So Yuval Levi began a long period of wandering, about 20 years, which took him both into Muslim regions again and into Christian regions. Once again, he's really traveling and seeing all kinds of things. This time, he's primarily supporting himself with his medical skills. He's trained as a physician, and he's doing it by way of hockey, catering to the nobility in any particular town that he enters. He's also developing quite a significant following for his poetry, and so he's really establishing fame for the period. There's no evidence that he lived on any specific benefactor or was in any way supported by any wealthy individual. It seems that he was truly independent, pursuing his art purely for art's sake, while maintaining himself as a physician competitor. We see also, for example, with the ROTHSCHILD, who of course doesn't engage in poetry so much, but very prolific writer, who gets to have it inside and doesn't really two alumni were talking to each other, two primary school teachers alumni, and one of them says to the other, if I was Rothschild, I would be richer than these were 19th century so Rothschild, you would be richer than Rothschild. How would you be richer than Rothschild? The first guy says, I would give partners to Rothschild. So he was not giving practical lessons on the side. His medicine and his medical practice was keeping things going. And at the same time, he was developing a larger and larger cultural corpus of poetry. This last thing, so I'm not going to wait. One of his first patrons, a man named was assassinated.
I think it's ever was.
This came from how they could pause, thinking about how really secure this was the second major departure by the maid from the city as a result of persecution. And this kind of turned his mind in many ways towards the ancestral homeland of Israel. But we'll explore that in a little bit. During this time, he's also very close to the head of the Israel. He runs a large family of educated individuals who are writing poetry, traveling, and so on. Israel was ironically really quite poor. Complains literally about his confidence in his commentary on the Bible, his introductions, his poems as well. But the two of them are fast friends, and they travel throughout Spain, and ultimately they're going to travel across the North Africa. According to some opinions, it was Muhammad ibn Nasr who would accompany a lady on his last trip to Israel, although other scholars dispute that they there's also quite a bit of legendary information to indicate that perhaps Levi and Ibn Israel were connected in a familial manner. Either they were cousins, or perhaps they were connected by marriage. But all of these details are lost in the document history. More data is forthcoming from the Geniza, where we may have a good idea as to the specifics of their relationship. So let's look at what made it most famous, perhaps, his poetry. And there are several categories that he reaches. As I mentioned earlier, he wrote a lot of love songs, specifically in his youth. Later, he wrote quite a few eulogies. We Songs of Zion, about 90 of these poems, which all talk about Israel, a topic that would obsess him in the last part of his life, and as a result in his Aliyah, his movement to Israel. Let's look at a few of these poems just to get a sense for his personality. You can see a little bit coming through. So these are not my translation. This one is published by J. With gray hair. One day I observed a gray hair in my head. I plucked it right out, putting it thus to be said. You may smile if you wish at your treatment of me, but a score of my friends who will make of you a mockery. Sorry about the rhyme there, but that's the idea, right? And I can identify with this. Here's an example of this love poem. This one is taper ones that I chose, but they're very much about physical beauty. This one is my sweetheart's dainty lips are red, with rubies crimson overspread. Her teeth are like a string of pearl, down beneath her clustering curls. The ebony hue glides the night, and over the features dance. The twinkling stars that throw the ball are seasoned with meant to account joy complete to lay our stars. But all that rapture is my kiss, a forecast is as weakness. As though the translation had a last suit and pairs, Colossus Spain, right? You arms, your Schmitz and masses, those dogs, tired of this. And actually, Schmitz and you. Anyways, get the sense of it here. And these are all people. He wrote in Arabic as well, but it's very, very so Hebrew type. He really felt the Jews should be masters of the Hebrew tongue. This is his most famous poem. Actually, this is just the first stanza of his poem. Quite a bit longer, but this is the one that most people associate with him. Let's see. Okay, perhaps we say perhaps. Beautiful. So let's read the English. My heart is in peace, and I am starving. This is a literal metaphor, meaning that his heart is in Israel, which is to the east of Spain, which is in the farthest west. If you go any farther west, you get back. That's what the meaning is. I'm stuck in Spain, and Israel is so far away. My heart is really in Israel, but I am stuck here in Spain. How can I taste what I eat, or find it sweet? While Zion is in the corners of Edom, that means it's bound by storm. At this time, Edom is a metaphor for Christianity. At this time, Jerusalem is under the Crusades. So, while Zion is in the corners of Edom, and I bound by the earth, like Spain and the Muslim culture and so on. Beside the dust of Zion, all the good state is light, mighty meaning of red pieces. I guess the red pieces, right in my explanation that I'm going to be. And the good thing to be, we cannot just leave all of this simple stuff of Spain and go to Israel. Our life is out. You see the tremendous love of Zion, and I think also the speed of poetry coming through in this short selection. It goes into a much longer detail, of course, and we have, I think, about 200 variations. Now I'd like to turn to his philosophy. First of all, his poetry. But his philosophy, something he engaged in a little bit later in his life. Zari is from, I think, less than 49. So, Zari, who is one of one of the most famous works of medieval Jewish philosophy. It's quite a dramatic work, written almost in a Platonic form as a trialogue between three faiths. The setting of the history is based on the story of the Khazars, which is a rather amazing story. So, even though Yehuda Levi used the story simply as a vehicle for his own philosophical conceit, nevertheless, it's such a fascinating footnote. Just want to take a few minutes to talk about what are the Khazars. So here's the Khazar Empire, and about the year 740, when amazingly the entire country converted to Judaism. Probably never heard about this before, but it is rather amazing things for that to know. This entire country in the middle of Central Asia converted to Judaism. I'm saying it here just to make sure you know. But where is this place? So, were different payments before. They were purchasing thunder, trees, rocks, things like that. Here's the Black Sea. There's a Black Sea. Kiev is right here. Kiev, according to the Millennium Messiah, is actually looked as a outpost. And it extends to what will be today Georgia, a little bit of Azerbaijan, and into what would be Tajikistan and Kazakhstan. It was a very significant empire that we know from multiple sources, from many different Christian, Jewish, Arab, everybody talks about this Jewish kingdom that converted in the year 740. So, what exactly was this conversion of? So, according to the legend, there was a certain king named Rabbi, who a very religious individual, a very spiritual individual, and he wanted to explore the various faiths that were circulating in the world at the time. He had heard about the great monotheistic faiths of Islam and of Christianity and of Judaism, so therefore he invited envoys from each of these three ancient faiths to sit down and debate their merits of their religion. And in the end, according to the legend, he said, "That's it. I think the Jews win this debate, and we're all going to become Jewish." So they became Jewish. We have all kinds of explorers, like the Taik explorer, Benjamin Tudelli, mentioned it earlier last. Actually, I'm not sure if Benjamin got this far. But they all report on traveling through this area and meeting Jews who were descendants of the original continent. The story was so popular that it was later picked up by the Russians. Their foundational document called the Chronicle of Bygone Years, in which we have the same thing as King Vladimir in the year 988 sits down with this time four representatives, because he's got the Jews, the Muslims, the Roman Catholics, and the Eastern Orthodox. And he has the same kind of debate, except in that version, the Eastern Orthodox, and they all refer to the Eastern Orthodox. He comes to very, very close to becoming Jewish. Vladimir asked the Jews history was a very short but what he says is, look, that's it. Judaism makes the most sense to me. Just one last question. Where is your homeland? And the Jews say, well, right now our homeland is under control of the Muslims, lost the fight. And so, are you kidding? What does that mean? Forget about it. But he is on that basis. He also dropped Islam. It's explicit in the text. He dropped Islam because he said essentially, okay, I love Islam. I want to become Muslim. Let's drink to it. No way. So he said, forget about Islam. It's not going to work here. The same story repeated for the Russians, obviously based on the Khazar experience. Now, what probably happened, if you look at it more reasonably, is first of all, it seems to have been, and there's a lot of debate about this, but the consensus among most scholars is this was a political move. Because in the year 740, Christianity was expanding through Western Europe. Islam, as I showed you in that map before, was coming up from the south. And the pagan faiths knew that they were targeted. And so they could either join one sphere and ally with themselves from Christians, or they could join the other sphere along with some doctrines. And this was kind of a half-hearted attempt to maintain their political independence by proclaiming themselves to be a neutral community. That would be pretty much fascinating observation. I'm not sure more than an argument is actually developed by the great historian essay on nationalism, in which he argues that the Jews, he's writing more distinctly, he argues that the Jews had moved to a new level of political identification, a post-state nationalism, which did not require this to exist. Yes, he had a huge okay. Professor Heffler, I'll just show you one little detail here. This is an interesting document that was discovered in the time of Lisa. Sort of tells you a lot less here. But this is a document that was out of the entire written in Hebrew, which describes a Jew from Kiev. And this is pretty much positive about this. What kind of document do you think this was? Well, it's two dollars. Two dollars. I use this two dollars for another application. Sorry, that's not correct. Exactly. This is like the last baby piece of paper that comes around saying, yes, it's worthy cause. You should support it for someone. This is the same thing. This is like 10th century, and he's got to tell God, saying, I'm all the way from Khazarian or from Kiev specifically, and I need some support from these rabbis who think that I want support. What can you tell me? And he left the time in Cairo. Yes. Good question. Okay, let me get to it in a second. I'll just put one last thing here, which is the signatories to the letter here, a whole bunch of dignitaries here, and then you have this funny thing at the bottom, which says, in Turkic movements, I have invented. It's not really used in Turkic movements, which Johnson Gold and the Italian Sacrament study this document and the book on it argues that this indicates the level of learning that the Khazarians is extremely low, such that the president of the community of Kiev could not even write in Hebrew. He had to write in Turkish. And he could not be. Also, we have evidence from travelers who say that the Khazarian Jews may not even have practiced circumcision, which is a very, very basic rite, something that usually stays with Jews long after Kashrut, Shabbat observance go, there's still circumcision. So we're not exactly sure how deep that conversion went. It may only have been a very total conversion at the top level of society that was meant to kind of politically indicate to the Muslims and Christians that they were distinct, or it may have kind of filtered down where these Khazar kings said, okay, listen, everybody, we're Jewish now. They said, okay, all right, what's next? They didn't really have deep training or spiritual commitment to it. Well, that's exactly what happened, by the way, in Russia. Is the king said, okay, what do we have to do? Christians? Oh, we've got to all immerse ourselves in the Hebrew river. We brought the whole population to be around, and we swim in the river, and it's all don't be a bad So, anyway, that's the real story of Khazaria. I mentioned, there's a lot of question about what kind of Jewish were they? Were they rabbinic? Were they Karaites? A lot of questions were the basic. But as Amos asks, what happened to them? And the best answer that we have, most Muslims believe that they simply assimilated back into the local population. There are some very, very tiny remnants of Khazarian life that may have impacted on the Ashkenazi migration. Like, for example, the great Yiddish of Max Weinreich argues that certain words in Yiddish come from certain origins, including the word daven. Because the word daven is we know who daven. The word would be chadel, right? So it's really daven. And Slavic was pray as a something like that. So it's not what pray is, right? And this is doesn't sound at all like daven. So daven, he argues, may come from a Turkish root, meaning a Khazar element. But otherwise, there is a very popular theory among anti-Semites that argues that the Ashkenazi Jews today are actually the Russian Eastern European Jews are descendants of the Muslims. And a lot of anti-Semites love this theory. And it's all over right-wing websites, things like that. Why do you think they would want the Jews of Russia to speak to Khazars as they Then I see. What do you think? Exactly. It's a way of saying. It's a way of saying the Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jewish. They don't come from Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, they don't come from Israel. They're really Khazars. Most of us are cousins. They're going to get my cousins, other immigrants. So that's the argument. There are some famous Jews who also subscribe to that theory. Wait, there's actually no question. Look at multiple metrics to show you that the Ashkenazi Jews of Russia clearly come from the Ashkenazi Jews of the line. The linguistic markers, ethnic markers, cultural markers, they all indicate Jewish origin. Well, that's an interesting thing. I don't know a lot about this. I'm going to study there. I always sketch some of these things about, like, if you use DNA to measure who's Jews or related to us. The best study that I speak about with any authority is, it's out today, but Leon Poliakov's 4-volume history of the century. One of the things he did was he compared blood types of Jews to people in the world, because there is a lot of variation on blood types worldwide, and he noted that Jews are more likely to be related to their neighbors in terms of blood type than they are to Jews. DNA evidence, which is a lot more long-lasting and measured over a wide period of time, things like that, indicate that actually a lot of connection between Jews worldwide, despite the inherently large racial differences. Maybe I'll do some other times. Well, let's go back to Yehuda Levi. So he used this whole story of the Khazars as an excuse to talk about the differences between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. He took the story of King David's conversion to put it in a dramatic context and have all of these speakers defend their faith and to debate about that. By making it seem kind of like a history book, he was allowed to essentially write a pro-Jewish polemic against Christianity and Islam. The actual title of the book is The Book of Refutation and Proof on the Despised Faith. And it was clearly a work intended to serve a religious purpose. That's not involved in any religious. Don't personally have to talk to students who are studying the religious faith. points out the different path for Jewish philosophy, which had not been trod by the great philosopher Seneca or trod by Maimonides, for example. He differed from the most prevalent theories of the day, which were either Aristotelian, who's very prominent in Arabic and Jewish times, or Halal philosophy, which is much closer to Islamic thought and Greek thought. In both of those models, Halevi said, you know what? They're all theories. Like you posit an idea and you derive ideas from that idea, but it's all based on theories. He says, I want evidence. I want proof. And so his arguments are very heavily rooted in empirical data. So, for example, one of the arguments that he uses that's very repeated over and over again in later works is the notion that, if you compare Christianity, Judaism, and Islam in their foundation stories, Christianity and Islam both rely on the testimony of small groups of people. A small number of apostles that open up the tomb and see that Jesus' body is gone. All claiming to see Jesus risen on the road to Damascus. But you basically have to take the word of one or a small handful of people when that actually happened. Muhammad going off into the desert, meeting the angel Gabriel, coming back home with the Quran, things like that. It's all based on the testimony of small group of people. But Halevi says in Judaism, the entire Jewish nation, some, 30 million people, 6 million, 14 million men, they're at Mount Sinai hearing the Ten Commandments. And so, how are you going to get so many people together and then everybody else believes that it happens? It must mean that, empirically speaking, it's a much easier to defend an argument than the entire nation saw it and translated it to person to person. So you can imagine, for example, he writes, what if some guy gets up and says, by the way, did you know that thousands of years ago, all of our ancestors were there at Sinai? I happen to be the only guy who knows about this. You can believe me that this happened to everybody. It just was. Jews are, by nature, very skeptical people. To believe individuals who would come up with this story. So this is the kind of trend that he has in his philosophy, very empirical, very data-driven, and very popular. Finally, in his thought, very, very intense thought. The traditional approaches to biography, and there are some new trends in studying his biography that argue that perhaps this is a little oversimplified. They say that late in his life, his love of Zion became overwhelming, and that he yearned, powerful yearning, to walk the 4 cubits of the land in the land of Israel, and ultimately, at age 65, he succeeded in the journey. But it was not at all an easy one. He had the tremendous impediments of wealth and fame. He was not like a young, single person, 18 to 20, who goes to yeshiva and decides to stay. This person has a world following, has a very established membership here, and he's later in life. And for him to ship all the way to Israel, a dangerous trip, and for those kind of living conditions that you have there, it's very, very difficult thing for him to do. He made his way east, across the America, ultimately arriving at Alexandria, Egypt, where he had the most difficult time making their way. It actually took quite a few months for him to do so. He was met with such tremendous honor in Alexandria, feted every night, and celebrated his poetry. And the Alexandrian Jews medical diagnosis. There's no evidence on it unless that's a specific method of death. Caesar was death. And there is some reason to question it because it was a crusader kingdom at the time. Arabs might not have had that same kind of freedom movement, but we do know that he definitely died shortly after reaching many years ago. So his legacy, all told, brilliant example of the golden age of Spain. Poet, great artist, also a philosopher, giving us the things I read, expressing for us really the possibility of a tremendous synthesis of secular knowledge and cultural awareness at the same time as having a brilliant and sophisticated insight to Jewish thought, being a very patriotic Jew, a very patriotic Zionist of his time. Thank you very much for your attention as well. So I was just asking to make up it's such a good thing. So, thank you all for coming. Tonight's topic is Anan Ben David, regarded by Karaites as their father Karaism is a very important systematic movement within Judaism that split off primarily in the 9th century and 10th century and what we call this to the present day. So I have to think of a joke to start off so everyone's in a good mood. And I'm sure everything will well give you one anyway. So I hope I didn't tell this joke too recently because as you know I only have 12 jokes in recycling. But I tell you a joke about the boy who goes to Europe in the 1920s to study yeshiva. And he spends 6 months there studying yeshiva in Poland, and then he comes back to live with his family. And for Shabbos meal, the father says, what was it like in Europe? Very interesting. This is what I met many interesting people. Like, for example, I met communists, I met a Zionist, a atheist, I met a socialist, I met a Buddhist, I met a Beitarnik, I met a Jabotinskynik, and a Menshevik woman, and the father said, so what do you think? Right, very diverse places. Dad, your son is all one person. So, small joke, but it's intended to take us into this topic, which is a topic that's important topic in Jewish intellectual history. It has surprisingly modern ramifications, contemporary ramifications for the development of Judaism in the 20th and 21st century. There is an interesting sort of resurgence of Karaism in certain parts of the United States, but he was called neo-Karaism. Perhaps we'll begin with the term shortly. But let's get very down to the subject matter. Today's lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor. This makes that donor very much for supporting the school and gives us the space to learn. And it's wonderful that we have sponsors, but I'd like to say that your presence is sponsorship enough to get here so that I'm not talking to myself. Okay, so Karaism, the word as we shall see, comes from Olive, which is the basis of the word for mikvah or scripture, related to the word to read, to call. And so Karaism derived this term primarily because of the extreme devotion to the biblical text alone, and put in one sentence, the essential belief of the Karaite movement is that the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, are in fact given by God and nothing else. And the task of a Karaite Jew, or the Karaite, is to thereby, that's why I asked that was kind of long for one sentence, but that's the Bible and nothing else. The defining notion of Karaism is the rejection of the oral tradition. And this is crucial, and it is not original. You have had many movements in the ancient world that also took issue with the oral tradition, denying its authority. And in fact, one of the areas of Karaite scholarship in the 20th century is to try and connect this medieval movement with the ancient counterparts that preceded it. And there is some argument, for example, to say that it really follows a chain of tradition from King Rabbi, the dog used within the authority as well, straight through the Middle Ages and to modern day. It's probably baseless in terms of a direct connection. Nevertheless, there are certain sympathetic elements of ancient rebellion against rabbinic authority which are echoed in medieval Karaite movement. So there's some argument for that. What is fascinating, however, is the rather extreme longevity of this movement, which has allowed it to persist right up until our own times. And there's a general rule about the survival of schismatic movements within Judaism that I think is really quite true. It's something that Beryl Wine likes to say, the very important historian who actually did a paper in Miami, I think in February, at the Young Israel Harvard, who was here for, as a guest of a Shabbaton scholar in residence. I urge you to come here. It's really fantastic. At any rate, he argues that, we're, as a people, Jews are very tolerant of heterodox ideas, very good at adapting to a wide variety of approaches to various elements of creed. And we don't have that many, kind of bifurcations and multiple vectors of our faith that end up with lots of really powerful and dynamic polemics. However, one of the phenomena that Beryl Wine points out is the fact that when a movement splits off from Judaism, they're liable to continue unless they redefine the nature of who is a Jew. As soon as they change the definition of who is a Jew, they kind of like get onto another set of tracks altogether, and the separation becomes irrevocable. That is certainly true of the Karaite movement, particularly after the 12th century, when Jews regard them as being, traditional rabbinic Jews regard them as being perhaps not even Jewish, primarily because of their redefinition of the laws of marriage and the laws of conversion, things like that are essential to the definition of Jews. Obviously, if you look at politics in American Jewish society, let's say from the 1960s onward, with the large amount of marriage in the Jewish community, these kinds of questions come up again, and they're subject to equal. So perhaps we'll take some questions a little later on to see how this is relevant and useful for our discussions. So here we go. This is an interesting picture from a neo-Karaite movement that's spoken on a T-shirt, which is actually an 8th century T-shirt. Karaites do it by the book, which is ironically true, right? It's all by the book itself. Hanan Ben David is sort of our starting point for today's lecture. He's really not the founder of Karaism per se. The Karaite movement later took hold of him as a figure and used him as kind of like an identifier flashpoint and began the movement. But in many ways, he was really quite distinct in his ideas from the Karaite movement. And they probably would have had a very hard time dealing with him individually. The way in which his movement started was most likely connected to a conflict over political power. It created, so to speak, a breakaway Midian, a splinter Midian that just went viral and created an entirely alternative movement. Let's look at that very briefly. First of all, let's set the scene. Where are we talking about? Mainly this happened in Babylon, which would be this map here, by the way, the arrows don't show the spread of the Jewish population, it shows the spread of Islam from its beginnings in year 622 up until about the middle of the 8th century, which is where we're looking at the story. You can see that Islam starts here in Medina, they make it down here to Mecca, and then there's a rapid expansion across the rest of North Africa, eventually in the early 8th century, Spain, and at the same time, get to Persia and all the way parts of the world that is still alive. And so there's a lot of Jewish yeshivot here in this region. Famous cities like Surah, Shulatita, and Ardoa that are mentioned throughout the Talmud are located in southern Iraq. And that's where Talmud was written during this time. So we have Jews who are living here in large numbers, and this is kind of like the equivalent of New York City of the 8th century. The northeastern quadrant of the United States. We should take a minute here. We all, probably a lot of you in this room have family and relatives, friends who are in the northeast, so we all well after the farmers on the side of success. So this is kind of like the equivalent of the largest diaspora community for the Jews in the 8th century. There's still Jews living in Jerusalem. There's a significant community living in the Nile Delta as well, with smaller communities developing throughout the Mediterranean basin. But this is really the main area of Jewish life. Spain will not really develop until the 10th century. They start to exist as a independent compare amongst Spanish. So this is the reason we're talking about 8th century. The organization of the Jews there were dominated by the so-called Geonim. The word Geonim comes from the word Ga'ava in Hebrew, which means pride. In Hebrew, in a negative sense, arrogance, but that's not the context used here. These are the titles that were given to the heads of the academies or the yeshivot that were in these Mesopotamian towns. They had these rather large institutions. According to Talmudic accounts, they had perhaps as many as 1,200 or 2,400, depending on the text, students, which is really quite significant for this time period. Although those numbers may be considerably exaggerated, they may be really much smaller. But they are the prime expositors of the Talmud, which had been closed now for about 200 years. So the people who work with the text, the people who interpret the text, all questions of Jewish practice are directed to these Geonim, and they really run the entire show up until about the 10th century, when another group called the Rishonim began to rise, and you see them in European countries and so on. Now, related to the development of Ananism and Karaism, Ananism, by the way, should not be confused with Ananism. It's a totally different thing. We will not have any lectures on Ananism. The academy was a very elite institution. There was no tuition to speak of. There was no formal graduation. It was kind of a loosely organized society, but it was a very strict meritocracy. In order to get a position in the academy, you really had to demonstrate tremendous intellectual strength and be able to navigate the sea of Talmud with great facility to work through the mental gymnastics of arguing the back and forth of the Talmud. And it was not a place for intellectual life. It was really serious study. The academies were arranged in rows. The seats were actually literally benches were arranged in rows, with the preceptor sitting at the front facing all the students and directing the lecture, kind of like a modern university lecture hall, but the seats were assigned by seniority and intellectual superiority. So there were lots of discussions of which row was which particular rabbi sitting in, and what happened when they moved up one row. That's the big things on the top of the bucket and so on. Not a place for the larger Jewish public, which had great significance for the rise of this movement. The way in which the academy reached out to the larger Jewish world is periodic, twice a year phenomenon called the Yarkei Kala, which were like month-long adult education sessions where the yeshiva would send out to many of the smaller communities, usually at those times of year when farming demand was not so high, so that the men in particular, really not that many opportunities for women, the men would come in from the fields and have this investing time, so they would spend their day learning with the rabbis from the backbenches in the yeshiva. However, you have a situation where there's an elite group, highly learned that's the best understanding we have. But they're Ame Haaretz. They're people of the land, farmers, who do not have the opportunity to engage in social study, and so they're highly dependent on the community and mission work. So this gives on one hand, it concentrates power in the issue board, and it puts much more authority in those people who are able to interpret the law. But on the other hand, it leaves a lot of room for people to feel disenfranchised, to get their feelings of rebellion or disagreement in positions, and eventually to coalesce with anti-rabbinic groups. And this is precisely what happens in the 8th century. We see a lot of groundswell from the grassroots people feeling the rabbis are too strict, or some of their interpretations are too zany, and just can't handle the way the rabbis are handle the Talmud, and they really want to see a Judaism that, in many ways, for them, makes much more sense. We have to add to this the fact, looking at this map here, I mean, it doesn't take much to imagine Islam, one of the actual colors here. Islam spread essentially from 631 to 750, which is shown here on this map, in 120 years. When Islam religion starts out with one man in Medina, suddenly takes over the entire Mediterranean basin, basically the entire known world of the time. I mean, there must be a lot to use to acquire such territory and so many territories so quickly. And one of the hallmarks of Islam at this time was a much greater emphasis on reason over revelation. Certainly, Muhammad was the doctor of Muslim understanding of the term, but on the other hand, they had many schools of jurisprudence that argued for a rational approach to religion in general. And that idea of reason comes very much kind of like the scientific revolution to the last. Okay, so I've talked pretty much straight for 20 minutes, so you possibly have a question. Excellent question. What were the religions that they took over? Well, their scope is spread over so much now. They went to territories where there were Jews and there were Christians active. There were a lot of pagans, particularly in North Africa, very pagan regions. Zoroastrians, I'm not sure, whatever. And there's all the other these where they have popularity with Hindus, particularly the lower caste. So they're counting all kinds of different faiths as they make their spiritual. I thought the Tanakh was so much. Yeah, that's Tanakh is like 24 books. And the Tanakh is just really not 24 So I'm generalizing things that see what the paramount is that, especially not under Haman, but under the successor. There's also a heterodox. Also, it's really to tolerate different interpretations within a certain parameters. And they did recognize, for example, the possibility of limited prophecy given after Moses, but not necessarily the same commanding voice as the Pasha. They recognize did not have to go to church. That's an excellent question. What is it that the Bible shows how we have a lot of difficulty understanding that our sources are so highly charged with the fight between the Rabbinites and the Karaites. So anything you read from the period has to view through the lens of whichever group is writing it. And I think the most interesting is like, for example, last year we talked about Zanya Gama, and he was noted for polemicists writing a lot against the Karaites. Unfortunately, a lot of those manuscripts are lost. So we only have Saadia's arguments against the Karaites as they are preserved in the Karaite defense of those arguments. So we read Saadia through the filter of his memories, which is kind of like where the election season to read the polls from the websites of the other side, whichever side that is. So an example of something that the people rebelled at. You have a suggestion? I'll get back to that question in a second. See, I was hoping you'd help me out with this question. I can't think of one specifically, but I can guess. Because, Shabbos is a really interesting one. Shabbos, the laws of Shabbos, as the Gemara says, are mountains hanging by a thread. It doesn't say in the Chumash. It says, guard the Shabbos, and then it has a whole discussion of building a temple. The rabbis make a huge leap to say, based on the oral tradition, based on the proximity of the commandment to observe the Sabbath and the intricate laws of building the temple, or actually the tabernacle, that it must mean that all these things that are okay for building the tabernacle, those are the things that are forbidden on the Sabbath. There are 39 different types of labor, and we can break them down. Almost totals, so many, thousands of things. So, the description that is here. So, I'm guessing from the intense discussion of the laws of Shabbos that that's probably one of the big areas. Ironically, though, the way the Karaites dealt with it didn't necessarily satisfy, because when you're dealing with the biblical text in the Karaite sense, you have to take the strictest possible interpretation in many cases. So, for example, it says in the Torah, those involved with the nation, the Philippines, will say, will not allow any fires to burn in all of your habitations on the Sabbath day. You can't burn fires on Shabbat. So the rabbis, through the traditional oral Torah and its interpretation, they say, you're not allowed to burn fires. It means you can't start a fire on Shabbos. You can't light a fire on Shabbos. But if the fire is going from before Shabbos, then of course it's okay. You just let it burn right through. You don't need to do it. But the simple text of the pasuk says there shouldn't be any fires burning. So the Karaites say, okay, that's it. No more children. We're not having any hot food on Shabbos because we can't let the food cook overnight. And in fact, there are some rabbinic authorities who say it's a mitzvah to eat chula to specifically reinforce rabbinic interpretation of the pasuk. So, the Israelis thanks. Yeah, I'll tell you a joke about that. So the pasuk mentions you shall not boil a kid in his mother's milk. Which the rabbis have to understand to mean you can't eat meat and milk together, right? Even though you should be able to eat chicken and milk because chickens don't
Welcome, how are you?
boil it. So, but that's the point. So the joke was like this. My grandmother had a show.
Oh, I'm going to remind me about yourself, Tim. Okay, how have you been? 100%. How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me? Yeah.
Well,
100%, very well.
so how would they even lie for it?
They spam people on a platform known as Blue Sky. You have to go online on it. People tweet about me every few minutes.
Yo,
How do you think that's
cool.
good? So what's new with you?
What?
What is new with you?
I recently started cooking
Very well. What have you been cooking?
steak. I never really knew how to cook the inside of steak. I figured out that the inside actually cooks like independently, depending like outside of whether or not you feed it steak.
Right? That's tight.
Thanks, good.
Do you, do you,
One day I'm gonna visit you.
excellent. Do you eat anything with your steak?
Fries.
Oh, very well. What do you have on your steak? Just salt? So no horseradish or anything? I gotcha. All right. No, I'm good, dog. I appreciate it, though. What do I eat? I like pasta, I like sandwiches, I like brisket, I like what else? I like pizza. Pizza's like one of my favorite foods. I like fruit. Love fruit. What kind of fruit do you like? Pink? Word, dog. All right. You like tangerines? Very well. What else you like? You said that in the morning. All right. Do you like watermelon? Word, dog. Excellent. Have you been watching any streamers recently? Who's that? What do they do? Tell me all about it. He gets in fights? Like fist fights? Do I know Kick? Yeah, I know Kick. Did he get hit up by Kick? Taik, is there any blood? Alright, so what do I look up? HS? TICKI? HS. Okay, Tiki Talk. Alright, I'll put you on Kick right now. Oh, okay.
Moshe Rabbeinu. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. That particular phrase, "You shall not boil a kid in his mother's milk," occurs 3 times in the Torah. And from the fact that it's repeated 3 times, the rabbis learn a huge amount of laws. It doesn't just say it once, it says it 3 times. There are no redundancies in the Torah, therefore, it must be repeated. My grandma likes to tell the joke. She usually tells it with a punchline in Yiddish. It took me years to figure it out, but I'll say it in English. And the joke was like, so Moshe Rabbeinu is the one how it's denied. Moses is on Sinai, and he's receiving the Torah, and God says, don't boil the kid in his mother's milk. Moses says, aha, so that means you can't eat cheese. Cheese. Okay, I got it. God says, don't boil the kid in his mother's milk. Moses says, oh, so that means that we have to have like separate plates of milk. That's just what I just said. Okay, I get that. Okay, so the third one says don't boil the kid in his mother's milk. So that means we have to wait 6 hours on having to eat and have another does, and that's Moses just out. Let's get past it because it's a good one, but we'll take it for a long time. All right. So the political issue is that Anan Ben David's rise to power is probably related to a political dispute. Now again, we have rabbinic accounts, Karaite accounts that are very different. We don't have any third-party account that gives us testament, but it does have kind of like a shmest feel of truth to it. There were 2 sources of power in the Jewish community. One, 2 official sources of power. One was the general name, as I mentioned, the heads of the academies, and the second was the excellence, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. Rosh HaGalut, I guess we say. In Aramaic, we say Reish Galuta. We actually, in Saturday prayers in the morning, we have a special prayer for Reish Galuta, where we pray for him and for all his students. Very bold prayer. Babylonians, first the Sasanian Persians, and later their Muslim inheritors, had a great amount of respect for the Davidic line, and they felt it was appropriate that there should be a descendant of King David who was the official head of the Jewish community, the political arm, as you will, of the Jewish community, and he had official standing with the caliphate and represented the Jewish community at large for a lot of tax implications. Reish Galuta was often at odds with the Rosh Yeshiva, the heads of the Yeshiva. There were many times when the Rosh Yeshiva felt that a particular descendant of the House of David was disqualified for one reason or another from taking that political position, and quite often they don't let him. In the Talmud, there are a lot of stories of the rabbis doing the Reish Galuta. It's kind of an interesting sort of keeping their full arms length distance from them. They can't do anything as a Reish Galuta could be, because the Reish Galuta leads after all the head of the community, but they're always kind of like looking down their nose at the ignorant behavior of the Reish Galuta. They always, it's quite often see that kind of friendship in Talmud stories with the Reish Galuta. At any rate, he's a questionable position, an important position, and the story goes that Anan Ben David was passed over his younger brother. But he was rather quite upset about this, and so he gathered together a group of like-minded individuals, and he led a formal protest against the rabbis, indicating that Judaism really should be completely different. The Talmud and its interpreters have gone totally out of hand, and let's get back to basics. This is really what Judaism is all about, and he had some success with it. The rabbis, however, including his brother, complained to the caliphate, saying that, this will not do the Ottoman country. And because that happened, that was not to the right. At any rate, so they complained to the caliphate saying, hey, Anan ben David is causing a lot of trouble, and the caliph, the caliph, imprisoned him. While he was in prison against the Karaite, he befriended another fellow prisoner who later was released and founded one of the great nationalist schools of Muslim jurisprudence. And this particular Muslim said to him, listen, why don't you just go to the caliph and tell him that you represent a distinct religion, that you're not trying to lead the Jewish people, you're trying to lead the Karaite people. And in fact, according to the Karaite account, this was accepted by the caliph. He was released and he went on to a this interesting kind of question over what is Karaism. Is it Judaism? Is it correct Judaism? Is it something distinct? It will repeat itself throughout Karaite history right up until the 20th century. So when he got out, he had a certain number of followers. What exactly is it that he did? So one thing we have to realize is it is impossible to live by the Bible without any interpretation. As we saw last week, just too many ambiguities that are present in the written text. There are too many omissions of key data, like for example, kosher, but we don't have a lot of detail on it. There are too many passages which have incredibly harsh interpretation if you read them on face value. So in the rabbinic tradition, all of these problems are dealt with in great detail and great sophistication, and there's especially some of the Mishnah and the Talmud and mixed workable religions that that has survived after all for 3,000, 4,000 odd years now with great success, although with no major football players. So, the oral law is inevitable. The Ammonites and the Karaites rejected the rabbinic point of the oral law, but then they found that they actually had to make one themselves. They had to have something to fill the gap. Like I mentioned last week, if they wanted to observe the holiday of Sukkot and it said, bring to shul the fruit of a goodly tree, everyone's showing up with different fruits, bananas, or apples, or cherries. No one's bringing an Esra, so it's very hard to focus the movement. You can't define the example we use ourselves. And also consider the lex talionis, the law of the two trees, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, bird for bird. That's a really hard law to enact exactly as written. Even if you want to read it exactly the way it is, sometimes the punishment is not, doesn't speak a crime at all. It's disproportionate. Like, there's another girl, better alive, the joke goes, God comes to Shlomi in the dream and says to him, Shlomi, you've been such a good man, but a mensch. You've taken care of the poor, you've the sick, you've done all kinds of things. I am going to reward you. You're going to get whatever you wish for, you will get. But there's only one thing about this, Shlomi. I'm really sorry I'm telling you, but I'm obsessed with this ongoing dispute with Ruvain. You and Ruvain have been fighting for years, and it's really got to stop. So this is the deal. He says, Shlomi, I'm going to give you one wish, you have whatever you want, wealth, wisdom, or whatever. But whatever you wish for, Ruvain will get double. You want $10 million, they'll get $20 million. You want, encyclopedic wisdom, they'll get double encyclopedic wisdom. Whatever you want, he's going to get double. So what's it going to be short? Short makes your mind. It might be struck blind in one eye. So, why did I cut this joke? So, the thing is, interpretive tradition in order to live by. So, as the rabbis put it in their accounts, they say that Anan said to the Jews, "Forsake ye the Mishnah and the Talmud, and I will compose for you a Talmud of my own." That means he would replace the current rabbinic Talmud with another. The kind of ways in which they ultimately did create their own oral Torah. So there's a few different hermeneutic principles that they apply. So, for example, this is an article from the Encyclopedia. They use one, the literal meaning of the text that we discussed, what it actually says. Two, they use the consensus of the community, a much more populist kind of approach. They say, okay, what does everybody think is this? Everybody says it actually means both of that person's talking about your hand. When we take a vote, and we see, if there's wide-scale public opposition to that particular reading of it, they wouldn't accept it. Third, the conclusions derived from Scripture by method of logical analogy, using the Hebrew term here, ekesh, which means connection, which is a term in the Talmud as well. And, if the Bible says it follows like this, or for this condition, but over here in a similar condition must also be the same. And then finally, knowledge based on human reason and intelligence, what they call chokhmah hada'at, right? Say that? But it was not universally accepted by Karaite scholars. Because on one level, although this is in some senses a more rational approach, because they want to start over and reject the rabbinic interpretation, which they feel has become too extreme, and they want to try and reason it out themselves. But on the other hand, if they're reasoning out themselves, then what's the point of supposed to be the text in the first place? The biblical text is supposed to be, kind of viable. So how can you go and change it? Adnan in particular tended to be very strict and very ascetic, which is one of the reasons why he didn't look too successful, and it had to be a successor to take care of the double. But he advocated, for example, long Muslim type fasts for a large part of the year, and he was rather, unlike his successors, he was rather unable and unwilling to accept divergent views. No, what they think of as their Talmud, they certainly did use that term. That's a rabbinic source, putting it into rabbinic term. They were hoping to create a definitive reading of the Bible, which would be perfect. What the rabbis did? No, the rabbis also engaged in the same kind of stuff. The rabbis involved in the Mishnah and the Talmud, they felt that, this is the document that's for all time. And we still use the same Talmud. Ours works. They felt that the rabbis had perverted the text, and for various reasons, their Talmud takes them in certain directions. Like, for example, when you read the Talmud, you see that there are multiple opinions, and sometimes one of them is accepted for the definitive law. What happens to the other four? How come they didn't accept any of those opinions? So there are choices made in the Talmud, and the reasons why some opinions are favored over others is essentially the whole engine of rabbinic scholarship is why Yehuda wins this argument. It doesn't win over here. So it's a larger question than I can answer beyond that. It's very brief. Okay. Yes, last question. So, it's a different proportion. It's approached in different ways, but it's understood basically throughout the life of Moshe Rabbeinu, the one who had left Mitzrayim. want to take off in a different direction. They had a huge impact on biblical scholarship of the time, because if the Torah itself is really the sole authority, then you know what? Let's go back and study the Torah very deeply. And the rabbis also, of course, studied the Torah with great depth. You know, there's a huge emphasis on studying, for example, without simply taking it for granted. This is what these words mean. The Masoretic movement, particularly, which wasn't a rabbinic movement, but which was influenced by Karaite as well, said, okay, let's go back and let's unpack all of these words. Let's try and determine how they should be pronounced precisely, and why is it written in Aleph and absolute love and things like that. A huge amount of scholarship, which within the Jews use today, every single day, is very much tied to the emphasis that Karaites present. The successor then for Karaite Islamic ethnicity is the middle of the 9th century. And he took a lot of Anand's ideas, but he was a much more populist thinker, and he was much more tolerant of diversity of belief, much more open to the idea that, you know what, there can be a lot of different Karaisms. It doesn't have to necessarily be one, Catholic church, so to speak, of Karaism. And this was a very wise move that allowed the movement to kind of separate itself from the extremist criticism defined by Anand, the long fast, and the cold food, and things like that. It began to develop itself. There's also an interesting kind of overlap with Islam as well, as they portray themselves as the intellectuals. They portray themselves as much more clear thinking, less fanatical individuals. Even though today we would look at them perhaps and understand them as fanatics, who are strict to vertical text with minimal interference. But nevertheless, at that time, they had a lot of support from Muslim authorities, and imagine the groundswell of popularity in that time. But here's where they're basically set up. So we've got a lot of them here in Babylon from the 9th to 11th century. The next major growth section is in Israel, especially in Cairo, Egypt, which has a long period that lasts right up to the 20th century. You have some that settle out here in the far west of Spain and Africa, and a significant amount of Karaites set up in Byzantium, which is Constantinople, Istanbul, the center of the Ottoman Empire, within about 600 years of Karaite. Fascinating little pockets in the Russian Empire, specifically in Lithuania, a little bit of Poland not mentioned here, and also in Crimea, because of the mentioned all these areas that they gave kind of like sort of Karaite, the system splits the land that goes into the Black Sea, and these regions right up until the 20th century, we're talking about them momentarily. The spread movement from the 10th to 12th century is pretty dramatic. We know a lot about it because of the Hindus, which I'll talk about in 1 second. I've already mentioned how their scholarship had a tremendous impact on the study of the Bible among rabbinites as well, because rabbinites don't want to get caught off guard by Karaite arguments about reading the biblical text. They want to make sure that their understanding is just as precise as the Karaites as well. And during this period, especially 2 centuries, from the 10th to the 12th centuries, a tremendous amount of back and forth in which literature develops. The Karaite movement is expanding and attracting proselytes, attracting converts, and so the rabbis have to be involved in the Taik in arguing against them. The Karaites write apologetic literature that brings more Jews to the movement, and it's actually the strongest period of the Karaites today. A lot of the source evidence that we have about the Karaites comes from the Ge'ez. I'd like to take just a moment to make sure you're all aware of what the Ge'ez is. I know those who were here last year, we talked about it, but in Jewish practice, we have a halakha that you cannot discard anything that has sanctity. So, Torah scroll, for example, has to be buried in a Jewish cemetery. Holy books, things like that. And in fact, anything that has the name of God written in it is considered shameless. So shameless means names. Anything that has the name of God written in it has some sanctity and therefore has to be treated properly and can And so many synagogues, homes, schools, and so on have a special area they call the Knesset, which is literally storehouse. Moses to hide away, and they'll store up other things. Like that, so once a year, so usually before Passover, when they clean out, they ship it all away to be buried or taken care of. Everything like that. Exactly. So this time, it's precisely the story of the video. So let me tell everybody else what that is. You're absolutely right. There's this town outside of Cairo called Hafsa, and they had this strange custom, as the writer says, that not only holy writings should be put in Giza, but anything written in the Hebrew script, even if it was written in Arabic or Aramaic, even if it had nothing to do with religion whatsoever. It was a business contract, it was a personal letter, it was a little shopping note, honey, please pick up some pizza on the way home from the shop, whatever it is, they would not throw this away. It was written in Hebrew, and so they would throw it all in this tiny little attic that the entryway to it was the second floor of the synagogue. Of course, that ancient synagogue was 900 years old, and it was sealed up, and there was a legend, which was sealed around the year 1500. There was a legend that there was a serpent up there that would bite anyone who went to it. So this effectively kept these exposed until the late 19th century, when expensive pieces began to appear on the black market, and where's the Jewish manuscript? And eventually it was tracked down with this one synagogue. They opened it up and they found the largest trove of documents from the Arabic world ever. We have about 100,000 fragments from Arabic sources. There are 250,000 fragments, more than 2.5 times into Giza, representing all this. So it's ironic, but medieval Arabic historians have to learn Hebrew in order to study the period because they need the Giza sources to understand what's going on. And of course, always written somehow involved in Jews because of the script. What the Geniza tells us about Karaites is fascinating. S.D. Goitein is the principal scholar who devoted his entire life to studying these documents. He wrote this massive work called The Mediterranean Society, which is all about what life was like for about 500 years, from 800 to 1400. One of the things that's striking about the Karaites is that the Rabbinites and the Karaites actually got along fairly well. There are lots of marriage contracts between Rabbinites and Karaites. I know, how does it make sense? Well, they're Jews, but they have different laws of Jewish. They have different laws of Jews, so they might not be Jewish at all. There's all kinds of things. How do you know they're Jewish? How do you know that they're subject? Well, correct. So what the Torah is fantastic. I've lost it with the version of the Torah. It just refers to the air and the care to shop. How do they get that good? What do you do with them?
Well, thank you. I did find out about it.
Has been a discussion. And basically, the rabbis really take it apart to what we are today.
Okay, how did you find out about it?
Well, we know that they exist. For example, there are three basic things for Jews. Everyone wants to they want to roast the name.
Okay, cool. We're just watching history lectures. I'm thinking of that. So apologies, I'm not more vocal.
This is the tough part. They have and have a lot of time it's so what does that mean to a fair rabbi? We think today for sure Zionism for them. But they're not that embattled minority, though, and it lasts for a long time. So survival. It's quite possible. And you see it also in small communities in America, too, where the Orthodox conservative reform tends to be much sharper in big cities where we have not just to fight amongst ourselves. But in small towns, we want to get along. So that's a good argument. Yes. The Karaites, depends on the region that they're living, but I'm not sure what they use among themselves. By the time they are active, Aramaic is on as a common. But on the other hand, they're great lovers of keep as well. So I'm not sure. That's an excellent question, but I don't know. Okay, let me move on because I'm concerned about the about time. So terrorism, though, after the 14th century, it really starts to go into a slow decline. There's a little bit of resurgence. Printing is invented because once again the reattachment to the word and dissemination of the printed word is very significant, but it's a slow decline. There's also a widening separation between the Rabbinites and the Karaites. This one here is going to be this, by the way, I want to make sure people know Neo-Karaite, or one of the international institutions of Karaite, founded in the USA, January 2001. I wonder what all this is working on, but at any rate, a couple of interesting little tidbits of information. The Russian Karaites, the ones that living in the Russian Empire, particularly Crimea and Lithuania, get an interesting kind of dispensation in the 19th century. Under Tsar Nicholas I, there was a lot of persecution of the Jews, and Karaites successfully petitioned to be considered a separate religion from the Jews. But the Tsar would not still consider them Jews, but he did consider themselves a separate religion from Jews of a different Karaites. And the real key advantage to this was that they were exempt from many of the poll taxes that Jews were exposed to, as well as the horrific conscription regime, so-called capitalist degrees, where the Karaite children were not taken away and sent to serve in the army for 36 hours. So they, and actually, this is repeated once again. One of the more heroic moments, in my opinion, is the Holocaust in Eastern Europe. Although, from the perspective of scholarship, Philip Friedman was a survivor of the Ukrainians from southern Poland. And he writes of a moment when the Nazis invaded and they encountered these Karaites in the boat in southern Poland. And the Nazis themselves were very uncertain. What do we do with the Karaites? Who are they? Now, unlike the Russians, who consider them Jews, but of a different religion, the Karaites were arguing that no, we are a different people, not even Jewish, because the Nazis, race was primary, and the Karaites were religion, they were Jews, they were race. So, Professor Friedman writes in books on the Holocaust about how the scholars of the world got together and formally let the Nazis know in a memorandum with lots of scholar sources that Karaites are definitely not Jews. And recently created this scholarship, so to speak, specifically to state their lives. Israel, they found themselves under persecution, and so they made their way to Israel as well. But there are possibly as many as 30,000. These are Karaite estimates. They're most likely way too large, maybe 5 times too large, but there are definitely a few Karaite villages scattered throughout Israel. They have difficulty integrating into Israeli society. Their calendar, for example, is different from the Semitic calendar. There's certain holidays that are totally missing, like Halloween, for example. And so like Hanukkah, for example, is totally missing. Their children alive, and they feel stigmatized. It's not surprising because the rabbis really fix this often. And that's essentially where we have to stay. An interesting kind of footnote to development of Judaism and persistence of the thank you. That's a good question. I don't know if we went to go. I don't know. I had to say yes. Let me thank you all for your attention and your intelligence. We took up a few minutes for the introduction, so I'm going to speak faster to make sure that we cover all the material. I just want to say a couple of words of thanks myself. But, first of all, I want to say thank you so much to the Kehillah for expressing so much enthusiasm for these classes. Academics, we just need someone to talk to. If no one will listen to us, we feel useless. So it's wonderful that all of you come out here and help me along with my personal therapy. We can talk about history and things like that. I certainly can't do it at home. So at least I can come here. We edit this at any rate, special thanks tonight to several people. First of all, I want to thank Joe and Ohara Weiss, who had a strong they really set the tone for what should happen here. And I think you'll notice a few improvements. First of all, at the end of tonight's lecture, no one will have to turn the chairs around. And second of all, we have my beloved Dr. Aliza, who's reading and we have Mr. Rodriguez, who's doing that to us by himself. He was videotaping it. And in case I didn't make it clear to you earlier, we're going to be putting these lectures entirely on the web as a service to the Jewish people. Available, free, no charge, just like they are here. And we think this will be something that will enrich the Jewish people in a small way, but I think it's great. Also, I want to thank my friend Stephen Mills, aka Pico, has been a great supporter of the technical aspects of this project, and he's helped a lot of research and optimization that we've done. And one last thing, we do have a donation page that will help offset the cost. The school has been very generous purchasing a camera, the projectors, the screens, things like that, so we make these lectures possible. We'd like to give that money back to the school, so when you visit the website, which is very hard to remember, it's www.jewishhistorylectures.org. And if you click on .com, it will still work because I bought both domains. Then you'll be taken to a link where you can donate directly to the school, and you'll be earmarked for the cost of this class and for its expansion. I think that's great. We have two sponsors for this week's lecture. We actually have to whether we get sponsorship or not, but obviously we'd like to get some of it. This year, Mr. Susan Livingston and an anonymous donor have underwritten the cost of this week's lecture. We figured out for this semester it would cost approximately $265 to pay for everything we bought per lecture. So we're asking for $200 to sponsor the lecture, whatever you want to give. If you want to give as much as you want to give. Okay, I think that's it for the general introductions. I think I met almost all of you. For those of you who don't know me, over there. PhD from the University of Toronto in 1995, and it coincided with my discovery of Judaism together with my wife. And so I mixed my graduate career and my postgraduate career, bouncing around between the university and Orsay and Oxford University and the High Society and Harvard and a few other really great schools, Cornell. And so I had really a wonderful experience in some of the top universities in the world working with them. And I've also had experience learning full time. Both these things really come together in my teaching. I've been trying to strive for the high rigor of academia that I've experienced in the Ivy League, and at the same time the contact and the rank of Torah that I was achieving. And I'm hoping I can use some of that to the class is going to be essentially a survey of modern Jewish history. It's like a first year undergraduate survey. It is to a little bit higher level, as so many of the people in this audience are very well educated and very well read. But it's still generic enough that you have no idea what the process is on. You should come away with some useful information. The approach is going to be biographical, just like last semester. I will use people, sometimes famous, today sometimes not so famous, to illustrate the general trends of Jewish history and the forces that shape the Jewish world. Since I am primarily specialized in modern Eastern Europe, anytime I step, let's say, anywhere west of Poland and anytime before, let's say, 1648, I'd like you to please not ask any hard questions, because if not, I will vary of expertise. But that's basically it. Okay, so are we ready for a quick joke? We're going to talk about Rabbi Karl. So Rabbi Yosef Karl, he's known as a founder in the yeshiva world. The author. He is the ultimate composer of his book, or now some of is none other than the Semitic, which is the Jewish law that has become universally accepted as the sine qua non statement of Jewish law. In that context, I'd like to tell you a joke about somewhat anti-Armenian behavior. It's a joke that involves a fictional rabbi that has no relationship to this shul at all. The script goes like this. This rabbi, for years and years, most of his students in his congregation, but all his life he's been tortured by it. The question is why? What does pork really taste like? And he's shaking. He has, on Yom Kippur in particular, he has this terrible temptation. He just can't get exercise. He has to exercise this terrible demon from himself, and he's going to follow the advice of tomorrow, dress in dark clothes, borrow in the neighborhood, where he will exercise his will and hopefully not have this demon torture. He goes way out, it's like Weston or something like that, and he finds a Chinese restaurant. He goes to the very back, the dark place, and he's wearing a baseball cap. I don't know if he's been walking on the beach lately, but this time of year, all these people come straight from Brooklyn with, the full black hat and shit like that. But they're wearing a baseball cap. It's like they're in disguise. Nobody knows. So, anyways, he goes to sleep in the back, wearing a baseball cap, and he says to the waitress the story. He does say what the rabbi part says, I want you to give me your best pork dish. He's sitting there, he's so good about himself, and of course, in the box, the presidium and the board members for a late dinner. Of course, not associated with this sugar, I don't think in this neighborhood, but the presidium walk in and they see the rabbi in the back of the room. He's trying to hide under his bed, under his hat. And they walk up to him and say, what are you doing? And just as they're talking to him, the waitress comes with the best pork dish in the menu. Of course, you guessed it, it's a suckling pig. Huge pig. Can you put the camera over here? It's a big suckling pig. And everyone's speechless. And the rabbi finally says, can you believe this restaurant? You order a piece of fresh food. Now look how they punched me out. he is born in Spain, possibly in Portugal, and he certainly suffered the deleterious effects of the Spanish and the Portuguese expulsion, which we discussed last in this generation. He was most famous as a halakhist, but he has tremendous credentials as a Kabbalist as well. And we will in this lecture to try to describe how these two factors came together to create unique personalities about his Shabbat. And as I mentioned, his claim to fame, his main claim to fame is that he is the author of this whole Jewish life. His early years took him from Spain, his family fled from Spain into Portugal, where they were allowed to remain for several years, and then they were expected once dead. He went to Turkey, and he began a rather peripatetic existence. They went from place to place. His primary teacher was his father, and later his uncle. So it was really very much a family affair the way that he studied Torah. He was married 3 times, and he had 7 known children, 3 unfortunately 3 deceased. Here's an interesting this is a postage now. We have no idea if this picture is the iconic the father. It actually looks like him, but that's sort of a picture of the Rambam that you see over and over again. It's sort of like everyone agrees that must be what with him. He had quite close associations with many other rabbis of the period, and in fact, one of his daughters married the son of the famous Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Uriah of the Slavs, and we'll speak about their associations in detail. He also had some interesting influences from Shlomo Moltke, who was a fascinating character. Perhaps spending more time speaking about him in greater detail in a later class, perhaps 2 semesters from now. Shlomo Moltke was also of Spanish origin. He was a converso who, like Uriel Dacosta, that was spoken about a few weeks ago, decided to return to Judaism. But whereas Uriel Dacosta was never completely comfortable with his conversion and could not find an intellectual space within the Sephardic communities of Amsterdam and elsewhere, Shlomo Moltke kind of like flipped out. So he flipped out as a term that they use to young people. You know, they go to seminary and they come back and they want to do things like that. So he really flipped out. He had messianic pretensions. He had difficulty associating with the Jewish community because they thought he was almost just too radical. He circumcised himself when he was in his 20s and found out, oh, well, he would do it. That's fairly extreme behavior. He had various negative relations with the Jewish community because he insisted they should radicalize, they should take greater steps towards accelerating the pace of messianic thought. And ultimately, he got into trouble with the state when he was promoted to magistrate. This actually is highly stylized signature. It gives you a sense of what whether or not it's better, that's how Rabbi Carroll, however, was really quite impressed with the purity of motivation and intensity from Moltke. And among the many positive things that he said about him was that after seeing his death, he prayed that he himself would come to a similar end. Carroll wished to die on martyr's death, like Shlomo Moltke. He did not receive that privilege, and there's not much to say about that. Rabbi Carroll's fame really extends from the period of time he spent in the spot, where he moved when he was 48. He had already been working on his magnum opus, which I discussed in one of the videos, so he carried with him a certain measure of fame when he came to this very unusual circle of rabbis that were involved in this particular northern Israel city. There were a few factors that brought together some highly unique rabbis, including the Arizal that I mentioned earlier, his student Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the Ramak, and Yosef Kara and others. And Yosef Taik, who was also the teacher of Shlomo Moltke, was there at the time. There was, perhaps I should say, one of the most significant elements was the Abraham School of History at work once again. Thank you so much. So hard, I guess. money. There was suddenly Jewish money in the region. The Rothschilds had specifically secured a piece of parcel of land in northern Israel that make it possible for Jews to settle there and to pursue their scholarship. Because in Kemas, in Torah, if there is no flower, there is no Torah. Suddenly, in Sfat, there was a small, tiny area where Jewish scholars were especially valued and could pursue their studies. And he came into this region with a significant amount of authority based on his previous works, and his authority would be greater. Yes, please. Yeah, got money back then earlier. And if I'm wrong, you'll never know until I put this on the web and I cut this discussion out. But I'm pretty sure it's the Rothschilds. Maybe other theories too. Yeah, I think it is the Rothschilds. Okay, let's go on to the next question. Okay, now let's talk about the great Yosef. This is the book that really, among Sfardim in particular, is more known for the Beit Yosef than he is for the Shulchan Aruch. And among those who learn Halacha deeply, gain a much deeper respect for the Beit Yosef than for the Shulchan Aruch, which is much more popular. The Beit Yosef is essentially an encyclopedic commentary on the most current code of the time in Torah. And in the next few slides, I'll take you through the process of codification and why it was so significant to have a commentary like the Beit Yosef. Basically, one of the things that plagued the commentators in the creation of codes is that it was simply too onerous to explain all of their thought processes. So it's much easier for a codifier to simply say, this is the halacha, please don't bother me anymore. And later generations, when the authors first recognized was no longer quite as well regarded, or if someone wrote a competing code, then no one could really sort out which code was appropriately followed. What the Beit Yosef did was it delved into the reasoning of the Torah. I'll try to show you in just a second. And he brought all of the relevant passages from the Talmud to support the decision of the Torah. So in other words, he completely explained, he dug in an archaeological fashion, and he discovered what was the reasoning of the Torah for arguing a particular position. He then went on to do the same thing, by the way, from Maimonides, and his commentary called the Kesef Mishnah. And by writing this commentary, Ben Yosef, he demonstrated that he had absolute control over the meaning of the text that he read. It was the ultimate critical analysis of a halachic code, and it was phenomenal active scholarship that undoubtedly provided him with tremendous scars. 20 years to write it, more or less time to write the shit on the book. And the main purpose was why the Talmudic background was questions about the videos and the other. Okay, so let's go to the actual process of codification. And I apologize, some of these slides were already presented in the Maimonides lecture. I hope you totally forgot that. The Talmud is a very difficult document to work on in terms of practical halacha, practical law. The primary reason is because the information is scattered throughout plenty of volumes of text written without a single punctuation mark, and with very, very difficult language that is simply, unless you have years of training, it's very difficult to learn, even on a single page. And so, in order, and the fact is that just discussions are not found in an organizational pattern that we would associate with Western thinking, meaning there are no, this chapter is going to deal entirely with Marriage. This chapter is supposed to deal entirely with divorce. Marriage and divorce are scattered throughout the entire time. And even this, a really important passage, unless you have your own It's a very, very difficult to work with that, right? And so that's why there was so much emphasis on the person of the Talmid Chacham, the wise student, who was someone who had swum in the depths of the Torah of the Talmud and was able to remember that, oh yeah, way over at volume 17, there's a reference to this that I have to access. By the way, as a small parenthetical note, this is dramatically changing in our time because of the power of the personal computer and the internet. The things that used to make a person well regarded as a scholar, as a prodigious memory, and ability to recall, oh yes, this episode over in volume 17. But nowadays, sitting at home on my computer in my pajamas, I can type in a keyword and I can find every single time it's mentioned in the entire corpus of Jewish literature, not only the content. So it's changing the definition of what is scholarship in the Jewish world. At any rate, material is organized in a way that it's very difficult to access, and so it naturally lends itself to codification. We want to actually apply the Talmud as a way of life, you have to create a code which essentially organizes all of the halachot in organized fashion so you can study it from beginning to end. And these early codes developed from the so-called Monei HaMitzvot, the counters of the mitzvah. There's a passage in the Talmud that refers to the number of mitzvot in the Torah as being 613. Torah mitzvot. It's a well-known idea that some people have carried around with it, but no one's really bothered actually trying to count them until you get to the high Middle Ages, when you have a few rabbis who begin to say, let's count them up. So particularly Moshe Rabbi, who was a rabbi from France, who wrote a book called Sing Mitzvot HaMitzvot, the Big Book of Mitzvot, or Smog, Sing Mitzvot HaMitzvot, in which he listed them all, just the commandments, just what we're supposed to do, on how we're supposed to do them. And he listed them in positive and in negative commandments. Thou shalt and thou shalt not. So that was useful. And then it, spurred sort of mini industry in codifying because many people said, wait a second, I never count commandment number 148 as a commandment. That's just a custom. You don't have to worry about that. It's just a custom. And other people said, no, this is a real halakha. This is a law from Torah from Moshe Sinai. So there were competing Monei HaMitzvot that were all arguing for slightly different variations of what were actually in the mitzvah. Furthermore, there's a lot of material that's no longer relevant, currently not relevant in our day, with the absence of the temple. A tremendous amount of halachot dealing with the maintenance of ritual purity, which we have really in small areas like in Washington, like in Taik, or distant Mikvah, but it's really quite a bit more expensive in the Talmud. And all the laws of the sacrifices, the laws of the structure of the temple, and so on. So what do we do with these laws if you're no longer, or at this point, not having a temple in existence? Still, they're part of the 613. Maimonides created the greatest code of the era in his Mishnah Torah, and I won't take too much time to speak about that because we did speak about it an entire lecture a while ago, in which he wrote a completely comprehensive code that covers the temple period, it covers the Messianic period, it covers all kinds of things like laws of opinions, how you should think, not how you should act. And his particular code fell under extremely harsh criticism for several reasons, one of which was he did not have a presupposition at the time. He did not provide all the sources, did not provide the back and forth of why he decided to take one position versus another. Okay. I've talked a lot. I should pause for questions. Yes, Jeff. My bodies are back in line. I'm not familiar with that. I know there's a lot of stuff that you wrote not quite as effective theologically, that there exists a 614th commandment. Nowadays, there is one more commandment, and that commandment is, quote unquote, not to give Hitler any posthumous victories. In other words, he says there's a commanding voice about that corresponds to the commanding voice of Satan. It's not exactly a fun kind of thought. You can certainly appreciate who's a survivor himself, appreciate the motivation for that kind of thing. Any other questions? So let's go on. Maimonidean controversy, as we discussed this CCO, ended in a tremendous tragedy as Maimonides' books were burned by Jews, and then shortly thereafter, the French government actually burned the Talmud as well. And his books remain somewhat controversial in some circles even to this day. So now, let's turn to the Torah, which is the article upon which Rabbi Yosef Karo made his signal contribution. The Torah is another code that departed from Maimonides' strategy altogether. Maimonides organized all the laws of the Torah in 14 books, which he called the Yad HaChazaka, the strong hand, Yad, the Dalet, 14. And as I mentioned, it covered everything. It covered the laws before of the temple, the laws of Messiah, and so on, and a lot of things that we simply don't deal with today. So it was quite a massive book to work your way through. The Torah, Rabbi Yaakov ben Asher in the 14th century, went for a much more modest proposal. He said, let's just get right the things that we do today. And he decided to omit anything that did not deal with behavior. So we have no laws of opinion, no laws of beliefs, there's no laws of the temple, and so on. It's named after the four codes of the breastplate of the four codes, four codes, and the four distinct sections proved to be the organizational framework that all future codes of Jewish law adopts. And they are, first section is the ways of life. And it's this section, which is typically widely studied in Yeshiva today, deals primarily with what people do in the normal course of their day and in the holiday cycle. So it begins with how you're supposed to wake up in the morning, how you're supposed to dress yourself in the morning, how long it should take you a reason to get out of bed in the morning. It's right there. First of all, myself, I'm a teenager, so anyways, getting out of bed in the morning is that the laws of prayer, the laws of saying blessings, and there's a whole section on the laws of Shabbat. And basically, Orach is what the average Jew needs to know to live an observant lifestyle. That one section. It's been commented upon many, many times, including two very famous commentaries that are widely used today. The Mishnah Brura by the Chavetz Chaim is a commentary on Orach, and the ROTHSCHILD, not to be confused with the Shulchan Aruch, is also a 19th century commentary. The second section of the Torah, by the way, if Orach is for regular Jews, learned Jews, but regularly learned Jews, the next level up is called Yoreh Deah. This is like Rabbinical level 1. Want to be a rabbi, most yeshiva, you must master this section, Yoreh Deah, which deals primarily with ritual law in the areas of keeping kosher and with the laws of sexuality. In other words, it's a little bit more complicated. You have to understand the whole issues of mixtures of milk and meat, and the issue of what makes a cow kosher and not kosher, and so on, and the laws of regular family life. And so, typically in yeshiva, Yoreh Deah is studied by rabbinical students, and then they have an examination on it. If they pass that examination, then they receive the smicha with the title Yoreh Yoreh. Meaning, can he teach? Yes, he can teach. Yoreh Yoreh. That's assuming that he already knows Yoreh Chaim. Can't get Yoreh Deah. Then the next two levels are reserved for much higher levels. levirate marriage, if a man dies childless, and he attached on his widow to the brother-in-law, all those kinds of things. And finally, Choshen Mishpat, which deals with monetary law. The main reason why monetary law is considered the highest is because with ritual law, if you get a question, is this chicken kosher? You can always sort of back out and say, you better consider trade, not kosher. And you may have caused someone a financial loss in the case of the chicken, but it's not the worst thing that happen. If you make a decision in monetary law, however, that's wrong. If you're taking money out of one person's pocket and putting it into another, so you're an accessory to theft in that regard. So Moshe Mishpat shows that they're much lowest level of smicha, and the title of the person who gets to that level is called Yadid Yadid. Can he judge?
Hello.
Yes, he can judge. So this is a way to organize all the Jewish law, and you'll notice that it is quite comprehensive, but it's also quite limited to the kind of things that we enjoy in this diaspora existence, not in a messianic tradition. This system of numbering organization is completely different from the Mishnah Torah, and in fact, the Mishnah Torah's numbering system was totally abandoned after the Torah wrote his commentary. The Beis Yosef is the commentary on the Torah, explaining why he made all of his decisions the way he did. I should pause for questions. It's been about 30 minutes since I told the joke. You guys think about a joke? Does anyone have a good joke? Joke? Is it a joke back in the no joke. Okay, so I'm hoping that one of you will appear in my head shortly. Actually,
Brandon?
Did I tell you the joke about the anti-alcohol campaign? Not yet. Okay, let's take a chance. I think I did, but I'm glad you forgot. So here's the joke. It's a joke I actually heard first in Ukrainian when I was studying it. It's much funnier in Ukrainian. Don't try it in English either. But in the late 90s,
How are you?
they had a serious problem with alcoholism. People were drinking a lot of
Thank you.
vodka.
How are you?
People were drinking whiskey, vodka, and they were even drinking homemade moonshine, which they called sahal, which means self-clothed. And it was very dangerous, poisonous. Flying from it was terrible. So Gorbachev, and this is true, he started a massive anti-alcohol campaign. He tried to promote, more, what's the word for abstinence? Sobriety, that's another word, temperance. Temperance. He went to promote temperance. And he went all over the country. There's so many jokes about this here. So this joke goes like this. He gets on the plane and he takes a whole bunch of journalists with him. He goes to a construction factory in Siberia, and he wants to speak to average Russians. And he brings the journalists with him right there into the factory floor, and there's like a conveyor belt, and he picks some Russian worker and goes up and says to him, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person can have a drink and then go to work in the morning? And Ivan looks at him and says, well, Mikhail Sergeyevich, yes, I think it's possible. He says, Ivan, do you think a person could have 3 shots of Marilka and go to work in the morning? He says, Mr. President, yes, I think it's possible. He says to him, Ivan, do you think a person could have 10 shots of Sabahar and still go to work in the morning? He says, you see, I'm working. I usually use that joke to tie up questions. Absolutely. That's a very profound question. Jumping ahead just for a second, and it's so appropriate that you mentioned the Baal Shem Tov, because the joke goes, it's a joke, it's a stereotype, but it still has a kernel of truth to it. The Chassid says, why do I need a sefer? I have a book. What do I need a book for? I have a rabbi to tell me what to do. books. They say, what do I need a Rabbi for? I have to say for you. What do I need a teacher for? I don't ask anything. I'm just going to decide for myself. And it's like a cultural orientation between the two groups. When the tour, it's not so much on the religious side, but when he wrote the Shulchan Aruch, think about it for a second. Essentially, he's disenfranchising the entire political industry because the mastery of Halacha is no longer dependent, not to the same degree there was in Maimonides, but still quite so for his era, is no longer dependent on someone who's mastered the entire topic. You just have to have someone who has enough Hebrew skills to be able to navigate these sections, the Shulchan Aruch, and at least theoretically, he can tell you, or she can tell you, what the halacha is. And this is a big shift in the democratization of Judaism that definitely is characteristic of the Baal Shem Tov. So there's a very unique parallel there. I have one more kind of point I don't want to forget, but I'll bring it up when I talk about the slave controversy. Yes, please. Sure.
Take care. You too.
So it's jumping ahead a little bit, but again, since the Torah deals with these four large areas, and the Shulchan Aruch also uses these four large areas, but the vast majority of a person's life does not have to do with Torah and Mishpat, and hopefully you only have to do with them as you're minimally getting married once, let's say, and that's it. Hopefully you don't have to return to it. But there'll always be more than your table. So certain amounts of your table. So the Hungarian rabbi named Gottfried in the mid-19th century wrote a one-volume version of the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, the short one. Well, then it was published in Hebrew in one. Now, if you buy the English translation, it comes with 7, I think, and for a while there was the English translation of 3. It's not so short, but it's called the short Shulchan Aruch, and basically it's an abbreviated version of Orach Chaim with a little bit of your Yes, hard question. Yes, yes. The text of the Torah is not the same as the text of the Shulchan Aruch, but he totally took over the numbering system, and like a layman's guess would be maybe 30% of his language. The Torah, absolutely. The Torah was written. Rabbi Yosef Karo wrote the commentary on the Torah. He wrote a commentary on the Rambam. He said, "That's it. I'm writing my own halacha," and he wrote the Shulchan Aruch at this point, which is what we'll talk about in a second. But it is descended from the Torah. And the only one. Well, no, it's a straight lineage. Torah, Beit Yosef, Shulchan Aruch, Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Torah, they're all one straight line. On one piece is in addition to everybody else is well, the context of this, understand, it's a very wild time intellectually for Jews, especially in Islam. And one of the developments that's going on is the possibility of the removal of Islam. Islam is ordination in English. The term means to lean upon or to rely upon, and it comes from the original Smicha when Moshe gave Smicha to Joshua, in this case Joshua, he put his hands on his head, and he said, "Okay, you're the next leader of the Jewish people after my son." This laying on of hands was practiced for many, many generations well into the 7th century, and that's how the rabbis were ordained for the Sanhedrin, right? However, after the exile from Jerusalem in the 1st century, Smicha was lost. This chain of transmission of who was authorized to give Smicha to his student was completely lost. So for 1,500 years, Smicha had gone waste. In fact, when we call a person a this in comparison with priests. It does not incur some kind